going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny, not sunny actually, very gloomy, New York, also known as Mamdanistan. We're live and alive, everybody, from Mamdanistan. I keep coming back here so much. It's like my home away from home, you know? We are in Manhattan, New York, Piker Broadcasting Service, coming to you live from Manhattan, New York State. One of the greatest cities in the world, under the governorship, the mayoralty of Zohran Kwame Mamdani, ladies and gentlemen. At this stage, I might as well get a house here. I might as well get a second house here and do the pied-à-terre tax, however you say it. You know what I'm saying? Might as well. Second house tax. Kind of fucked up. It's not called Womanhattan. True. Real. That's real. That's very real. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive. Where's Brace? I don't know where Brace is. But you've been in New York City more than LA this year at this rate. True. And I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep doing the damn thing. Anyway, it is actually technically 66 degrees and sunny here in New York. And I've had a long day. Not a chud-ass loser, as a matter of fact. It's one of the first instances where I'm not a chud-ass loser. I ended the broadcast yesterday, hung out with the family a little bit. Got all of my gear ready, got all of my clothes ready, got on a plane, and then flew to New York City. Now, unfortunately for me, I didn't get to sleep at all on the flight. I got your blast off, Druku. Thank you. I didn't get to sleep at all on the flight. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, by the way. You already know. I didn't sleep at all on the flight. And I watched F1, the Brad Pitt movie. And that boy is old. Did you get a haircut? Looks nice. I got one a while ago. The movie was horrible. Yeah, it was all right. It wasn't that good. But hold on. I posted the same story twice. Oh no, did I? Oh, I did. How is that possible? I don't even know how that happened. Anyway, deleting the second mention of the same story. Why do all your haters look like this, lol? What is this? Oh, this guy. I obsessively post about Hasan Piker. I'm making a difference. I don't know. It's all downstream from their own personal animosity, their anger, their resentment that they feel towards someone that I think might have hurt them when they were growing up that looks like me. But wasn't Marty Supreme terrible? I don't know. I didn't watch Marty Supreme. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive. Coming to you live from stolen Algonquin land. Is this Algonquin territory? Is this Sioux? what is it? I don't know, but it's Ballroom Blitz time, baby. We'll be talking about all of that and more on the broadcast today. But yeah, Reddit mod archetype. Yeah, if you look like a Reddit mod, you have a 100% likelihood of having a weird hyperfixation on me. And hopefully it goes away one day. Hopefully you get better. In any case, gotta watch Nippon Sangoku on Amazon Prime as a fire anime. Japan lost World War III, got sent back to Sangoku period. MC is bringing about Xi Jinping thought into building Japan back. It's both dark and witty. Okay, I like that quite a bit. New episode is out. Hey, Hasan, my brother who's a diehard Republican but doesn't vote is now walking around talking about the need for a new socialist order thanks to your videos. XD, nice being here. Hell yeah, brother. So, where was I? What was I saying? I was telling you about my personal news. So I came back. I flew in, didn't sleep at all, got like an hour of sleep beforehand, and this morning recorded the episode on my third episode of Chapo Trap House. I went on Chapo Trap House this morning. Rather, Chapo Trap House went on me. Pause. So I haven't really slept at all. I have not slept at all. Not great. Situation is not great. But we're gonna plow through it. We're gonna push through it. It's gonna be great. I'm on a shit ton of caffeine. Hopefully that'll keep me going. But I did a little nappy poo. Hit a quick nappy poo in the morning between arriving at the hotel and then doing the Chapo pod. But yeah, hold on. I also ordered creatine pills, and I need to make sure that they replace it. And there's a replacement approval necessary. Okay. Is that when you nap and shit yourself to wake up? Yeah. Creatine gives me cramps. Y'all had Courtney on. I thought you didn't like Smosh. Wait, what? When did you get that idea? I of course I like Smosh. Smosh and my audience has a tremendous amount of Phalenial crossover. Felix on stream when, and who else will you be collabing with, baby girl? I have some collabos. I have some collabos that I had to, back out of, given the additional attention and scrutiny. Not scrutiny necessarily, but the additional attention and the threats that I've been receiving, and some others that I will continue doing. One of my patients was wearing your merch today at Claremont Colleges. Shout out to them. Dr. Jihad says Dr. Felipe 89. You should have told him. You should have been like, you're a fan of Dr. Jihad, it seems. I wonder if someone has a shirt of mine, like if they have my merch, I suspect that they gotta be. What is this? Here you go, your best slogan, practice your preaching. You know what's really crazy about this? Like, all my haters have this weird sexual obsession. It's pathological, it's psychosexual, but they always make me hot. They always make me hot, and they make me slay. Like, it's very strange. It's a very strange thing that these guys do. Like, I legitimately think a big chunk of this hatred has to come from, like, what they think is going on sexual style. Like, there has to be an obsession, like an obsession that revolves around being sexually frustrated every single time. In any case, thank you for the playlist, Demacius. We got a lot going on. What the fuck? Another Fox News hit? Worthless. Far left influencer seemingly praises Luigi Mangione. Oh my fucking God. Here we go. Yeah, even Fox News, the most trusted name in news, said objectively I was hot. So I guess there's that. Have you seen this video of Zach Polanski making a journalist literally freak out on air? No. So I have not seen it. Zach, my goat Polanski. What the frick? It still says New York City tomorrow. That's not good. On my caption. No one even corrected me. 8 new pieces today? 8 pieces? That's crazy, bro. That's too many pieces. That's too much mustard. This site is getting a lot of utility. Head not so small here. Thank you. It's maybe because I'm wearing something that's like actually form-fitting. Fox and Friends did a segment on YouTube. Brian Kilmeade was talking about how dangerous you are, but nothing uploaded on YouTube. Again. Still linking me to Shooter, even though he was a hater. I guess no one cares, right? It's just, we knew that already though, right? We knew that already. I don't understand how we can exist in this kind of insane media environment, but Fox News. Wait, well, I'm scrolling, but it's not showing. Where is it? Where are the latest ones? Washington Examiner, 1 hour ago. Will the Democrats embrace hating America in 2028? Washington Examiner, another hour ago. Democrats have normalized political violence. The New York Times. The Wall Street Journal, when rationalization turns deadly. It's very strange. It's a very strange phenomena where all of these guys, on the one hand, are frustrated with the lack of credibility that the media has, but also on the other hand, they're just like playing fast and loose with these kinds of narratives that make no sense. It is what it is, I guess. Fox rarely puts you on their main channel, but there's a few clips on their clips channel. I like that. That's like Fox News and Asmongold have the same media strategy. Try refreshing, Control Shift R. Oh, Jewish Telegraph Agency. That one came out. That was supposed to be an interview that I did. That one's actually interesting. I want to see how people react to that one. Hassan Piker favors Hamas, is pushing Dems to be anti-Israel, and wants Jews not to worry about him. An interview with the influencer gaining ground with liberals and alarming Jewish leaders. That's a crazy title for it. Oh my God. I had like a almost 2-hour conversation with Andrew Lepin. That's awesome though. That's a funny title for it. Hold on. I mean, I knew this was going to be like somewhat contentious because it's the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. Andrew's the guy. He's actually fairly woke, for the record. Like he's not. This is not like a super aggressive reporter, but you know, in an interview with the ascendant Hasan Piker, who insists he's not anti-Semitic. What's the link to this website with all these articles? Is HasanAbi M44C HasanAbi.m44.cl. Republicans are sinking, but Democrats aren't rising. Yahoo Finance. I'm pro piracy all the way. Influencer Hasan Piker and others debate micro looting. What the hell is this, man? This is. I'm eating it from every angle. It's like Bloomberg. What Hasan Piker's statements about patents implies for the future of patents. Like they're gonna be talking about me on I don't know, like Kitchen Weekly. Hasan Piker eats chicken the wrong way. What this says about the consumption of chicken. This never gets old.
We'll have order in the hearing room, or you'll be asked to leave. Ma'am, if you'll please take a seat, or we'll have to have you. Then you'll need to relieve.
Donald Trump, help us. Please help us, Mr. President, before it is too late, because Jack Dorsey is trying to influence the election.
It's so crazy because, like, she won in the end, right? Like, she won. She did all of this. She was ritualistically humiliated. And at the end, it didn't matter. Because she won. Anyway, we're blasting off, folks. We're blasting off. Another day. Another 17 quintillion articles. Sky News Australia. Oh, this is the crazy lady, right? That wrote this, I assume. Yeah, Rita Panahi. Hasan Piker is complicit in the rise. This is Rupert Murdoch. This lady hates me, bro. This is, I mean, she's Australian, and she's also a stooge for Rupert Murdoch. She's irrelevant. This is the loony leftist losing it. Hasan Piker is a dangerous anti-Semite. Hasan Piker is a dangerous anti-Semite. On this week of lefties losing it. Hasan Piker, how seasoned is 2 seasoned? Today on the Feud Network. Auto trader sitting in the winds, hoping it will say something about used cars so they can dogpile on this trend. Yeah. Loony lefties losing it. Hasan Piker is complicit in the rise of political violence in the US. I'm here with Newsweek senior editor at large Josh Hammer that says there's a movement in the US teaching people that words are violence. Mr. Hammer told Sky News host Rita Panahi that the left is trying to make words and violence interchangeable. And you have these streamers like Hasan Piker who are now openly advocating for it. Wait, words are violence? Wait, these guys are like hurting themselves in confusion. I thought it was now the right that was complaining that words are violence. And therefore someone needs to do something about me. Isn't it funny how Australia feels relevant? I mean, it's hilarious to me that Australian news thinks that they can gain any relevance this way, but On this week of lefties losing it, Hasan Piker. She lives in America. We don't claim her. Sorry, with this accent?
It's not. It's not. And he also wants us to believe the virulently anti-American forces that hate President Trump, hate him so much that they're now siding with the Iranian regime. Well, we must believe that they actually really deep down love America.
You're going to tell me with the accent like that she's American? I'm sorry. That's like wearing your fucking passport on your face. Okay? Sorry, big dog. Crikey. That's one of yours guys. Right? Or no. Or no. This lady could live anywhere she wants to live. And it doesn't matter. She's always going to be an Aussie down to the core, mate. By the way, why is an Australian news broadcaster for skynews.com.australia talking about anti-American hatred demonstrated by the American Democratic Party against the American Republican president, Donald J. Trump? What are we doing here? Okay? Like, lady, don't you have a dingo story to cover? Why are you talking about Hasan Piker? It doesn't make any sense. Why is this lady defending the American Republican Party over the American Democratic Party? Like, this is not a thing for you. If anything, it's not beneficial for you to defend Donald Trump at all. What the hell are you talking about? Go cover the Wallabies. Go cover the Wallabies. And the dingo's eating a baby. Rupert Murdoch is the owner of this media company. Anyway, I'm not even going to fucking dignify that with a reaction. We're a client state, mate. I know. It's just still funny when the youngsters aren't going to get the dingo joke. You think youngsters don't know about a dingo ate my baby? Put the shrimp on the barbie. A dingo ate my baby. That's like, do Zoomers not know that? Is that you or her talking? Chatter's like, I'm on audio only. I can't tell. I can't tell if it's you talking or if it's her talking. You're so fucking old, bro. No. I'm just saying, I don't get over here on my podium and talk about the devastating losses that the Australian forces received in the fucking Emu Wars. Okay? I'm not here talking about Albanese. Okay, maybe I am sometimes. A dingo actually eat that baby, though? Yeah. Babies are dingoes meat on the Barbie. Anyway, I'm excited to hear about this Jewish Telegraphic Agency article and like what came out of it. And I also want to see what like people will say. Dem's response is working against real organized resistance by jumping on any act of resistance, calling it evil and glazing the cops. Turns out the dingo story was true. They found the kid's remains in a dingo den. Fucking hell. These dingoes, after the emu wars are over, we should do a dingo war as well. Fucking hell. Slam a couple of VB long necks in the morning and then go take out a fucking dingo den. Fucking hell. Slam a couple of VB long necks and then take out the fucking dingo den. Mate. Beulah Jr., thank you for the 20 fucking gifted subs. Anyway, Man, the liberal media on the periphery of the U.S. regime are your biggest cheerleaders. I remember when Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, the Brazilian liberal media went crazy over him, even more than CNN and Fox News. Yeah. What is this? Hasan, I have been a long-term community member, but I'm leaving today. I have fallen off stairs today while putting on my pants. Got taken to the hospital. I have a surgery tomorrow. I have laughed at people saying you are the only one to blame. You are the one to blame to violence because I wasn't the one who you were causing violence to. Today, I realized that even I can become the target of your violence and violent rhetoric when I fell down those stairs. Here you go, chatter. Anyway, let's get back to Laura Loomer. Lefty's losing it. Laura fucking Loomer.
What's she saying? I can't understand her. What?
The election. That is why
What's
she's
she?
censoring and shadow banning.
How about it down? 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, $20, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30. Yep, $30 down here, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 7 and a half, 40. Yep, $40, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 7 and a half, 50. That $50 down here, 2 and a half. Officer, will you escort this young lady out, please?
Yep,
2 and a half now, 5, 65, 7 and a half, 70. What? 2 and a half now, 5, 75, 7 and a half, $80 to 5, 85, 90. At $100 and a 10, 10 a quarter, 1 a quarter, 1 half, and about 2 and a quarter. Yep, 2 and a half, and about 3, able to bomb 300. Yep, 3 and a quarter. Yep, 3 and a quarter now, half, 3 and a half, and about 400. Yeah, but a 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. We're selling the cell phone there, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Yep, 4 and a half, we're 75, 505, 5 and a quarter, 5 and a half. I yield back.
Incredible work. Oh, wait. Someone's at the door. Hold on. It's not Mossad, it's housekeeping.
Somehow I think our auctioneer in residence is going to get tweeted about today.
Yeah. Okay, bro is waiting for the chance to show off his auctioneer skills. I mean, yeah, he's done that before, which, you know, I respect. By the way, this one got 700,000 views. We're so back. Agents pulled out guns and began running towards the ballroom. White jacketed caterers screamed and bolted for stairwells. Pandemonium reigned as top cabinet officials were evacuated. Robert Kennedy Jr. and his wife, Cheryl Hines, came out and were ushered into an elevator. Then Janine Perot emerged. The FBI director, Kash Patel, came tearing across the hallway with 2 men in tow. His girlfriend was hiding in a room with another man who was holding her hand. Oh! Kash Patel is both fired and cooked at the same night, bro. Ooh, sure. Oh, my God. Stop spoiling the new episode of The Boys. Anyway, I'm making a spaghetti squash. That is so fake. So fake. Wait, what? Oh, they're talking about the attempt. I was like, what? The story's not faked. Literally people just sitting at their tables unbothered. Yeah, everyone on TikTok, everyone on LibTalk, everyone on Twitter, virtually every fucking liberal is like, yeah, this shit was fake, dude. That's all I got. They're faking this for the ballroom. And guess what, dude? I don't think you realize how funny you are when you go live. Thank you, chatter. I don't realize how funny I am. Okay? I don't. I think I'm unfunny. I tried to be as funny. I know it's not staged. I know it's not staged, but I don't care if libs say it's fake. Oh yeah, me too. I like it. I like it. It's Republicans are getting a taste of their own medicine over and over again. And it's unironically, it's like fighting fire with fire, right? Because Republicans are clearly engaging in misinformation, as they always do. They're trying to turn this entire thing into like, I don't know, the left is so radical, the left is so violent, blah, blah, blah. And it's failing. It actually does not have any salience any longer, because the entirety of the liberal media ecosystem, not the media ecosystem necessarily, but the entirety of like liberals that are receiving this information are going, no, this is just for the ballroom. But in any case, let's get to this Jewish Telegraphic Agency .org. Hasan Piker favors Hamas, is pushing Dems to be anti-Israel, and wants Jews not to worry about him. An interview with the influencer gaining ground with liberals and alarming Jewish leaders. This is from Andrew Lepin, who asked me the question about Rabbi Shmuley, but he had sent a request to interview me when I was doing the Abdul El-Sayed stump, but we didn't see it until later, and I hit him up, and I was like, listen, I'd love to talk to you if you want, and I did a sit down with him for like an hour. And I want to see what this is. This is going to be. I'm trying to do the rounds here. I'm trying to reach out to the Jewish Council of Elders so they realize that I'm not a threat. But let's see if it works. Okay. I'm trying to do a media push on the Jewish side of media. People are probably going to yell at me for having this conversation, Hasan Piker said from his live streaming chair midway through a video call with the Jewish Telegraphic Agency to discuss his views on Jews, Israel, and Zionism. By people, Piker meant his own. The 3 million followers he boasts on the streaming site Twitch, where the left-wing personality from the same chair opines politics in between video game sessions for up to 8 hours a day. That doesn't include the many more who watch clips of his show on YouTube or follow him on X. People are going to say, what are you doing? This is Jewish exceptionalism. Why do you care so much about making sure that Jews like you? He continued. The 34-year-old New Jersey native, who was recently rocketed into the center of the Democratic Party's identity crisis, then answered his own question. I still think that there's value in reaching as many people as possible and helping them understand where I'm coming from, he said. So they're not freaking out when they see their nieces or nephews watching me on Twitch, and then they think that their sons or daughters or nieces or nephews have turned into neo-Nazis. That's why I'm having this conversation with you, he added, so that more people can hear something in the Jewish newspapers that isn't just, this guy's a heinous anti-Semite. Piker is an avowed anti-Zionist who has said that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, has said, I don't have an issue with Hezbollah, compared an Iranian-backed Houthi rebel to Anne Frank, and likened liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis. And he reiterated the JTA, I do still believe that Zionism is a racist ideology. Like, I genuinely believe that. The Anti-Defamation League's Jonathan Greenblatt recently called Piker one of the most outspoken, virulent anti-Semitic influences in the world. The stalwart pro-Israel Democratic Congressperson, Richie Torres, wrote to the heads of Twitch to express alarm about the amplification of anti-Semitism on Twitch at the hands of Hasan Piker, saying that he has emerged as a poster child for the post-October 7th outbreak of anti-Semitism in America. Such criticism has escalated Piker as a self-described Marxist and socialist becomes an increasingly influential player in Democratic politics. He joined rallies for Michigan Senate candidate earlier this month and has hosted several progressive members of Congress. Next month, the provocateur will appear in San Francisco with Shoykat Chakrabarti, a congressional candidate who says Israel committed a genocide in Gaza. His influence is beginning to extend beyond progressives, as California Governor Gavin Newsom, a leading 2028 presidential candidate, said he would appear on Piker's stream. Piker looks on as U.S. candidate Abdul El-Sayed delivers a stump speech. Speaking at Jewish Telegraphic Agency, in his first extensive interview with a Jewish news outlet, Piker acknowledged that anti-Israel activism can morph into anti-Jewish rhetoric, but also said he can't be responsible for what everyone in this movement says. He explained that he wants to combat anti-Semitism, in part because it undercuts anti-Israel activism. He condemned heinous violence against Jews, such as the Temple Israel attack in Michigan, but maintained that American Jewish organizations are fanning the flames and creating an atmosphere of hysteria. How does Piker reconcile the tensions and contradictions that radiate within his worldview? The answer is important, not just because his influence is rising, but because there are signs that a growing number of Americans already share some of his fundamental beliefs, that Israel is a malign presence in the world, and for the United States in particular, that the United States should stop sending aid to Israel, and that Israel's character and conduct explains the violence its people face from the likes of Hamas and Hezbollah. As American Jews adjust to a new reality in which contradictions law, you have to realize, like, obviously, this is the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. I'm not talking to an anti-Zionist, okay? This is not an anti-Zionist paper at all. This is a very much pro-Israel newspaper. This is perhaps one of the most important newspapers for Jewish syndication on the Jewish press in the United States of America. This, whatever I say to them, will go to all of the other like Jewish papers as well from this point on. It's like infinitely more relevant than, for example, Jewish Insider is. Jewish Insider is like very clearly an outlet that is entirely dedicated to smearing people who criticize Israel. Jewish Telegraphic Agency is like an actual Jewish newspaper, right? If you're not an anti-Semite, why on yesterday's stream did you spend 3 hours reading from the Torah with a silly, condescending voice? Shut the fuck up, chatter. Anyway. As American Jews adjust to a new reality in which old norms about anti-Semitism and the U.S.-Israel relationships are being shattered, Piker's vision is one that some warn Jews will need to increasingly grapple with going forward. Piker, though, says many Jews are on his side. There are a lot of young American Jews, at least in my community, who also feel this way, he said. They might be a little bit more shy about expressing their opinions in polite company. Yeah, this was for all the Jewish HasanAbi heads out there, by the way. I was fucking coming... I was doing mama bear work for you so that you can have a normal conversation with your relatives in the future. JTA spoke to Piker several days before the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump and several cabinet members at Saturday's White House Correspondents' Dinner, an event that has prompted renewed concern about escalating violent rhetoric on both sides of the aisle. Some, including pro-Israel right-wing Jewish influencer Lizzie Savetsky, have attributed the shooting specifically to rhetoric promulgated by Piker. Born in Brunswick, New Jersey, Turkish parents, but largely raised in Istanbul, Piker got a start in Uncle Chunk Weigert's left-wing network, The Young Turks. In 2020, Piker left the company and launched a Twitch stream from his Los Angeles area home in West Hollywood that has now outstripped Uyghurs' influence. Damn, they just came after Uncle Chunky Weigert, saying Uncle Chunky Weigert's washed in comparison to your influence. Piker's comments about Israel are nestled among hour-long streams that touch on a wide variety of topics he labels as anti-imperialist and anti-fascist. That includes criticizing America, which he said deserved 9/11. Yeri Rosenberg argued in a recent piece that Piker exhibits, bro, come on, you talked to me for 2 hours. Why are you fucking giving insight from Yair Rosenberg? Jesus Christ. Anyway, Mao Zedong lamented the fall of the Soviet Union, noting that tens of millions of victims of the Soviet Union went unmentioned. Rosenberg is currently engaged in a back and forth with Piker after saying the streamer mischaracterized Albert Einstein's views on Israel, a symptom, he said, of a fast and loose approach to facts. Okay, the least you can do is put my response to Rosenberg, right? Which happened after this interview took place. Okay, what the fuck is this, bro? This guy is just like spamming. ContraPoints wants on. All right, man. She needs to get in fucking line. All right, there's a lot of people that want to come on. I'll have her on the stream. Shut the fuck up. I thought this was an interview. Yeah. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. I can't believe Contra still has fucking shooters. Piker's hold on younger left-leaning audiences alternatively alarmed many liberals and made them envious. Wait, what? Some of the party have likened him to the right-wing firebrand Tucker Carlson or even streamer Nick Fuentes, known for his praise of Hitler and attacks on organized Jewry. He's broken with at least one significant Jewish ally, Ethan Klein, a progressive YouTuber with his own history of incendiary comments, used to host a podcast about the left with Piker. That ended shortly after October 7th. When Klein, who was married to an Israeli, sharply diverged from Piker on Israel Today, Piker posted memes comparing Klein to Senator John Fetterman, the Democrats whose sharply pro-Jewish views the left sees as traitorous. But others see him in the potential to achieve an elusive goal, the Joe Rogan of the left. Largely male, disaffected voters to the Democrats through the force of his own charisma and unfiltered opinions. Jewish New York Times columnist Ezra Klein recently joined several other prominent liberal pundits in encouraging engagements with Piker and said the Twitch streamer was an anti-Zionist, not a Jew hater. Last week, Piker appeared on a Times Opinion podcast as a political commentator to argue in favor of a petty theft as a form of political protest. Look, man, I extended the olive branch. I tried to have a normal conversation. If they want to turn this into a hit piece, then, whatever. The big reason why I did this, for the record, was because I reached out to them so that we could do an interview. We talked for like an hour and a half. I gave them more than an hour of my time. And there's very little of the conversations that we had that are in this piece at all. It's just like boom, 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 hit after hit. Now, the irony, of course, is that the reason why I wanted to have this conversation, I wasn't expecting them to write a puff piece. But the reason why I wanted to have this conversation was because I was like issuing a warning, okay? Basically rehashing some of the warnings that I made at the Oxford Union speech, right? The exact same warnings that I gave at the Oxford Union speech that I thought I could reiterate to the Jewish Telegraphic Agency that has a lot of older Jewish readers who would perhaps understand like where I'm coming from, number one, even if they don't agree with me, and recognize why so many young American Jews also no longer agree with them, see Israel in a different way, right? Warning to them just sounds like a threat. No, the warning is that anti-Semitism is rising, and it's because of Israel. It's because a lot of Jewish institutions do present themselves unified in support of Israel. And you are teaching non-Jews in the United States of America and in the Western world the wrong lesson, a lesson that only foments anti-Semitism. It was two different things I wanted to talk about, which I tried to talk about. The conflation between Zionism and Judaism from our perspective, from the perspective of people in this community, both, young American Jews and non-Jews alike, like anti-Zionists in general, and why they hold the opinions that they hold about Israel and why it has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. You might not agree with that at the end of the day. You might not necessarily agree with that, but I think it's good to hear that perspective, right? Ultimately, it doesn't really matter, right? This is not this doesn't matter at all, because most people that are in the readership already have a negative opinion of me. So this only adds on to the fucking pile. It's not going to change anything, right? Hold on. Door. It's not the Mossad. Doors closed. Okay. Yehuda Kurtzer, founder of the liberal Zionist think tank, the Shalom Hartman Institute, disagrees with Klein to welcome Piker. He argues means embracing the changing of the goalposts in the acceptability of Jew hatred in liberal societies. Either way, Piker doesn't just want outreach. He wants to convince people of his positions. Chief among them is the Democratic Party should become explicitly anti-Israel. If there was a real expression of democracy in this country, yes, the Democratic Party would be the anti-Israel party, he told JTA. When it comes to his positions on the future of Israel itself, Piker described his ultimate goal as a secular, solitary state where everyone has equal rights and equal representation, Jews, Muslims, Christians alike. A state that would come with the Palestinian right to return, a Truth and Reconciliation Committee, and some form of reparations. But he was open, he said, to a binational solution in the region in the interim period, even if it's not the most moral from my perspective. He dismissed concerns that his vision would put Jews at risk. Once Palestinians were fully integrated into Israeli security apparatus, he said, they would simply have no further need for Hamas. He told JTA, I didn't say that. I said once Palestinians were fully integrated into the state, that there would be no need for militant resistance, or rather, if there was militant resistance, they would be treated as criminals in the regular criminal justice system. He told JTA that he sees himself as committed to combating anti-Semitism on his terms. In the conversation, he condemned some behavior that others on the left have justified or even celebrated. Anti-Semitism still exists. Heinous hate crime still exists in the country, right? Synagogues being attacked, painting swastikas on the side of Hillel buildings, all this stuff. This is real anti-Semitism, and it's horrifying for people to experience because they're like, I want to go to my place of worship with my family, and now I'm worried that someone could just ram their car into it. No one should have to live like that. Yet he didn't walk back any of his earlier statements. He has previously apologized for referring to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred. Then there was the matter of anti-Semitism on the left. When first asked about it, he acknowledged its existence in softer terms. It is undeniable that there's been a shift for sure where people think People, I think, are not as careful in their expressions of the way that they communicate on these issues, he said. But he also described it largely as downstream effect of pro-Israel lobbying and American Jewish organizations that he said have created a force tying Judaism to Israel. Was that also true for the self-proclaimed anti-Zionist who said the Temple Israel and Michigan attack last month was a legitimate target for a man whose brother had been killed in an Israeli strike? Or the ones who were celebrating the murders of the Israeli embassy staffers outside of the Capitol Jewish Museum last year? I don't believe that, by the way. I don't think it's a legitimate target, for the record, Piker responded. On his stream the day of the Temple Israel attack, he declared there's no justification for fucking trying to go into a synagogue and murdering kids. He chalked up left-wing anti-Semitism in part to it being much easier to get Americans on board with just hating entire populations than to actually be anti-imperialist, anti-genocide, and anti-fascist, unfortunately. But then he again said the biggest reason is the downstream effect of pro-Israel lobbying, along with, as he puts it, a lot of the Jewish advocacy organizations that claim to be Jewish advocacy organizations, but simply are Israel advocacy organizations, like the ADL and numerous others. Young people are upset with Israel's treatment of Palestinians, he said, are being taught by such messaging that they must be anti-Semitic, and some of them wind up believing it. Okay, good. At least they put this part in the fucking article later down the line. It creates an environment of panic and hysteria that serves the interests of Israel, he said. And I think it's actually not beneficial for American Jews at all. He acknowledged that not everyone on the left seemed to think that fighting anti-Semitism was a moral imperative. This will come across as maybe messed up, he prefaced. But the attitude from some is anti-Semitism is a problem. However, it's nowhere near as large as a problem as Islamophobia is. When it comes to his fans, he said, some people say, why should we care about this? He was not one of those people, he insisted, even if, in his estimation, anti-Semitism is no longer a systemic form of discrimination in America the way it had been in the pre-war period. Piker believes his stated interest, pre-war, by that I mean World War II or even post-World War II. I don't know why he said pre-war. I don't know if he thinks I meant like post-October 7 or something. I'm talking about like anti-Semitism used to be a systemic form of discrimination in the United States of America, but it's no longer the case. Piker believes his stated interest in fighting anti-Semitism sets him apart from anti-Israel streamers on the far right, including Fuentes, the avowed white supremacist Hitler fan, to whom a growing number of Jewish and political figures are comparing him. In Piker's case, his record speaks for itself. The same with Nick Fuentes. I don't need to go into detail about who they are or what they represent, Ted Deutsch, head of American Jewish Committee, told Jewish Insider last month. Neither of them belongs in the middle of the political process as a result of candidates choosing to put them there. Piker is insulted by the comparison to Fuentes. He thinks Jewish groups consider him a threat precisely because he's not Fuentes. That means, he said, that they may see him as a more persuadable, rational influence on young Jews. Nick Fuentes, we both know, is a neo-Nazi. He's a Holocaust denier, right? He's horrible. His worldview is repulsive, Piker said. He's not going to be able to get Jonathan Greenblatt's nieces and nephews to really reconsider their relationship with Israel. An ADL official sharply disputed Piker's characterization. The organization is warning about Piker, said Oren Segal, the ADL senior vice president. I love that line is now in the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. ADL senior vice president of counter-extremism and intelligence, because his praise of groups like Hamas and Hezbollah is normalizing them for his audience. I don't think Hasan Piker is offering a nuanced understanding. He's celebrating them. I mean, his favorite flag is Hezbollah, Segal said. He's giving them a voice and legitimacy, and I think that many in the Jewish community are concerned about. Is that unreasonable for people to be concerned when they hear that type of language? I don't think it is. First of all, you don't just say my language is concerning. You say I'm the most repulsive Jew hater in America. So don't fucking back down now. Okay, you're the ADL. You have put a target on me, a much larger target, as a matter of fact, than you have over Nick Fuentes. I'm just addressing why that's the case. Okay. Segal also rejected the claim that the ADL and other Jewish groups were contributing to anti-Semitism. As when Piker said, they're fomenting more anti-Semitic tendencies among the population by consistently refusing to separate American Jews from the state of Israel. Segal said that the view ignores the various ways in which we're combating anti-Semitism every day. He added, it's like saying an oncologist causes cancer. The ADL monitors hate of all ideologies, tracks in response to anti-Semitic incidents, and conducts research into anti-Semitism. But the group has also pulled back on some civil rights work following criticism from the right. And Greenblatt has, oh my God, JTA is even cooking the ADL a little bit. Greenblatt has defined anti-Semitism as a form of anti-Zionism as a form of anti-Semitism. A move that reportedly angered members of his own staff, some of whom quit the organization over what they say was an overt emphasis on pro-Israel advocacy. But Piker believes he's far from the fringe of sentiments among Democrats and even Jewish Democrats when it comes to his views on Israel. There's evidence of discontent on the front. A recent survey from the Jewish Federations of North America showed that about 7% of Jews overall defined as anti-Zionist. Almost as many tell posters are Orthodox, and that figure was twice as high for Jews under 35. To that end, he said, he wants to build coalitions with liberal Zionists, the same group he had disparaged as liberal Nazis. Both his political hero, Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, and up-and-comer he's intrigued by, Georgia Senator John Ossoff, are Jews who have voted to condition aid to Israel, even if they're broadly supportive of a two-state solution. That's fine with Piker, despite the fact that he once said you shouldn't even let someone be a fucking local dog catcher if they've exhibited any sort of positive feelings about the state of Israel. He told JTA he likes the stances that politicians like Sanders and Ossoff have taken to move the dialogue on the issue. He insists that despite his strong language, he doesn't see litmus tests the same way as many of his cohort do post-October 7, as more and more on the left have taken to freezing out Zionists from coalitions, not to mention public society in general. I'm a pragmatic person, he said. The way I see Palestine as a litmus test is not to say, oh, if you're not fully on board with this, you're evil and repulsive, and therefore I can never align with you in any meaningful capacity. Instead of insisting on anti-Zionists, he said he looks for people who have sympathies that I think don't stand in the way of the conversation further into a more productive place, moving the conversation further into a more productive place. He pointed to the reaction of young Jews he knew in Georgia who were outraged after more than 50 Jewish groups, including several synagogues in the ADL, penned an open letter criticizing Ossoff's vote in 2024 to stop certain arms sales to Israel. There are people who are like, what is this? This doesn't represent me at all. Why are you using my name? Why are you using my religion to take this stance that I find to be unconscionable, he said. Piker is convinced that the Democratic Party wouldn't lose its strong base of Jewish supporters even if it became full-bore anti-Israel party. Liberal Jews, he thinks, would simply decide that their other concerns outweigh Israel. American Jews are American. If they were Israeli, they would live in Israel, Piker said. At the end of the day, American Jews have American problems, right? And I don't think Israel is as high of a priority. Perhaps I'm wrong, he mused. For many American Jews, they might even say, Hasan, how dare you say this? You don't know this. That's not the case. It's very important for me. And they'll go and vote for American-related issues. He pointed to the election of New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, whom he had hosted on his stream, as a case in point. What the fuck is this? Cancel. As an estimated 1/3 of city's Jews voted for him, according to exit polls. Fundamentally, Piker believes anti-Semitism is a distraction for the left. If you see what Israel is doing to be a problem, as I do, and you want to solve this problem, you have to dial in on the actual root of this problem, he said. And I find that anti-Semitism oftentimes is moving people to focus on Jewish people rather than the actual issue itself. Isn't he being disingenuous? ? After all, he talks about the movement building and claiming to fight anti-Semitism while also saying things he knows most Jews will consider anti-Semitic. No, I don't think so, he said, though he later added that he does fully understand why many Jews consider him anti-Semitic. That's why I'm having this conversation. He signed off soon after, popping up a few minutes later on his Twitch stream for the start of another session. His fans were tuned in early, waiting for him. I can't believe how much we talked. And they did put, yeah. Noah thinks it was a lot more hostile than he expected as well. It's funny because we were yucking it up. We were laughing. We were laughing around. I even joked and said, you know, people are going to yell at me for doing this, but I think more people are going to yell at you. On your side. And maybe he listened to what I had to say, and that's why he turned around and wrote a much more hostile article so that people wouldn't yell at him. I don't think you should have said that the last part. You were way too conciliatory. No, I mean, I had this conversation with Peter Beinart as well, where, look, from my estimation, there are a lot of Americans that have racist opinions, white supremacist opinions. It's not... You know, the way I see it is the same, okay? You got to convince racist people not to be racist. Zionism is a racist ideology, okay? And if there are liberal Zionists out there who are not going to set up hurdles in front of anti-Zionists in their organizing efforts, then I'm not going to immediately cast them aside. I'm not going to go after them first, okay? That's it. In this country, there are a lot of powerful people who are unbelievably supportive of Israel. Okay? A lot of them are not Jewish. Plenty of Jewish people also are pro-Israel, however, to varying degrees. I think it's fine. Hopefully, if they get to the end of the article, they'll see it. They'll see like the good stuff because he really fucking hammers on. Brace is selling you out for Bitcoin. He said I should be killed. He says capital should be killed, and the mainstream media gives him a platform. It's so disgusting. Will betray for 7 Bitcoin. DM. Hi, I'm writing this to let you know my wish is for you to have Brace Belden, aka Racial Jake, on the broadcast. Now that you're in New York, the concrete jungle where dreams are made of, it would be great to have some firsthand eyewitness accounts from the White House Correspondents' Dinner incident on there. Usually I'm in the chat being a nice and cute chatter, City, but today I ask you to make this happen, please. Peepo Shy. Anyways, much love and many thanks, Hassel. Yeah, half the article. I mean, it's kind of boring to just like do a sit down with me for like almost 2 hours and then just like put all of the other hit pieces that already exist in the fucking ether in that article, you know? Kind of sad, but what are you going to do? You need to move to New York purely to provide your platform to Brace Belden. Thanks. Racial Jake, a.k.a. Pisspick Granddad, a.k.a. the Gay Pussy Eater, a.k.a. the Gourmand. Editor boxed out hard. I mean, I could see that. Oh, yeah. Mike from Taiwan had a good lock here. Let's be real. He did. Yeah, Cold Force, it seems, was he might have been a straight up Sex Pestiny fan, unironically. The fuck? Oh. Yeah, this is a Ukraine-Israel kind of guy, I think. I thought he might be one of the Ukraine-Palestine kinds of guys, but it turns out I think he's a Ukraine-Israel kind of guy. The problem is they don't understand like that. They understand it as if you're saying you're kind of anti-Semitic, so don't give them anything. Okay, man, I'm 34-year-old media professional. Okay, I've been doing this for 10 years. Thank you for your concern, but I think I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing because my policy is being honest unconditionally in an uncompromising manner, even if it offends the sensibilities of those who oppose me ideologically, those who don't understand what I'm trying to do, those who don't understand what I'm trying to say, even those who are aligned with me, right? That's it. Yeah, he's a Brianna Pooh fan as well. I know, which was really funny because Brianna Wu was the one who was chirping, being like, he's definitely a free Palestine guy. Your new setup sucks. Wait, why? I think it's dope. It looks nice, no? Look, I got books behind me. Got a bottle of wine, a book that says New York, which is where I'm at. New York, New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. That kind of thing. There's nothing you can't do. Needs more ducks. Okay. Yeah, I retweeted this one. I was being a little petty here. I bet $1 million he's free Palestine. Cold Force retweets Brianna Wu. My position on Gaza is nuanced. My position on what's happening to Jews at home is not. This is no different than the KKK setting fire to crosses in black people's yards in my home state of Mississippi. Yeah, it turns out this guy was a Brianna Wu fan who quote retweeted Brianna Wu comparing the Free Palestine movement to the Klan. Don't listen to them. There's a John Mersheimer type background. You seem studious. Thank you. Why do so many people tell a 34-year-old man how to do his job? Some people out of annoyance, some out of parasocial desires, others out of an attempt to help. I know I'm fucking annoyed. It's unexpected. Honest reporting from pro-Israel media org. Like, how are you surprised? I'm not. I knew it was going to be contentious. I didn't realize that, look, when you give a journalist 2 hours of your time on an interview, on an exclusive that no other outlet has gotten, right? They need to, they would most likely use the information that they receive from said exclusive. He chose to basically use like 3 quotes from our 2-hour conversation and then slam the first half with like Daily Mail style editorialized hit pieces. It's just, it's a testament to, I guess, the way I held my own in that conversation. He was a fan of yours, haters. Yeah. Yeah, no, he was. He was a fan of all my fucking haters. He was pro-Israel to the fucking bone, by the way. Yeah. Anyway, not that it fucking matters, because obviously the truth doesn't matter, and people are still running with the fact that this guy who literally fucking hated me was exactly the type of liberal that despises me, that ironically was talking about how violent my rhetoric is these past couple of weeks because they're pro-Israel, they're Israel first liberals. It is unfucking believable that those, what is it? Is Cash Patel sitting behind you in the cuck chair? Lower the camera so we can see him, please. Very important. Okay, don't do that right now. All right. Unfortunately, it seems about 80% of the article is written / decided before a conversation. Yeah, but, it is what it is. Guys, it doesn't matter. You understand? It doesn't fucking matter. Jewish Telegraphic Agency writing another like Hasan is bad, Hasan is anti-Semitic article doesn't do anything in the sea of, a million of those articles. Jewish Telegraphic Agency writing an article, putting my quotes and the things I'm saying in a less contentious, or at least like more, I expect it to be contentious, but I also expect the Jewish Telegraphic Agency to be a little bit more, a little less editorialized, right? So there is very little to lose here. There was very little to lose here from my perspective. Do you understand? A little bit more professional is my expectation. I thought it would be a little bit more professional. Who reads the Jewish Telegraphic Agency? It distributes its article to almost every single Jewish newspaper in the country. It's an aggregator. It has made defending you so extremely easy. All I have to say is you hate the guy that all the pro-Israel guys hate. So are you pro-Israel too? Is so effective. I mean, it is true though. Most of those people that fucking hate me are pro-Israel, and that's a big part of the reason why they hate me. They'll lean into other shit. They'll be like, no, you don't understand. I hate him for this reason. I hate him for that reason. But let's be real. The real reason is because of Israel. There are a lot of people who are pro-Israel and increasingly more ashamed to admit that they're pro-Israel now that it's like a non-starter for many people, right? So they just have to like lean into other stuff. They'll be like, no, you don't understand. I hate him for this reason. I hate him for that reason. Let's be real. Let's have a normal conversation. All of those other reasons that you're bringing up are still usually fake unless you're right wing, at which point, yeah, you know, it's totally fair for you to fucking hate me. I say a lot of shit about right wingers, Nazis, and the like that are, you know, not going to be well received by Nazis. But if you're a liberal and you say you hate me, it's most likely because either you've been duped by a clip out of context by people who are malign actors, or you have a personal disagreement with oftentimes my position on Israel, and you're too afraid to admit that that is the real point of contention. Back in the day, you were readily admitting that shit, and now you're not. You get slandered as a terrorist, and your haters get labeled as an expert. It's all a joke, Lamau. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's Fox News. Come on. He was a turbo lube who also sucked at political analysis. I know he was turbo lube the fuck up. We already covered that. We'll look at all of his statements first. Let's look at another Fox News hit piece, and then we'll get into what the shooter's actual beliefs were.
So much when I hear that, and he's so not alone in this kind of rhetoric, is that it excuses away a violent, horrific crime, and also can inspire those who are unstable and ready to take action because they hear it as orders.
They hear it as orders, and I think that a lot of the folks that listen to that little waste of space twerp, Hasan Piker, they don't understand that he's monetizing this, by the way. So he's saying these things that maybe he believes, maybe he doesn't, maybe he adds an extra layer of filth on it for a little more money. They're making money off of saying these disgusting things, right? And so he sits there in his little podcast mic, and to me, he's a worthless waste of space. However, the First Amendment protects his right to be a worthless waste of space. That's why it's incumbent upon parents now more than ever to know what your kids are watching, to have honest discussions at home, make sure that they're not watching people like that and getting horrible ideas.
Little twerp is pretty funny. I'm 6'4", 240 pounds. Okay. There are not that many guys that look like me on the Republican side. Let's be real. Okay. Calling me a fucking little twerp is very funny. Michael Fusco Art, thank you for the 50 bones. God damn. Is it 50? 67 bones. 67. Oh, God. I'm sorry.
Ideas in their head. I understand if you're 31 years old, your parents aren't going to have a lot of influence, but we need to have parents when kids are younger and most impressionable, making sure they know what their kids are consuming.
Yeah, and also there's this celebration culture over just the idea of something happening to the president and others in his administration.
And mockery.
And mockery. And Joey, there's this business you were going to tell us about in Wisconsin, kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah, so on that topic, I mean, you saw the things that came out about Charlie Kirk and how people mocked his death. And then you look over at President Trump, who I guess is enemy number one for them. And that's the problem, is that's what they truly believe. Right. There's this guy's name is Kirk Bangstad. He owns a brewery in Wisconsin. It's called the Minocqua Brewing Company in Wisconsin. This is their tweet. It says, well, we almost got hashtag Free Beer Day. Either a brother or sister in the resistance needs to work on their marksmanship, or he faked another assassination to get a positive news cycle. We'll never know. Regardless, we stand at the ready to pour free beer the day it happens. Cheering for, hoping for, offering an incentive to kill the president of the United States. This isn't just a brewery owner. This guy is running or ran for the State Assembly District 34 against a Republican. He's also, there are videos of him laughing, cutting it up with his friend who is a leading Democrat for the Wisconsin gubernatorial race. So that's how deep this goes. I mean, just like with Hasan Piker, the difference with President Trump is when he has a Nick Fuentes come into Mar-a-Lago and somebody says, hey, this is who this really is, he tells him to get out. He doesn't.
Okay. Yeah, Donald Trump dined with Nick Fuentes, who's a fucking actual neo-Nazi. I'm an open socialist, okay? I don't think socialism and Nazism are even remotely on the same fucking wavelength. There's no moral equivalence between the two, okay? That's number one. Perhaps that's the reason why I don't shy away from saying my personal ideology, okay? And he does. But the fact that he just brought this up makes it so like the fact that he brought this up on his own is so strange to me. He's like, well, you know, the president dined with the neo-Nazi and he was criticizing it. It's like, yeah, of course I am, because I'm anti-Nazi. I don't think the Democrats should be anti-socialist or anti-communist. I think that's fucking idiotic.
They dangle the carrot of, oh, you can reach these people. President Trump has a hard line, and it's not to consort with people that do these types of things.
Well, don't forget 8647. You know, Cardinal Comey's discovery out on a beach.
Just a prior FBI director.
Yeah, just happened to be wandering down a beach and see something like that. Again, if you play footsie with these ideas, I think you nailed it. You never know how some people will receive that information. They may see someone joking about it, whether it's a podcaster or someone else making light of the fact that there have been these attempts, oh, they just barely missed him. Someone else might get out there and decide, well, I won't. And this is the real sickness that's engulfed our political discourse in this country. We've got to stop it, and stop it now, because I'm really concerned, not just while he's in office. This may continue even after he's out of office, and this is not what we want for our country, because it won't just be this president, it'll be the next and the next if we don't nip this in the bud now.
Yeah, and Tommy, one last thing. I'm so concerned about the putting these suspects on pedestals, and I'm concerned that's coming as well.
Yeah, for some dark corners of the
Blanche, Patel, and Perot are live.
Weekend, they held signs that read "Death to Tyrants." And then you have leftist influencer Hasan Piker. He remains popular among Democrats,
what the fuck
even
is
as
this?
he faces backlash.
Wait.
Disregard the obvious.
Why can't I see the video?
Talk to O's, the man.
Wait, I don't know what you just linked me. Yeah, you linked me the wrong thing. But anyway, while we're waiting on that, here, let's take a look. This fucking moron, another sexpestiny orbiter, is straight up lying on the fucking timeline. Okay? Straight up lying on the timeline. The recent shooter was a Hasanoid, by the way. Nah, he hated Hasan. He was a fan of your circle. Why wouldn't you just own this revolutionary action against the bourgeoisie? Why are you straight up lying about this, says Andrew Mercado? I'm sorry, are you fucking taking Ben Shapiro's side here? You're an R-worded communist. Don't appear under my tweets again. Straight up saying he'd rather be aligned with Ben Shapiro than someone like myself, okay? And I wasn't going to do this, okay? I wasn't going to fucking unleash the faucet of true information about the shooter's background. But if there's anyone who this shooter had sympathies towards, it's you, you fucking idiot. It's your ilk, okay? It's your radical centrist, pro-Israel Democrat ilk that this shooter was a major fan of. The classic Ukrainian flag in the bio, slammed next to the Israeli flag in the bio type liberal that we've all seen on the fucking timeline, many of which who have actually deleted at least the Israeli flag from their bios in shame, even though they still hold tremendous sympathy, okay? And guess what? I said, not only did the shooter retweet criticism of me claiming I was promoting antisocial behavior on his way to kill the president, he also was a major supporter of pro-Israel liberals who spent the last 2 months claiming I was fomenting violence, Lamau, which is, once again, 100% true. Look, Cold Force, red triangles may as well just write bot in their username. I refuse to believe they are all real, and that's stupid. He's talking about red triangle in the pro-resistance Twitter. Retweeting no opinion. The Palestine protesters are, functionally speaking, Republicans. Retweeting Elon A. Levy, again, the spokesperson for the Foreign Ministry of Israel at the time. of his retweeting. This fake report literally sparked riots. Irresponsible reporting costs lives. Retweeting Olivia Giuliana. It isn't inappropriate behavior. It's rape. He's a rapist. He's a child rapist. Again, correct statement from Olivia Giuliana that's being retweeted by Cold Force here. But retweeting Brianna Wu. My position on Gaza is nuanced. My position on what's happening to Jews at home is not. This is no different than the KKK. Talking about the pro-Palestinian cause, equating the pro-Palestinian cause to the fucking Klan, okay? Do you feel like this guy was a fan of mine? Or do you feel like this guy is literally one of the people that was unironically claiming that I was fomenting revolutionary violence in this fucking country for the past 3 months, or at least for the past 2 months? Guess what? We don't need to speculate because he literally did quote retweet someone saying I was a fucking grifter who has no sincere beliefs, who just wants to promote antisocial behavior on his way to kill the fucking president. So I know exactly who this guy is because I've been dealing with exactly this guy for the past fucking 3 months. Retweet at Brianna Wu. America having the most lethal military on earth is why your superior Western values win and not a theocracy and autocracy. Retweeting Dylan Burns. Ukraine's breaking the Russian naval blockade is one of the least covered victories of the war. Okay, that one is fine. That's like, not that crazy. Sarah Longwell. What is this? Or what? I don't know what this is. This might be anti-Sarah Longwell, to be fair. I'm sorry, but I'm not just going to give up. Retweeting Troubleman90, another one of my ops. I'm sorry, but I'm not just going to give up the last 85 years of... Dude, I want editors to post the show the retweets that he's retweeting with posts of what these guys have said about me in the last 3 months. Okay? It took 1 second of me hearing this motherfucker's voice from a 2017 news hit to know that this guy was one of those like radical centrist liberals. Okay? I'm sorry, but I'm not going to give up on the last 85 years of civil rights and put my voting rights in jeopardy because 1% of the population of Michigan is upset over a decades-long conflict on the other side of the world that has nothing to do with me or my community. Yes, idiot, 1,000% yes. Simply voting would have saved this man. 6 conservatives on the Supreme Court refused to refuse to stop the executioner explicitly because y'all didn't vote. Harm reduction voter, maximum harm reduction voter. Adam Schiff barely beat his Republican opponent in the primary. I do not have confidence that he can win this seat in November. Therefore, I'm calling for Adam Schiff to step out of the race and allow party insiders to pick a new Senate nominee. Like, he was a massive Troubleman90 fan. What does Troubleman90 have to say? Virtually every single person that has been handshaking with the Republicans for the past 3 months almost now, claiming that I am responsible for the political violence of this country. This guy was your guy. This guy was a major fan of you. He was retweeting all of your fucking tweets. What do you say to that? He fucking hated me. He hated me. He loved you and he hated me. What the fuck do you have to say about that now? Huh? Unlike you, on the other hand, I don't think you are the reason why he did this thing, okay? Because I'm not a fucking asshole and I'm not a fucking idiot. But it's unbelievable that there are still people out there. Unbelievable that there are still people out there trying to be like, oh, this guy was a Hasan fan, leaning into the fucking right-wing Republican propaganda. The growing chorus of Democrats raising questions about whether Trump won legitimately is now too big to simply ignore. Oh, he was saying, or what? To Sarah Longwell saying, no, you should actually... because he was an election denier. Okay, the guy Cold Force, he was like literally blue anon. He was the guy I was making fun of early on. Yeah, Destiny's community is now saying the attempt is based since they can no longer claim he was one of yours. Yeah, because these guys don't give a shit about anything. They don't care about anything. They're not serious political actors. All they care about is doing Gamergate-style disparagement campaigns against one person, me. That's it. That's all they give a fuck about. I know it sounds insane, but that's all this is. It blows my fucking mind, but that's literally all it is. Retweeting Kraut, even Kraut. The guy that people keep saying gave himself, like castrated himself or something, and then blamed tankies. I don't even know what that means. I remember in 2017, everyone was just like, oh, he won't be that bad. I was one of them. And then he was even worse. I mean, he was fucking tapped into the centrist libtard Twitter. Like, he was tapped the fuck in. If you're retweeting random irrelevant former Nazi fucking now turned reactionary liberal content creators, if you're retweeting them, like, you're out of your fucking mind. You can make out the $1 million check to The Nation magazine. Thank you for your attention to this matter. A, this is a screenshot. B, do you understand this was back when I believed your side lies? Don't make me defend and own the things I've said. I don't defend this. I educated myself and changed my mind after October 7th. This tweet is from 2024. Please make the arrangements to send $1 million check to The Nation. Oh my God. Brianna Wu is unbelievably disingenuous and so fucking stupid. Election denier, but voting would have saved us. Castrate self with CBT, blame the tankies. That's what the Kraut guy does, right? I can't believe this guy's Reddit account was seemingly the most like boring one. Yeah. This is the guy he was retweeting. Okay? This is the guy he was fucking retweeting nonstop. Here's a video of Hasan saying Kamala and Trump are the exact same. Notice how passionate he is. He truly believed this deep in his heart evil. Yeah, on the issue of Gaza. Okay? Sucks to suck, but it's fucking true. Yes, Brianna Wu is so fucking stupid that she's trying to say that her tweet equating pro-Palestinian protesters, campus protesters of the Klan is actually a pro-Palestinian tweet. Like, think about how insane these people are. Think about how fucking insane these people are. One of their guys goes out and tries to assassinate the president, and they're like, yeah, this must still be the radical left. These liberals fully admit they only care about you. What is this? I've been pretty clear about what I think about Piker's rhetoric, and I have mentions to prove it. But I do have an important observation about Piker. He's not the president of the United States. He's a Twitch streamer 80% of Americans haven't heard of. It's not the same. 100% agree. The reason I talk so much about Hasan is because I can't change the evil shit Trump does, but I can bully Hasan Piker and make him sad. So I engage in the activity that allows me to have a quantifiable positive impact in the world. Dude, you have to have zero self-reflection if you thought that posting this would somehow make you look cool or good. That's unbelievable. This is the most pathetic tweet I've ever fucking read in my entire life. You just openly admitted that you obsess over me because you have no fucking power. You recognize your powerlessness with the hopes that it might actually make me sad. Why would it make me sad? I'd be mad as hell if I looked like a Faz baby too. Oh my God. I mean, yeah, he not only behaves like a toddler, acting out, but he also looks like a toddler. But it's just, that's a crazy thing. It's not going to work, buddy. It's not going to work. You are not even remotely the most consequential hater that I have. They don't think it's loser shit to do this. 1K likes, they're just smelling each other's farts. Yeah, but that's not even reaching like any salience here. This is not reaching any prominence either. Also, yeah, when you look like this, when you behave like this, you can't really bully anybody. Why do you want to be a bully anyway? But I guess this is like, I guess this is your opportunity to try and bully someone on the internet. I don't know. It's very strange, but, you know, I got bigger fish to fry here. I got fucking more consequential people to deal with, like the motherfucking entire Republican Party's media apparatus or an entire country's propaganda apparatus, the country of Israel. Well, I guess the country of America, too. Let's be real. Republican media is literally fucking state media. So that does make sense. Like, you should use, to the liberals who come in here who are hate watching, like, please use all of the anger, angst, animosity you have towards more productive goals. Okay? Goals that will help you out in the long run. Lean into political organizing. Go outside. Please, Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is funny. Julian from Dropsite says, okay, fine, the shooter didn't like Hasan, whose rhetoric thus couldn't have played any role in motivating the attacks. But why would Hasan say things that would make the shooter hate him? Will Hasan condemn himself for making the shooter more angry than he already was? Yeah. It's unbelievable that this guy, it comes out that this guy is like straight up a fucking radical centrist, pro no opinion, like Ukrainian flag, Israeli flag in the bio type guy. Okay. Why is there no community note for Benny? Oh, this? Yeah, I saw. That's a lie. But hey, if you curse a lot, maybe people won't notice that you promote stealing, murder, terrorism, and communism from your multi-million-dollar mansion while zapping your dog. Yeah, he got fucking ratioed into oblivion. He was butthurt. Ben Shapiro posted this over Bernie Sanders' tweet. So I said, a literal terrorist credited you for his radicalization, you fucking loser. Which is true. And then he went, you zap your dog. I think there's a bigger story here about how your haters, especially since October 7, have been feeding their audiences an ahistorical alternative universe that radicalizes them to them being brain-dead liberals like Cole Allen. Yeah. I was kind of surprised this morning, even the dude at work that would salute the flag with his hat over his heart, with a single tear rolling down his cheek, while Trump cucked his wife, saying, thank you, sir, thought the White House Correspondents' Dinner was staged. Yeah, of course. Good luck. Yeah, this guy, Evan responds, you'd rather ally with Ben Shapiro than a communist? Unironically, yes. Because unlike the people further to the right of Ben, like Jack Posobiec or Libs of TikTok or any of the ride or die Trump dick suck, Shapiro is not nearly as toxic as any communist or anarchist or tanky or left populist or whatever. That's it. He doesn't realize what he's admitting here, but this is not actually favorable. Okay? You will never be able to convince a Barbara or a Deborah of this reality. Okay? Go talk to any white suburbanite Barbara or Deborah over the age of 65 that's a lifelong Democratic Party voter or recent Democratic Party voter, that the Antifa guys, the guys that wear the black masks that go after neo-Nazis and whatnot, or the pro-Palestinian crowd are not their allies, but Ben Shapiro is, and watch their reaction. Those Barbaras and Deborahs will load up socks filled with batteries and beat you to death with it, okay? What the fuck are you talking about? These people unironically have real smoke for the Republican Party. The idea that you could just convince them that you have better allegiances with a goddamn fascist like Ben Shapiro, a pro-Israel fascist like Ben Shapiro, over people like myself who have not only worked alongside Democrats their entire fucking lives, but still continue to do so, is unbelievable. You have lost your fucking mind. You are engaging in Hasan derangement syndrome. That's what it is. You only arrive at this conclusion if your brain is poisoned by what you see online. I think some of these people are unbelievably unsalvageable. They've lost their dang minds so much. They've received an unlimited amount of like Hasan Piker is the most evil person on the planet style of commentary. And therefore, it's impossible for them to think clearly on this issue. They're just meat riding into oblivion, not realizing that that they don't have any fucking coalition in the liberal side. Does this mean that they owe you $1 million? Yeah. No, I told you. I bet $1 million he's free Palestine. He's not. I don't think these guys understand that. I don't think these guys understand where the actual population is. I don't think they understand where the resentments are for the independents. They think that if they present someone like myself in the worst light, that liberals will hate me and therefore hate the things I stand for, like Medicare for all, being anti-Israel, free college, like Bernie-style left populism. That's not going to happen. You might get a couple of them. You might convince a couple of them that I'm a bad person, but their attitude is not going to change. That's why Graham Plattner is fucking popping off in Maine right now, because Graham Plattner embodies all of those qualities, right? Graham Plattner is a candidate that is doing all that. Abdul El-Sayed is a candidate that is doing all that. And that's part of the reason why this kind of smear campaign, where I'm associated with people like Abdul El-Sayed, is not actually hurting the chances of these candidates. It's actually improving their standing. Because even with all of the negative pushback, even with all of the smears, it doesn't matter. People still go, hey, a lot of these people are yelling at this person because they're fucking... a lot of these people are yelling at this person because, you know, he's anti-Israel. I'm anti-Israel too. I've heard this kind of attack over and over again. I'm going to vote for the guy who's anti-Israel, who's like sincere on this issue. No, it's a personal issue with you. They don't have even 1% of the smoke for Zoran. It's an obsession. They're mad you were successful instead of their favorite streamer. Yeah, I mean, not all of these people are operating with the same fucking perspectives. But it's just crazy that these guys are like, these guys spent the past 2 months talking about how I'm fomenting hatred and fomenting instability and demanding violence. And then someone actually does, someone actually ends up doing the violence. They go, oh, see, we told you this is Hasan's fault, alongside the rest of the fucking Republican media infrastructure. Do you think the smear campaign is successful? Fuck no. Do you think it's successful? You have to remember. Yeah, I promise you, these pro-Israel people that are attacking you are going to save your image from those that have been tricked and fooled by that group, because no one is more vile than pro-Israel ghouls. Exactly. You think it's bad that fucking Fox News is making me the poster boy of like the American left, saying I'm a dangerous person? No, of course not. Of course not. There's tremendous negative polarization against Fox News when they fucking constantly posterize me every single day of the week. You think liberals that see that are going to be like, well, I agree with Fox News? No, of course not. Most liberals are not that insane. The ones that actually see the Fox News coverage and go, see, even Fox News is agreeing with me and presenting it as a positive, are people who are brain broken, who think that like that liberals will see the Fox News coverage and go, wow, I guess I agree with Fox News. It's not going to work that. It doesn't work that way. It does the opposite. Some of the people who say you incite violence are calling the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter based. Yeah, because they realize it's one of their guys. That's it. If the White House Correspondents' Dinner was a HasanAbi head, they would have been running around talking about how dangerous and how violent of a figure I am in American politics, because the people the people that do this don't have any real politics. Their politics just revolves around the personal envy and angst and animosity of their favorite sex pest cult operating streamer, Destiny. Many of these guys are just orbiters of Destiny, even after it came out in a fucking civil court case that he was procuring child sexual abuse material. Okay? These guys have not given up. A guy who can't even take care of his own son, whose own son came out as a fucking neo-Nazi, is supposedly converting young men. Get the fuck out of here. He's not converting them to anything. He's converting them into being his personal cult slaves. This is what 7 years of cyber stalking and cult building around fuck Hasan, nothing can change, does to people. They literally have no solutions or ideas. So as things get worse, they resort to idiotic violence because in America, that's all people with no organization have. Yes, ironically enough, my dad hates you. I told him you're debating Sean Hannity, and he said, I guess he can't be that bad. See? It's a nihilistic cult. Also, he tried to fight the courts calling him a pedo and was denied by the judge. I haven't even been following up on this. But anyway, what do I always say? Ironically enough, so much of the commentary revolving around my analysis over structural forms of violence and the anger that it creates in response to people experiencing these structural forms of violence is to do what? Is to take that anger and channel it into organizing, channel it into more productive things. And perhaps that's the reason why, because there is a real discernible North Star, a real goal in this movement of making necessary changes in American politics, that people don't engage in adventurism, which I routinely talk about being unbelievably unproductive and bad overall for any sort of serious political movement. I've never been a fan of decentralized forms of violence. And as a matter of fact, that fucking New York Times conversation literally revolved around that. Okay? Alonzo Grimandi, thank God there's like at least some intelligent people out there, you know, college professors and the like, that are aware of my commentary and aware of the things that I say, that he had a decent opinion on this. He says, in a well-oiled democracy, there'd be left-wing mainstream outlets showing you Hasan the Hun in that same podcast saying he does not endorse killing CEOs, or maybe clips from his own stream stating his views clearly. But not in a plutocracy like the U.S. That outlet does not exist. You are witnessing the U.S. political elites disciplining the public, making sure it does not dare get curious about his views or how the structural violence of the system itself, dying over lack of healthcare, is justified as inevitable or even fair, natural, when it shouldn't. Polite society demands you condemn political murder, not social murder. On the contrary, it justifies it as your personal responsibility. People affected pick up on that contradiction, but do not have the tools to express it coherently, so they simply celebrate the murder instead. Understanding this process, theoretically, and providing that framework for coherent expression is not moral justification. It never has been. And Hasan the Hun has been very clear about this. He has even stated he believes in labor organizing as the most effective pushback, which I brought up in that conversation in the New York Times, but not a single person talked about it, right? That's what's so frustrating about it, because a lot of people at the point of incitement will turn normal systemic critique into something it's not, an endorsement of, like, you know, wanton cruelty, or an endorsement of fucking going out and like murking CEOs in the fucking streets. Here's the problem, though. A lot of people hear that and see that and might not even necessarily disagree with it. You don't want to live in that world where you are unironically celebrating decentralized acts of violence. I don't want to live in that world. That world is chaotic. I want to live in a world where there's stability, where there's prosperity for all. That's my argument. So even if you think you are in the short term, thinking that you're disparaging a prominent critic of the nation state of Israel, or billionaires and the current oligarchy that we exist under, what you end up doing is refuse to create a more productive outlet for a lot of people, where they're just rudderless. They're left rudderless, and they experience all the chaos, and there's no way to interpret that chaos through a framework that actually forces them into more productive and more viable solutions to fix that fucking chaos. So then they behave in a chaotic manner. They retaliate in an unbelievably chaotic way. Bum rushing the motherfucking White House Correspondents' Dinner to try to fucking kill the president and members of the cabinet, except for Kash Patel. This is what happens when liberals experience the anger and the frustration and are left rudderless. They're left with no pressure valve. They're left with no vote that could potentially help them feel like they're moving in the direction of a discernible solution. Okay, they vote for regular centrist corpo Dems, and then those corpo Dems don't actually improve their material circumstances, so they're left more angry than they were before. You asked for this, shooter repost one of your haters. I know. I already covered it. One of my number one haters, the shooter was in agreement with, including on the issue of Israel, ironically enough. So this shooter was a pro Ukrainian flag, pro-NATO, pro-Israel guy. This shooter was more likely to fucking kill me than the motherfucking president, if we're being real, depending on like the level of animosity that he had, considering the communities that he was a part of on the internet. Anyway, this is not a radical viewpoint by a crazy podcaster either. These are pretty well cemented critical views of violence in the state. Marc Neocleus in Britain, Jacques Rancière in France, Joy James in the U.S., among many others, have made this point over and over again. So Hasan has clearly read them and done his homework. It's easy to pick up on his words if you know the literature. CNN, Fox News, and mainstream punditry either have not or have, but don't want people accessing these views. No, they don't. They don't do any fucking... Their worldview is unbelievably nearsighted. Their worldview is hermetically sealed in the neat little confines of neoliberalism. There is no world where they reach beyond that analysis. Back in the day, I think, right-wingers used to do that. Okay? They used to. I'm glad you were making a solid connection to the cyber stalkers who prepped all these hate clips over 7 years in hopes they'd reach mainstream media. Yeah, and now that it has, what has that done? Nothing. So please, I urge all of the cyber stalkers, it's been a 7-year process. Just give up and work on something more productive, please. I beg of you. I promise you, you will be healthier and happier. Funnily enough, the reason why the right wing has been able to do so well with culture wars is because Bannon read Gramsci and applied counter-hegemonic theory to culture war bullshit. I know. That's it. Bannon is one of the better read Republican demons, ironically enough. It's incredibly frustrating to see people, even people who frankly should know better, fall for the bad faith political operation to make you think this guy's a potential murderer and not someone who's simply translating foundational critical thought to a Gen Z Twitch audience. This guy is a perfect example of a liberal who refuses to see it. He could very easily put out a very quick vid clarifying he doesn't endorse killing CEOs, and right now it'd have no problem getting widely circulated. He probably doesn't endorse killing CEOs either, but it'd be death to the brand he's cultivated to admit that, like some school marm. He says it in the podcast, but no one is curious enough to watch it. Either that, or they're just ignoring it because it doesn't fit the narrative. A lot of these controversies have YouTube vids dedicated to them. A good example is the Rick Scott statements, and yet it's still brought up. Clearly, one of his 10 million dogged defenders should edit the clip down and push it out, like they couldn't, for some reason, do with his endorsement of Harris. I even added the time, 110, where he explains the Rick Scott comments in the first vid you get on his clip channel and type Rick Scott. The problem is people don't care to look, even when we present them with this. Thanks for the timestamping, but this doesn't say the Mangione killing was wrong. I was referring to the mention of him on a video of the Rick Scott and not the stop people, blah, 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 blah. I have to thank you for providing that citation from the very end of a new 35-minute show. You spent time researching that I wasn't willing to, so points to you. But that was an exceptionally weak, reluctant, one-word answer, arguably more on whether he'd do it than if it's right or wrong. See? When he is faced with what he was looking for, from the very same primary source, that same interview where they asked me straight up, would you kill a fucking CEO or do you endorse the killing of CEOs? I say, no. And he still goes, you spoon-fed it to me, but I still think it's weak. It's a goalpost shift, right? This guy isn't just dealing with some of you guys in the chat as well. He's dealing with Alonzo Guarmandi as well. Alonzo Guarmandi literally turns around. Guarmandi says, you mean this video with 146,000 views on YouTube alone, not his biggest audience, that not one media outlet has shared? You guys exist on a parallel reality where it is not on TV or in the YouTube channels of TV shows. It doesn't exist. Do the homework. You need to join the 21st century. He does not need to join the 20th. 20th century media will not show you the information you need to be informed. Ugh, did you have to show me a picture of it instead of linking to it? Yes, because the Nazi saluting owner of the Free Speech Absolutist website, blah, blah, blah. And then he links to it. A 40-minute clip? That's unfair. I've never been able to listen to Hasan Piker for more than 3 minutes at a time, even if I was only watching for the sake of his dog. If this is a big deal for him, he'd cut it down to 90 secs. No fair. Now that you linked it to me, well, it's too long. I don't wanna. I mean, he's not being lazy, by the way. That person is not being lazy. That person is being contentious. That person's goal is not to arrive at a productive conclusion here. That person's goal is not to arrive at the truth. That person's goal is to simply keep annoying people and win some sort of Pyrrhic victory in the process. Schrodinger's Presence, thank you for the 25 Tier 1 gifted subs. Yes, he is obtuse by design. This is what a lot of people do. Yeah, he's a Sex Destiny fan. Of course he is. He doesn't have, the thing about Destiny is he doesn't really have a large audience anymore, but he does have a very loyal cult. And many of his loyal cult are like in, neoliberal groups and things like that. So they get a lot more motion. Not him, but at least his like fans can brigade shit. They're always online and they create like an outsized influence that they do not actually have, right? What is this? Yeah. Oh, here it is. Yeah. He's just like constantly. It's controversial to say how much violence at large protests just outside of a border makes it too bad. Extremists of any sort can only view tragedies as opportunities. Yeah. He's a fucking fan of Destiny. It's just crazy because like, for an audience that claims to care about arriving at the truth through testing their ideologies in the marketplace of ideas, right? It's unbelievable when they're faced with like information that corrects the record. They go, nope. This professor of resistance history gives such a profound analysis.
Night, within just minutes after shots rang out at the White House Correspondents Association dinner where Trump was in attendance, Democrats were already posting that what had happened was an act of political violence that everyone must condemn. Even before anyone knew the name of the alleged shooter, Democrats across the establishment were telling you the same thing that Trump wants you to think about it. It's an act of political violence which has no place in a democracy. Well, that's all fair enough. But before we even know his name, they could tell you what was on his mind. Why be so quick about it? Why choose to immediately classify it as political violence? What work is that doing right now in our politics and political culture? We can start with this. It's not condemning political violence. It's creating a boogeyman they can invoke to set the terms of legitimate resistance. Hey folks, I'm Todd Sturmer. I'm a public historian and the author of A Resistance History of the United States. By the time I stopped counting, I had seen more than 50 posts from across the Democratic establishment. Senators, House members, governors, mayors, the operators around them, the talking heads who do the amplifying, all hitting the same 5 beats in more or less the same order. Express thanks that no one was harmed, salute law enforcement, classify what happened as political violence, condemn political violence, invoke democracy. Check your own feed right now. You're going to find it. The wording shifts a little. The priorities don't. They all got the same push alert. The first 2 beats are pro forma these days, like thoughts and prayers. But the last 3 are different. They're a choice, a particular choice, a coordinated choice, made before anyone could possibly know what had happened, all reaching for the same vocabulary at the same time. What makes the forced consensus so jarring is how wildly disconnected it is from the actual public conversation. While the establishment locked arms around their script, the rest of the country's feed fractured instantly into 2 competing realities. The right immediately seized on the chaos to argue this is exactly why Trump needs his $300 million secure ballroom. Meanwhile, massive segments of our public took one look at the breaking news and immediately asked whether the whole thing was staged. Those competing narratives, a reflexive grift on one side and the deep disbelief on the other, tells you a lot more about the actual state of our democracy than any coordinated social media posts. But here's something worth remembering about presidents getting shot at in this country. The famous lone wolf cases of the last 100 years or so have mostly not been driven by anything you would call a coherent political program. The clearest example happened at exactly the same place. John Hinckley fired 6 rounds at Reagan outside the Washington Hilton in 1981, trying to impress Jodie Foster. The pattern is not necessarily the absence of politics, but maybe the collapse of politics into fixation, pathology, parasocial obsession, and a grandiose belief that one person is the problem and removing them is the answer.
What is that Tylenol remote? It's the Dr. Jihad. It's the Dr. Jihad. The doctor is in session. Dr. Jihad has prescribed you to eat the Tylenol. The Tylenol that is a solution to all of your anxieties.
Lone wolves. There's a studied psychology to it. Individuals do not reach for it unless they've decided every other channel is closed to them. Not actually closed, but closed in their heads. They've reduced the world to a single face. Remove the face, fix the world. Nobody else is going to do it, so I will. But as far as resistance history is concerned, it's also the worst possible form of anything you would want to call political violence. And it's not what political violence means inside any serious resistance. Lone wolf violence isn't resistance. It's what someone does after he has stopped believing in resistance and collective.
Yes. I mean, he is addressing adventurism. This is what you do when there's no more outlet, when you have no more belief in a productive way to deal with the issues that you're facing.
Action. Real resistance understands that abuse of authority is structural, that removing one functionary produces a replacement functionary, that what has to be intervened in is the apparatus itself. It's in the Declaration of Independence, the right of the people to alter or abolish destructive governments, not alter or abolish people, alter or abolish the structure. Direct action is intervention in the abuse, not violence as an outcome. It's making the mechanics of abuse costly, slow, and impossible for the people running it. Escalation is a calculated tool used only when every permitted channel has been foreclosed. Isolated violence is not how serious resistance movements build the capacity to act at scale, to push back abuse operating at scale, like across a nation. Because it's a strategic disaster. It often triggers crackdown that damage the very movement trying to change the structure. Resistance organizers have learned this from history, particularly on the left, and they've learned it expensively. So when Democrats across the establishment reach for political violence within minutes of an event they cannot possibly have understood yet, they're accomplishing 2 things. First, they're inflating a lone act into a strategic threat that almost certainly was not its origin. But the bigger point for resistance is the second one. They're flattening the entire spectrum of opposition. By characterizing an armed charge at a hotel checkpoint as political violence, the Democratic establishment creates a massive rhetorical umbrella. But once that umbrella is open, it becomes remarkably easy to sweep any unsanctioned, disruptive political action underneath it. Anything they don't filter and organize and promote as their own. They intentionally conflate the image of chaotic desperation of a lone gunman with the organized, strategic escalation of actual resistance movements, the kind of patient structural work that has historically changed conditions in this country. So the intended effect is to preemptively discredit all opposition that isn't theirs. They are the legitimate opposition. They are the defenders of democracy. Anyone else, by definition, isn't. They get to call those shots, and only them. Whatever anyone else is doing to oppose Trump and MAGA.
Taserface, I didn't hear you condemn murder today. See next message. I'm unsubbing, and my last message is why. As always, 10 Am Israel highs, Am Israel high, 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 Am Israel high. I condemn murder and theft. I condemn murder and theft. Condemn. Okay. Okay. Now that we got that out of the way, you guys can still feel confident in coming to the broadcast and listening to what I have to say, of course. Small update. Boyer deleted the quote retweeted post and replaced it with the one below. In a phone call, he said he deleted it to axe the name calling and took away from the seriousness of the issue. And I never want to do personal attacks, but I stand by what I think. Building Trades president in Philadelphia deletes his post calling Alla Stanford APAC Alla. He says he stands by it, but didn't want to be mean with the name calling. That's funny as fuck. Bialua Jr., thank you for the 30 gifted subs. Israel just dropped a fake HasanAbi of Israel. Please watch the latest Surrounded. I'm very curious about your opinion. Is it Hen Mazik? Are we forgetting how right-wingers talk?
This is stupid.
I feel like this is massive hallucination going on. It's fucking driving me insane.
Hey, bitch. What is this? Read it.
Yeah, no, this is how right-wingers talk. And they talk like this. They used to talk like this privately. Now they talk like this publicly, right? And it's unbelievably violent. The violent rhetoric is coming from the left stuff is totally ridiculous. It was Rudy Rockman. Okay.
Suddenly becomes the exact same thing under the exact same label, condemned in advance by people who have no interest in distinguishing them. Trump might call it the radical left's political violence, but establishment Democrats don't necessarily disagree with that because that's not them. They're not the radical left. So if all escalation not related to their election in November is immediately branded as synonymous with unhinged gun violence, legitimate resistance is treasonous even before it begins. It traps the non-establishment opposition in a perpetual defensive crouch. They're forced to spend their time joining in with the condemnations.
Yes, 100%. 100%. And I said this about Hamas too, if you recall. And I suspect he has a similar attitude on that as well. I mean, he's literally a professor of anti-colonial resistance. So I'm sure I can't even talk. I'm sure he agrees with me 100% on this. But what did I always used to say? Democrats that consistently go, oh, I condemn Hamas. I condemn Hamas. I condemn Hamas. This person is not with us. This person might be pro-Hamas. When Republicans were cynically trying to disparage the pro-Palestinian movement by going, well, they're all anti-Semitic. They're all anti-Semitic. They're all pro-Hamas. Democrats would go, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We're not pro-Hamas, I promise. When Democrats did that, they did not realize that they were actually creating an opening for the Republicans to fucking use and abuse. Okay? Doors open. Sorry. I'm fucking opening doors all the way from... I'm opening doors in Los Angeles, California, all the way from New York City. Democrats were taking ownership over cynical framing that their opposition was handing to them. They were just going, oh God, I'm so sorry. You're right. We are anti-Semitic, and I apologize for being anti-Semitic. You're a fucking weakling when you do that. There is never any reason for you to listen to what the Republican framing is, okay? On any issue whatsoever. Do you oppose them or do you not oppose them? That's the real question here. And unfortunately, the answer, especially on the issue of What is this? You should tell Professor Sachs about this, by the way. Sell-off from the ceasefire now reverses. Market realizes that Hormuz has been shut the whole time. No, because he's going to say this is market fundamentals being sound. I don't think you guys understood. The conversation that we had here was the conversation that Professor Jeffrey Sachs and I had on market fundamentals being sound on this issue. He created a perfect Ouroboros of an argument where he said if it goes down, that means the market is catching up clearly, and therefore he's still right. It was a heads you lose, tails I win situation. He is a market fundamentalist after all. But I was genuinely, sincerely trying. I wasn't trying to debate him. He could cook me on this shit, right? I mean, he's brilliant. He is infinitely better read than I am on this stuff. He would destroy me, right? I'm not even saying that I would win in the marketplace of ideas or whatever, right? But what I was trying to genuinely get at with him was whether or not he actually saw any inconsistencies on the price of a barrel of Brent crude oil, and if there was anything that he could see that would cause him to reconsider whether the market was pegged to some solid fundamentals about like what was actually transiting, or if there was anything or if there was anything that would cause him to reconsider something that he has believed sincerely for his entire life, something that he's written extensively on, something that he teaches. So the question was actually a pretty ridiculous question in many respects, which is why he laughed about it a little bit and responded kindly, but in a way that was still very dismissive. I asked them the ultimate question. Is there a way, is there something that you could see that takes place in the Strait of Hormuz that would cause you to literally reconsider your entire, like your most significant fundamental the worldview, that perhaps the markets are not behaving rationally? Because the conversation that we were having, I realized he kept saying, Professor Sachs kept saying, no, the price of the price of Brent is obviously pegged to however many ships are currently transiting. If it's $100, that means that there's ships transiting, even if we don't know how many physical barrels of oil exist. What I was saying was, I don't think there's enough ships transiting, and therefore the current price of Brent crude oil is actually being manipulated, and that a lot of people are simply leaning into the confidence that eventually the solution is going to take place, where the Strait of Hormuz will be open. That's like asking Jesus if anything would make him stop believing in God. That's not what he was saying. I can send some Financial Times coverage on oil prices if you want. I have read them. I've read all of them. What are you talking about? We only see future delivery pricing. Actual oil traders know a lot more than the general public about the current state of things. That's not what he was saying. No, he wasn't. He openly admitted. He said, just like I don't know how many ships are actually transiting the Strait of Hormuz. But his assessment was that if it's being priced, if the futures are being priced the way that they are, that means they know something that we don't. The people who are making this assessment, making this bet, know, because they're experts, they know that there's actually still ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. That was the implication. The implication is that both Professor Jeffrey Sachs and I do not know how many ships are transiting. My speculation is, based on what I have seen with the conflict and what I've seen with some of the trades papers, like the insurers refusing to insure oil tankers, right? If there's a 150 or what is it? How many tankers pass through the Strait of Hormuz when it's normal time? Let's see. How many tankers transit the Strait of Hormuz? How do I look this up? Normally, it's like 150, right? That's correct, right? 150 a day, right? That's I didn't want to. Yeah, okay. So it's 125 to 140 plus ships, right? That's just ships overall. That's not all oil tankers, right? So the daily flow ranges, okay? The daily flow ranges. That's around 20 million barrels of oil, right? 100 plus a day, yeah. Right now, I'm speculating that there are not 100 ships passing, right? And I think that's a pretty fair speculation. Do you see what I'm saying? But they're pricing it as though there's maybe 60, 70 ships transiting, whereas there's probably more like 10 ships transiting. And it's not just futures prices either. Do you see what I mean? So I'm saying that people are leaning into a dream. People are leaning into a fucking hope and a dream. If we're both speculating, if Sachs's assessment is that the price implies that they know more than we do, that there are actually ships passing through, and I'm saying the price is not actually on any fundamentals and is totally irrational and is leaning into a hope and a dream that ships are fucking transiting. And there's an inconsistency here. How will we address this inconsistency? How will we can't see spot prices? He left the room. He left room by saying the price may catch up, but that could also be true while what you're saying also occurs. We have no way of knowing how much buffer and speculative hope is built into the staggered pricing model. Price is almost double normal, and there's the Saudi pipe. Prices? The Saudi pipeline is, I think, 7%. The Saudi pipeline that crosses from their refineries on the Persian Gulf side to the Red Sea is approximately 7% of their total capacity. That is not enough for them to make up for the loss of supply. Okay? At most, it's maximum 20%. Not only is this pipeline not enough because there's more than just the Saudi refinement here. There's the UAE. There's the other Gulf countries. Okay? Fuck it. Let's not say 7%. Let's say 20%. Okay? Even then, that's just 20% of the entire Saudi oil supply. That is not enough to make up for the loss of supply. Would what you are describing be a market failure? I think I mean, I am not an economist. So I am totally wrong probably on this, right? I'm willing to admit that I might be wrong. But my assessment is that increasingly market fundamentals that used to exist to a certain degree are no longer a thing that exists. I don't think people are leaning into market fundamentals. I saw this with like the Tesla stock, and I kept talking about it over and over again. And people's assessment always was, well, you know, that's the beauty of the market. You can bet against it if you want. And many people have. They've tried to short Tesla stock and they've lost over and over again. Chamath being one of those guys, right? SPAC King Chamath himself was a big Tesla shorter, right? And I think that the market is absolutely behaving in a rational way. And obviously there is a there is a term for this. It's called a bubble, right? But I don't think it's just a bubble in specific sectors. I think everything is a bubble. Because Sachs's counterpoint was that essentially that can happen in fundamental markets that deliver physical barrels of oil. Yes. So my question for Sachs was this. Because this is a physical commodity that is necessary for survival, and it's a global commodity with inelastic demand, you can't really continue wish casting that there are hard physical barrels of oil transiting to the Strait of Hormuz. So there has to be a point where the bubble pops. Right? Because, again, economists are much smarter than I guess. Well, they're not as smart as they give themselves credit, but they're smarter than the way I talk about them. Obviously, they're much smarter than me. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about for the most part. I'm just talking shit. I'm speculating when it comes to this issue. Okay? But my speculation is that whatever you want to call it, because the capitalist terminology for this is a bubble, right? So they already have they have a term for the inconsistency when the market is not behaving according to fundamentals. It's a bubble, right? So it's, again, an impossible argument to broach because they'll never admit that the markets are not leaning into these solid fundamentals because they'll just turn around and say it's a bubble. Lenin would shake you for saying that. I mean, for the record, I mean, these guys were way more into markets than I ever was. I mean, there's a lot of math involved in even Lenin's assessments, Lenin's analysis, Marx's analysis as well. I am not, I'm not even entertaining that shit. The Chinese built a massive stockpile after the U.S. attacked Iran. As of April 2026, 32 member countries of the International Energy Agency, including the U.S., Germany, and Japan, are releasing a record 400 million barrels of emergency oil reserves, plus the ships that were en route before the strait closed. It will take time to burn all that. I know, but you, Michael from Taiwan, Michael from Hong Kong, are in agreement with me. You are what people would call biased. And I think we're right. But you and I are in agreement. I'm factoring this stuff in as well. Bro, the market is currently being insulated by government action. If the war goes on, it will spike out of control. Read my last message. No, I understand this. I understand this as well. Also, this still, like, there is a point where speculation will meet reality. Okay? There's a point that you and I both understand. You and I both understand where speculation is going to meet reality. There's a hard stop here. And that is when there's no more barrels of fucking oil. Plus, Trump is constantly floating the idea that the strait will open soon. Unless that sentiment is smashed by shortages, that won't end. But there's a point where the paper will be crushed by reality. Exactly. So my question is, when will that happen, or will it actually happen? You keep talking about not making up loss of supply, but you're not considering demand destruction. But going short is a fool's errand when a single Trump tweet can liquidate your position. So you're kind of right in general. Non-Hormuz supply has ramped up, though, and I don't think anything will break until something regarding strategic reserves being run dry somewhere comes out. I mean, they're already crushing demand. They already have limited demand to the best of their ability in the Asian markets. We know this because they write about it every now and then. Western media oftentimes doesn't cover it that much, though. It barely is a blip on our radars here in the Western world. We're an oil exporter in the United States of America. We have strategic reserves on top of that. Meanwhile, Asian marketplaces that don't have the same benefits that need a constant flow of oil coming in are already in panic mode. As I've said over and over again, Thailand has changed their energy. They've dusted off their coal-powered power plants, and they've restarted their coal-powered power plants to make sure that they don't run out of gas, right? Because they know that their natural gas supply is fairly limited. China has gained significant leverage over all of the other countries in the Asia-Pacific region because they have tremendous strategic oil reserves that they can use to do soft power initiatives that go against America's interest in the region. This is important to understand as well. I've talked about this too. And then you have places like the Philippines that are in panic mode already. And have reduced the number of days that people go to work because they're worried about traffic. So even if we don't see it here in the United States of America, other places are already feeling it. Africa is already feeling it. Asia is already feeling it. And Europe will start feeling it soon as well. My question is, where do we go from here? But it seems like things are changing already. But even then, sell-off from the ceasefire is now reversed as market realizes the Hormuz has been shut this whole time. Brent is approaching $110. I think $110 does not make up for what the price is supposed to be, and it does not make up for the limitations on the supply. Okay, I'm not an expert in this, but this doesn't feel right to me. You know what I mean? Here's the other problem. Here's the other problem with limiting the market demands through government intervention in the way that many of these Asian countries are trying to do now. Asia is the manufacturing hub of the entire planet, whether it be Bangladesh, Vietnam, China, India. These are not totally separate markets that we are removed from. As I've described over and over again, this will have massive downstream inflationary effects on the American economy, on the Western economy as well. This is staring down the barrel of imminent supply chain collapse because the globe, in our design, is interconnected. Okay? You're operating on flawed data. Just FYI, there's now a huge divide between future and physical prices. Physical prices aren't generically public. You're only seeing future prices. See the chart. 133 versus 99. What is the real price for a barrel of oil? Prices for physical oil are becoming detached from what is implied in financial markets. Which oil price is the right one? These days, the price of a physical barrel of oil is significantly higher than what oil prices in financial markets suggest. Dated Brent, which reflects oil for actual physical delivery 10 to 30 days out, has risen to $132 a barrel as of Monday. Brent futures for the nearest delivery settled at 99.36 a barrel, which, by the way, this was April 14th. Obviously, we're currently staring down $110. So I don't even know what the physical price is. The gap, and by the way, if you look at different markets, that number goes up to like $200. Okay? Just understand how that's the reason why there's already a forcible collapse of demand through government intervention in places like the Philippines, in even South Korea and Taiwan and other Asian countries. There's also additional problems like a lack of fertilizer leading to agricultural crop failure, leading to lower agricultural yields overall, which means less food. This will be devastating and might even cause famine in underserved markets anyway that are already having a hard time, that already have a hard time on a good day. Okay? I don't know if I'm like, I don't know if I'm being too much of a worrywart here and I'm panicking for no reason, but I've been saying this for the last 2 months now, and now Bloomberg is reporting on it. Now Wall Street Journal is reporting on it. So it kind of feels like even the industry papers are beginning to realize that this crisis is, by the way, my assessment is not, I'm not alone in this assessment. There are plenty of trade papers that have delivered warnings over and over again. No one fucking listens to them. And also Financial Times does a pretty solid job on reporting on actually what's going on far before anyone else does. Okay. Just check the physical delivery price as of today is $144 to $150 per barrel.
If you look at the stock market today, you might naturally conclude that the global energy crisis has been permanently resolved. The S&P 500 recently hit another record high, climbing past where it was before the fighting began in late February. Equity traders seem to have decided that a war in the Middle East, one that has closed the world's most critical energy choke point, is simply a great opportunity to buy the dip. But
look at that. When I see that pink hue, I know that's reliable. It's the Financial Times pink hue.
If you talk to the people who actually move physical barrels of oil, the mood is considerably darker. Futures markets are pricing in a swift diplomatic resolution, while physical commodity traders are staring at a completely different reality. There's a massive gap between the optimistic news flow that drives stock prices and the actual cost of a physical barrel of oil sitting on a ship in Northwest Europe. For weeks, we've seen a bizarre cycle play out. A ceasefire or diplomatic breakthrough is announced, the stock market spikes and the price of crude plunges by 10%. Then, almost immediately, the Iranians announce that they have not agreed to anything, and prices reverse. Just this week, despite the announcement of a 3-week ceasefire extension between Israel and Lebanon, Iranian forces boarded and seized 2 MSC container ships. President Trump responded by ordering the U.S. Navy to shoot and kill any boat caught laying mines in the water. This is not what a functioning trade route looks like. Investors seem to be suffering from a bad case of muscle memory. They're sitting at comfortable desks in New York and London, assuming that the administration will eventually experience what investors have been calling a taco moment, where taco stands for Trump always chickens out. They expect the president to look at the upcoming midterm elections, look at the rising price of gasoline, and simply walk away from the conflict, much like he did when he retreated on his Liberation Day tariffs last year. The fatal flaw in this assumption is that a trade war is fought with administrative ink. You can cancel a tariff with a weekend post on Truth Social. A shooting war in the Strait of Hormuz is fought with drones, naval barricades, and anti-ship missiles. You cannot unilaterally back down from a conflict where the other side has their own agenda. The Iranian regime has survived the initial strikes and discovered that holding the global economy hostage is an incredibly powerful piece of leverage. And unlike a nuclear weapon, it's one that they can actually use. As I've said before, it takes 2 to taco, and right now the other side of the table is busy seizing container ships. For the commercial ships currently trapped in the Persian Gulf, the situation has devolved into something resembling a high-stakes maritime prison break. Captains are turning off their tracking equipment and sneaking through the water in the dead of night just to get their crews out safely. About 45 ships have entered or exited the strait since a temporary ceasefire was first agreed on April 8th. Yesterday, over a 24-hour period, only 5 made it through. At least 22 other ships have been attacked and several others seized by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard since the conflict began. The situation is now being described as a dual blockade. Iran has restricted passage to hostile vessels from unfriendly countries, while the U.S. Navy began its own counter-blockade on April 13th. Specifically targeting ships bound for or departing from Iranian ports. The reality of...
Now that we're conducting serious analysis on what the price of a barrel of oil should be like, the energy markets, I had to put the jacket on, you know what I mean?
Trying to navigate the Strait of Hormuz right now sounds less like global logistics and more like a heist movie. Just this past weekend, a Greek-owned tanker called the
Yeah, someone said, must be fake news since Iran doesn't have a navy. See, these are the moments where I wish I had the fa meter, okay? I would have hit it. I would have hit that with a fa.
DA, carrying 300,000 barrels of diesel, managed to make a run for it in the dark. It lined up at the head of a snake of ships and slipped out just hours before the Islamic Revolutionary Guard sent gunboats back into the channel. Before we dig into which ships are getting through, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Incogni. Most people don't realize how much you fight them yourself. Online bodyguards use actively through with there's a money-back guarantee if you aren't satisfied. Ships that are being actively targeted, like those tied to the MSC group, are attempting to sneak through with their GPS transponders completely turned off. Some are hiding behind Omani flags, others are navigating demands from the Iranian regime to pay safe passage tolls in cryptocurrency, which major trading houses vehemently deny paying, as doing so would breach US sanctions. The resulting backlog has created what one...
They did this with the Houthis too. The Houthis were like taking on billions of dollars worth of bribes when they were doing a blockade on the Red Sea. A little bit of inside baseball here. Because, you know, you gotta... It's one of those things where it's like, what am I going to do without fucking oil? What am I supposed to do? Die? Of course you have to transit. What are you, not going to send cargo? You're going to keep sending cargo no matter what. So, what is this? Chat is brain rotted. I got you, fam. Oh, thank you. Thank you, chatter. Here, we have an emergency fa. Okay, that's so loud, though.
Vai se fuder, velho. Olha pra que... vai se fuder, velho. Olha pra que morrer, velho.
What the fuck is that? That's not even a fa. That's too loud. That's also too loud. Okay, that's better. All right, got one. All right, got one. That's a good one. I got it.
Executive described as a car park of 300 to 400 ships desperately waiting to get out. It's not just oil tankers that were trapped. 6 cruise ships were stuck in the Gulf but managed to make it out with skeleton crews and no passengers on board in late February. One of these was owned by MSC Group, which has business partnerships with Israel. What's perhaps most striking about the whole situation is the complete abandonment of these merchant vessels by Western governments. Larry Johnson, the global head of freight at Mercuria, expressed his frustration this week, saying that politicians are simply burying their heads in the sand. State-owned vessels might have access to naval escorts or back-channel communications with the Iranian regime, but pure merchant traders are entirely on their own. The US Navy is barricading the coastline and has turned around dozens of ships. Iran is firing on the ones that try to squeeze through. There's no concerted effort.
I fucking love that move, man. What a brilliant move that was, huh? Oh, yeah? You guys are blockading the fucking strait? Well, guess what? We are too. What are you going to do about it? Well, unbelievable move, Mr. President. Thank you so much for doing a double blockade. Nobody would have expected this. I mean, literally, nobody would have expected it because it's so fucking stupid.
To formalize a safe transit mechanism. Instead, the people tasked with moving a quarter of the world's seaborne oil are essentially being told to turn off their headlights and hope for the best. While investors might assume that this blockade is just a temporary glitch in the supply chain, the physical reality is that the world has now run out of its safety cushion. In the early weeks of the conflict, the market was insulated by the fact that a near record amount of oil was already at sea when the war started. But by April 20th, the last few tankers that managed to cross Hormuz before the fighting began finally reached their destinations in places like Malaysia and California. That seaborne buffer is now completely exhausted. Physical commodity traders are warning that a lot of long-term damage has already been done. Saad Rahim of Trafigura told The Economist earlier this week that a cumulative loss of 1.5 billion barrels of Gulf crude, roughly 5% of annual global output, is almost unavoidable at this point. Traders are noting that even if a ceasefire holds today, the market might not return to equilibrium until 2030 due to this permanent loss of supply. Normally, an American president might expect the domestic oil industry to simply...
Big love, Hasan, 44-year-old garbage man from the suburbs of Detroit here. Love them, what you've been doing lately, and love how much they hate you right now. Keep it up, guy. You got my support for show. Hell yeah, chatter. Let's go. You're the man.
drill the country out of an energy shock like this. After all, the US is now energy self-sufficient. The administration has strongly urged oil executives to increase production to bring gasoline prices down, but US shale bosses are actively resisting those calls. According to a recent Dallas Fed survey, energy executives are refusing to significantly increase production, pointing to the absolute chaos of the current market. While this may not make the president happy, it's a perfectly rational capital allocation decision made by executives who've been burned by overdrilling before. The extreme volatility between physical prices and futures prices sends conflicting signals to operators. They can't responsibly plan long-term capital budgets or rig deployments when the price of their product swings wildly based on presidential tweets. Most companies are taking a do-nothing approach.
What is this? There are 3 possible outcomes, one of which will occur within 3 weeks to months as markets are finally forced to reconcile with reality. 1, Iran sets new precedent undermining imperialist international law and normalizes tolling. Malaysia, Indonesia, Malacca, Panama, etc. And energy is ramped up again. 2, the U.S. somehow destroys Iran and the imperialist unclosed system remains back to the old system. 3, permanent stagnation despite war efforts, forcing a bifurcation in approaches to energy. Some go essential only. Others have harvest all Woodstock, temporary alleviation. I don't think that the U.S. is going to destroy Iran, and the old system will remain. I think it's not possible currently for them to be able to engage in any actions that would force Iran to loosen their grip over the Strait of Hormuz. The reason why I say that is because if they had that capacity, they would have enforced it already. They would have exercised it. Three could be good, inevitable with climate change, or could be cooked. Mad Max. I mean, what do you think? We don't have the changes or the willingness to make the necessary we don't have the capacity or the willingness to make the necessary infrastructure updates, changes, especially in the Western world, to actually live in this degrowth reality that you're suggesting. So it will be closer to Mad Max, an anarcho-capitalist dystopia, than one that is eco-socialist.
To their 2026 budgets. They know perfectly well that if they spend billions...
I mean, virtually everyone is just looking at the situation and be like, eventually Donald Trump is going to have to give. Okay? I don't think people are as confident in the American military capabilities of like destroying Iran or forcing Iran to heel here at all. That's why I also brought up the deadline, the self-imposed deadline, as a matter of fact, of the Beijing summit. Donald Trump has to nip this in the bud before Beijing. It's virtually impossible for him to do so at this point. Why the fuck would, like, every day that goes by where Donald Trump is getting closer and closer to the May 14th date, which is when the Beijing summit is supposed to happen, is a day where Donald Trump has less leverage over Iran. If we can see and recognize from, over here on this fucking Twitch stream that Donald Trump has this additional pressure placed upon him, then I'm sure the Iranians are aware of it too, right? So clearly, Donald Trump does not have any leverage whatsoever in this circumstance. I mean, Abbas Araghchi literally went to Pakistan and left Pakistan after bilateral talks before Trump could even send the American envoys. Okay, he didn't even want to give the presence that he was going to be in the same area with the Americans at the same fucking time. And now what is Abbas Araghchi doing today? Shaking hands with Vladimir Putin. The Iran momentum is fading. He's now going to pivot to the ballroom and going after people that criticize him. He thinks there's a pity party for him and he's going to drag this out. No, because this is not a thing that you can out-yap. What have I said over and over again? Since day one, the thing that I have kept reiterating is Donald Trump is a yapper. He's a room reader. But there's one thing he can't actually convince his fans of, and that is that their wallets aren't hurting. Okay? If his own cult is experiencing the negative consequences of his warmongering in the region, and it's translating to less take-home pay, or translating into more expensive gas prices at the pump. Doesn't matter if he talks about the fucking ballroom. Every time he talks about the ballroom, he's going to lose even more fans. His fans are going to be like, I don't give a fuck about the ballroom, dude. Fix the gas prices, right? That's it. You can only talk about everything transgender, everything computer, everybody transgender until, you know, people start realizing that they're paying 10, 20, 30 extra dollars at the pump. At which point, it's fucking over. It doesn't matter. People are going to be like, I don't give a shit about transgender. I'll make my daughter transgender if you fucking lower the price of my groceries, Mr. President. I don't give a shit. This was, and I'm repeating myself so much, a genuine problem with Brandon as well. People were frustrated by negative real wage growth for a year and a half. And what was Biden doing in the process? Talking about how he's doing NATO. Ain't nobody gives a fuck about NATO when they're experiencing inflation. Ain't nobody gives a fuck about NATOizing Finland. Now Trump is doing the other version of that, which is even dumber somehow. And that other version of that is everything is fine, everything casino, it's going to be good, we're going to build a ballroom. Who gives a fuck, man? Fuck your ballroom.
To overproduce now, and Trump secures a sudden peace deal tomorrow, they'll be left holding the bag in a crashed market.
Please explain why the summit puts more pressure, because he can't go to fucking China. He can't go to Beijing with no leverage. If he packed up Venezuela and then Iran, similar to Venezuela, he would have a lot of leverage over China in this Beijing summit, which was supposed to take place a month ago. At which point he could have said, look, we took over Venezuela like that overnight. That was your foothold into the Latin American markets. We destroyed that. We severed that connection. And Iran was a big ally of yours in the Strait of Hormuz. We destroyed them too. You know, we did regime change. We have a pliant regime there, similar to Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. And you don't hold any of the fucking cards. If you ever try the nuclear option of trade with us ever again, and if you even float the idea of strategic export controls, then we'll shut off your oil faucet. It's leverage. Donald Trump tried to do a forcible decoupling from China with all of the other regional partners, and it failed. And in the aftermath, China turned around and said, "Oh, if you fuck with us again, we'll stop. We'll reconsider rare earth minerals that we have a monopoly control over that you need for your national defense, for everything, basically." No more raw earth for you. That was a big threat. We covered it extensively at the time.
If you want to understand how a geopolitical energy shock actually trickles down to the real economy, you'll have to look beyond the headline price of crude oil and examine the specific refined products that keep the world moving. Take jet fuel. Europe does not produce enough of it to meet its own demand. According to Politico, its refining capacity can cover at most 70% of what airlines need. Any prolonged disruption to tanker traffic through the strait will leave carriers scrambling for supply. Europe is currently sitting on about 50 days of jet fuel reserves, which is their typical operating level. But according to modeling by the data firm Kepler in association with The Economist, those stocks are going to fall precipitously if flows through Hormuz don't normalize by June. The United States could theoretically help by exporting refined products, but if the administration decides to prioritize domestic prices and bans refined fuel exports, Europe's aviation sector will be...
No more planes will frustrate the bourgeoisie. Buddy, what are you talking about? No more jet fuel means no more delivery. Do you know when you get on a plane, when you get on a commercial airliner, okay, and you fly from point A to point B for health emergency in the family or business travel or even fucking tourism, you don't realize that like half of those airliners are also carrying your Amazon packages, okay? This is so much worse than just, oh, rich people won't be able to go on fucking tourism destinations. Number one, rich people will always find a way, okay? Just so you understand. As a matter of fact, I don't take planes. Yes, brother, I know. That's why I'm trying to explain to you that just because you don't take planes doesn't mean that you don't benefit from air travel currently. When air travel is happening, you know what else is also happening? Commerce. Your packages are being delivered. Sometimes your medicine is being delivered. Okay? It's not just oh, rich assholes won't be able to go to Ibiza this summer. That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Maybe you don't understand this, and it's fine. It's understandable. Maybe you haven't considered this, but air travel is not just about rich assholes going on fucking trips. Air travel is also deliveries, a big part of the deliveries. What do you think happens when you don't get your shit delivered?
Be staring at a brick wall. Then there are the esoteric commodities that most people don't think about until they run out. Qatar is not just a dominant player in liquefied natural gas. It's also one of the world's largest producers of helium, accounting for roughly a third of global supply. Helium is a byproduct of natural gas extraction, and you can't safely ship it on a plane. It has to move by sea. When the Strait of Hormuz is barricaded by gunboats, the global supply of helium is effectively choked off. This isn't just about party balloons. Helium has the lowest boiling point of any element, along with an extremely high thermal conductivity, which makes it irreplaceable as a coolant for sensitive equipment. It's used to cool the superconducting magnets in MRI machines, as a carrier gas in the chemical vapor deposition processes used to manufacture semiconductor chips, and as a purge gas in clean rooms. There is no synthetic substitute for helium. If you're running a chip fabrication plant or a hospital...
Isn't that crazy that helium is also a finite resource that is like eventually going to run out? I mean, I know fossil fuels in general are finite as well, but like, isn't the runway for helium a lot worse? What do we do with that in that situation? I think about that sometimes where I'm like, one day we're just not going to have fucking helium. What do we do then? Is it, I mean, are we even capable of reaching that level? I don't know. Maybe it's just so abundant and I'm wrong. Jupiter harvesting? Balloon animal time? Can't y'all American just fucking apologize and quit the bullshit for once? No, I'm sorry, chatter. Unfortunately, no. And especially fuck no right now. I wish that was the case, mind you. I think this is unnecessary. I think it's cruel. I think it's unbelievable that we're ruining the entire planet at the behest of Israel, mind you. But this president is the least likely to fucking apologize and back away, unfortunately. The libs are standing up.
Radiology.
Yeah, we'll get back to the libs in a second.
You cannot swap it out for something else. The logistical nightmare of this blockade doesn't stay confined to the Middle East either. The global shipping industry operates as a closed loop. Because ships can no longer safely pass through the region, they're being forced to take a massive detour around the Cape of Good Hope. This significantly extends journey times, which effectively removes a huge chunk of shipping capacity from the global market. Congestion at the Panama
We both know your condolences are insincere, and I respect that. Wait, what? No, what do you think I'm doing here in America? I'm trying my best, man. What the fuck do you want me to do? No, it is sincere. It's not insincere. He sucks. I mean, this entire design sucks. I'm trying to do my best. We're all trying to do our best here, okay?
Canal has intensified too, as Asian buyers have turned to purchasing crude oil from the Gulf of Mexico to replace their Middle Eastern supplies. The canal was already dealing with severe transit restrictions due to historic droughts. Now, with oil tankers outbidding bulk carriers for scarce transit slots, the knock-on delays are rippling through supply chains that have nothing to do with energy. According to the FT, ships carrying lower value cargoes like grain are being pushed to the back of the queue as oil tanker operators pay millions of dollars to skip to the front. Wait times at the canal have stretched to around 40 days, and some grain routes have already seen shipping rates increase by 50 to 60%. Grain is now moving.
Also, here is two other points. Despite Trump's claims that Iran is... What the fuck? Despite... Why the fuck would I install the Twitter app? What is this, a fucking malware opportunity? Is Twitter out of its dang mind? Despite Trump's claims that Iran is beginning to capitulate, Tehran believes it has 3 M's on its side: munitions, markets, and the midterms. How Iran is setting its own agenda for ending the war amid U.S. campaign of cognitive warfare. Damn, they added midterms on there too. See, they're ball knowers, bro. Iran knows America a whole lot better than America knows Iran. They're fucking ball knowers. Yeah, the 1M Iran is engaging in right now is called MOG. Okay? They're mogging us. They're dabbing on us.
Moving slower and costing significantly more to transport, which brings us to perhaps the most alarming knock-on effect of this crisis, the threat to global food security. People tend to think of the energy market and the food market as two separate things, but modern agriculture is essentially a very efficient system for converting hydrocarbons into edible calories. Natural gas is the primary feedstock for nitrogen.
Weren't some of their leadership raised in and educated in the USA? Most. A lot of people in higher ranks in the Iranian government, they didn't just get educated in the United States. Half of them were fucking teachers in American universities. There are people alive right now that knew, especially in the previous one, especially in the previous administration, many of them got assassinated at this point. There are people who got educated by someone in the IRGC. You know what I mean? Like you went to a college campus, you had an Iranian professor, okay? And that dude then flew back to Tehran and became a part of the IRGC. Isn't that funny? I mean, it's crazy. Just think about it. You're going to fucking CSUN, you know? Cal State University. And your professor is literally now in the IRGC and he's all over the fucking news. You're like, that's crazy.
Nitrogen-based fertilizers like ammonia, and the Strait of Hormuz handles roughly a third of the world's seaborne fertilizer trade. When the strait closes and gas prices spike, agricultural input costs explode. Before the hostilities broke out in late February, anhydrous ammonia cost US farmers around $800 a ton. Today, it's sitting at $1,050 a ton. But fertilizer is only one part of the equation. To run a modern farm, you need massive amounts of diesel to operate the tractors, the combines, and the trucks that transport the harvest. The agricultural sector was already operating on razor-thin margins, and this dual spike in both fertilizer and diesel costs represents a massive unbudgeted expense. A recent survey by the American Farm Bureau Federation found that around 70% of farmers report being unable to afford all of the fertilizer they need for this crop cycle. And even if they could afford it, the supply chain is working against them. The chief risk officer of Louis Dreyfus pointed out this week that there's growing competition for other critical agricultural inputs like sulfur, the fourth major nutrient after nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Because of the crisis, sulfur is being diverted to higher value industrial uses like copper smelting, leaving fertilizer producers waiting at the back of the queue. Zippy Duval, the president of the American Farm Bureau Federation and the man with the most American
That's a crazy name. I'm sorry. Zippy Duval?
Sounding name I've ever come across, told the FT that the farm outlook is bleak right now and farm country needs help. Look, it's not necessarily the best quote ever, but I included it just because I wanted to say Zippy Duval. Pablo Escobar, yes, that's his real name too, the head of LNG at Vitol, warned this week that we're living on borrowed time, saying that if this continues, the energy crisis will rapidly become a global food crisis. But of course, the term global catastrophe means different things to different people. While agricultural traders are worried about crop failures and food security, Bernard Arnault, the billionaire head of LVMH, has his own concerns. He warned his shareholders this week that the war could spiral into a global catastrophe with extremely negative economic developments if it isn't resolved quickly. His definition of catastrophe, however, appears to be that sales of Louis Vuitton and Dior handbags in Middle Eastern shopping malls have fallen by as much as 70% since the war began.
That's unbelievable. Oh my God. Nah, I mean, he's probably talking about larger consequences, but it is very funny.
One sector is preparing for famine, and the other is lamenting a drop in high-end spirits, clothing, and luxury leather goods. While the US deals with expensive diesel and unsold handbags, Europe is facing a much more structural squeeze. Right as the Hormuz crisis reached its peak, Russia decided it was the perfect time to turn the screws on Germany. Moscow has announced that it will suspend the flow of Kazakh oil through the Soviet-era pipeline that supplies the PCK refinery, the facility that provides 90% of the petrol, kerosene, and heating fuel to the German capital. By cutting off this alternative supply line right as seaborne imports are choked off in the Middle East, Russia is ensuring that Europe feels the maximum possible pain from this conflict. Whenever an energy crisis breaks out in the Middle East, financial commentators inevitably...
Yeah, and then, ironically, Ukraine has also been making pushes on Russian refinery capacity, too. They immediately started doing drone strikes on Russian refineries. Now, I don't know how successful those drone strikes were, but I will say this, probably not the best time. I know that Ukraine is trying to gain as much leverage as possible in this situation, but it is unbelievably fucked for all of the other European allies of Ukraine if Russian refinement is under attack. It plays the same role that Vladimir Putin is engaging in, where they say, oh, we're going to shut off the Kazakh pipeline, right? Because at the end of the day, you need the oil.
Start drawing comparisons to the 1970s. We're immediately bombarded with black and white footage of cars lining up at gas stations and warnings about a return to the stagflation that defined the era of the 1973 Arab oil embargo and the 1978 Iranian oil workers' strike. In certain ways, the current situation is a lot worse.
Fango Lives is so funny. Gas prices of the moon, shut it down. We deserve the pain for poisoning the planet. Okay, buddy. Yeah, I feel like you'll be singing a different tune if the hospital that your parents are in or something is now in a moment of crisis, is experiencing a significant crisis with, like, there's an energy issue. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Like, remember, I'm in favor of renewable energy. It's not a secret. Some might even say I'm a cynophile. How much I love renewable energy and electrifying people's grids. I've seen it with my own two eyes in places like Cuba, born out of a necessity that America has created. Having said that, I've also seen the other side of that story. What happens when there's simply no gas? What happens when there's simply no oil? And that is unbelievably devastating. You know? An energy grid collapse is not something that anyone would like to withstand, I promise you.
And what we saw in the 1970s. As Daniel Yergin pointed out recently on the Odd Lots podcast, the absolute volume of the disruption we're seeing today is the largest in history. Global oil production and consumption are roughly twice what they were 50 years ago. However, major economies are structurally much more resilient to oil shocks today than they were back then. The metric economists use to measure this is called the oil intensity of GDP. It measures how many barrels of oil it takes to produce a single inflation-adjusted dollar of economic output. Since the 1970s, the oil intensity of the global economy has declined by more than 70%. Our factories are more efficient, our cars get better mileage, and our power grids rely much more heavily on other sources of energy than they do on petroleum. But while the physical economy might be less vulnerable, the financial economy is standing on much shakier ground. Paul Krugman noted recently that in 19...
Has anyone noticed how Klay Thompson looks like the PBS logo? How dare you? How dare you, chatter, coming in here and saying Klay Thompson looks like the HasanAbi. Klay Thompson is a HasanAbi head. How fucking dare you, dude? We're hot girls. We don't fuck with Klay.
78, the price...
Klay Thompson is a terrorist with what he's done.
The earnings ratio of the S&P 500 was sitting at historic lows. Today, equity valuations are stretched to near record highs, supported by a highly...
However, you should sponsor, or you should support the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. PBS is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. PBS, for tomorrow's news today.
Complex, interconnected private credit market that didn't exist in the 70s. We have an economy that requires less oil, but a financial system with a much lower margin of safety for a prolonged inflation shock. This crisis is also fundamentally rewiring how governments think about energy infrastructure. For the last 2 decades, the push towards wind, solar, and electric vehicles has been driven primarily by climate policy. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz has rebranded the entire green energy transition into a matter of national security. You can't fix a 20% drop in global hydrocarbon supply with wind turbines in the short term, but the realization that an entire continent can be held hostage by cheap Iranian drones is rapidly changing capital allocation decisions. In Asia, where countries are heavily dependent on imported seaborne oil, the transition is accelerating. Electric vehicles now make up over 50% of new car sales in China and 40% in Southeast Asia. While the US tries to drill its way out of the crisis, Asia is looking to nuclear power and electric vehicles as tools for long-term energy sovereignty. All of this structural shifting will take time. In the immediate present, the Western world is dealing with the harsh reality that inflation is back, and it's going to be sticky. The economic fallout from this war has already started showing up in the data. Both the United States and the United Kingdom saw inflation accelerate to 3.3% in March. In the UK, the Bank of England is now facing a central banker's worst nightmare, an external energy shock that raises the cost of living while simultaneously killing economic growth. In the US, the political panic is becoming palpable. President Trump has dispatched his top lieutenants, including Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, to beg oil executives to increase production. Meanwhile, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has resorted to threatening retail gas station owners, warning them that the administration is watching to ensure they slash prices at the pump the moment crude oil drops. If that rhetoric sounds familiar, it should. It's almost a word-for-word copy of the Biden administration's complaints about the price gouging at the pump back in the summer of 2022. President Biden tweeted at gas stations, "Bring down the price you're charging at the pump to reflect the cost you are paying for the product, and do it now."
That is not the right analysis. This is mostly in the mid-market and interconnected with private equity. Will there be failures in businesses favored by private equity and thus private credit? Yes. But it will mostly be small and medium Hitlerites leading to consolidation. Energy shocks always bring forward short stagflation scenarios.
It turns out that yelling at gas station owners is a bipartisan tradition. Regardless of who's in the Oval Office, the political response to an energy supply shock is exactly the same. Panic, ignore the underlying market dynamics, and threaten the guy who owns your local gas station. The problem is that you can't yell at inflation until it goes away. The IMF warned earlier this week that short-term inflation expectations in the United States have already moved up and that the economic fallout from this conflict will not evaporate overnight, even if a ceasefire is signed tomorrow. The increased costs of fertilizer, diesel, and rerouted shipping have already been baked into the supply chain. Those costs will inevitably be passed on to the consumer at the grocery store and at the hardware store over the coming months. While politicians focus on the price at the pump, macroeconomic analysts are looking at how this crisis is fundamentally rewiring the flow of global capital. When the price of energy spikes, the balance of global trade shifts. Brad Setzer, an economist at the Council on Foreign Relations, pointed out on the FT Economics podcast last week that you would be wrong to expect an energy shock of this magnitude to wipe out the massive trade surpluses held by countries in Asia. China's surplus in manufactured goods is so structurally enormous that even paying record prices to import seaborne oil barely makes a dent. While this energy shock is a big deal, it won't magically rebalance the global economy. It simply redirects a portion of the dollars that were accumulating in Beijing towards alternative oil and gas exporters. Some of that money will go to Saudi Arabia, which has an east-west pipeline and can still get some oil out. But most of it will flow to the world's other exporters, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Norway, Russia, and some South American producers. The US and Canada collectively export about 5 million barrels of oil a day. So what Setzer expects to see is a general shrinking of the big Asian and European surpluses, with the money flowing instead to certain oil-producing economies, a reshuffling of who holds the world's dollar.
Why are we watching this clanker? What clanker? You think this is AI? Like you think this guy, Patrick Boyle, is actually AI? Why? Because he doesn't blink? This is a human, man. What are we doing?
Rather than a fundamental rebalancing. Because the United States is now the world's largest oil producer, a position it's held since 2018, you might assume that this shock would ultimately be a net positive for the American economy. But the windfall at the wellhead doesn't necessarily reach the kitchen table. American oil and gas exporters are benefiting from higher
you don't know, he might be blinking right now.
Prices, but the American consumer is absorbing the pain on the other side, paying a geopolitical tax on everything from agricultural products to transportation, leaving them with less money to spend on the rest of their needs. The US trade deficit isn't shrinking, life is just getting more expensive. This brings us to the ultimate lesson of the crisis. As I mentioned in my video on Europe's financial nuclear option back in January, the financial markets have spent the last 30 years operating under the great illusion, the belief that economic interdependence naturally prevents conflict. We assumed that because an open Strait of Hormuz was essential for the survival of the global economy, no rational actor would ever try to close it. But the interdependence that was supposed to be our safety net is fraying from both ends. On one side, Iran has discovered that holding the global economy hostage with a fleet of cheap drones is a highly effective negotiating tactic. On the other, the world's major economies have spent the last 2 years actively reducing their dependence on each other through tariffs, export controls, and onshoring, dismantling the very web of trade relationships that was supposed to make a crisis like this irrational. When you control a vital geographical choke point, you don't need a $1 trillion military to exert massive geopolitical leverage. And when your adversaries are already pulling apart the system that was supposed to deter you, you have even less reason not to try. For decades, the global supply chain has relied on the unwritten assumption that the United States Navy would act as the ultimate guarantor of free trade, safely escorting merchant vessels from one side of the globe to the other. That assumption is now obsolete. The Navy is no longer acting as a neutral guardian of open sea lanes. It's an active combatant running its own blockade. The merchant marine is on its own. We've moved from a world of global cooperation to a highly transactional era, where historic alliances are significantly less meaningful. A negotiated diplomatic de-escalation might eventually provide a sigh of relief, but it cannot undo the realization that the plumbing of the global economy is incredibly vulnerable in this new transactional era. The stock market might be buying the peace trade today, assuming that a weekend of strongly worded Truth Social posts can fix the supply chain, but the physical world moves at its own pace, directed by ships, pipes, and turbines, rather than market sentiment. If you found this video interesting, you should watch my video on prediction markets next.
New golden age of piracy. We're in it, baby. It's One Piece universe. And America is absolutely the Navy, the Marines. Something not mentioned regarding the luxury sector aspect of this, but important, is events like the Met Gala will also be affected since they rely on donations and funds spent by luxury houses to keep the Costume Institute and other fashion museums funded. And if those events are canceled or scaled back, then artisan jobs that rely on those events will also be scaled back, which comes out of thousands of academics, museum and artisan jobs gone because of this crisis. UB, I'm going to keep it a $1.50 with you. You are never going to be able to convince people in this community that like the Met Gala scaling down is going to be bad for people. See, they're already, even though you actually delivered some very important information about like small businesses, artisans, academics that will be impacted by this. People only heard you say the Met Gala will be scaled back and immediately went, well, fuck the Met Gala, and are currently yelling at you and also yelling at me as well, because these people don't care about museums. They just heard you say fashion, and that's all they heard, and they hate fashion. If there's one thing I've learned in this community, you can never get these motherfuckers to care about fashion in any way, shape, or form. They do not understand the impact that it has on the arts, culture, how it moves society in a meaningful way. They just don't care. Anyway, President Trump is heading to Beijing on a far weaker footing than when he last met President Xi 6 months ago. While China is absorbing the Iran war fallout with relative stability, the U.S. is facing mounting pain. Just so you understand, that's what I was talking about. For those of you who are wondering, bro, you hate fashion? I love fashion. That's crazy to say. I actually do admire and love and have a lot of respect for the arts, for museums, fashion in general. That's crazy. Bronco says whatever short-term benefit accrues to the U.S. fossil fuel industry won't actually make the war more palatable for Trump, though no doubt people tell him the opposite. Oil is just one part of it. Blockage of fertilizer and minerals for military production and AI are a major problem. They only care about the price, and if you look bad on it, fashion hates you, brother. Clothes too small. I mean, these are small, but it actually makes my head look large. So, thoughts on ballet and theater? They're great. I love ballet, and I love theater. How the fuck do we get to the crude oil thing from this guy explaining why militant resistance exists towards... Oh my God, 8 new articles since the last visit. Let's see. Washington Examiner, 3 hours ago. Enough is enough. The left must, dude. Since I started covering the news, the Times wrote, "Political violence is all the rage for the left." Wall Street Journal, when rationalization turns deadly. Sky News Australia, we covered that one. Daily Wire, Top Democrats, we saw that one. Republicans are sinking, but Democrats aren't rising by the Hill. The fuck? There's a site that tracks your articles? Yes. HasanAbi heads rise up.
The internet that are just disgusting. And again, you got to balance the First Amendment with what we would hope would be, the moral decency of people. To your point, this long list, I'm hearing a lot of Democrats and others on the left say, we condemn political violence, but, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The bullets only seem to be flying one way. Now, I'm not saying you can't find an instance where they're flying the other way. You sure can. But when you look at this pattern of events, you look at what the Virginia...
It's ridiculous. That's fucking ridiculous. The bullets seem to be flying in one direction is such an insane thing to say. Political violence, more often than not, is conducted by right-wing extremism in this country. Okay? That's it. With the rare exception of like 9/11, it's, almost always right-wing anti-government extremists.
Candidate who wanted to do horrible things to the grave of children.
Right. Yeah.
Elected, right? So you look at this pattern of events from Charlie Kirk to President Trump to just those who were trying to attend a conservative event or a Trump rally.
Yeah.
It's also funny because it's like people who are now talking about the moral decay These are the people at Fox News, mind you, that are perhaps most responsible for the moral decay.
Bullets are flying one way. Recognize it, acknowledge it, change your behavior if you want to see this country truly thrive and democracy to be restored, as you so often claim that you want.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Him as he ran through a security checkpoint. His intended targets, allegedly the president and top cabinet officials. We expect to learn what the charges Allen will face shortly. Cameras are not allowed inside the courtroom, but our reporters inside will be sending us notes in real time that I will bring to you and our team will bring to you as soon as the hearing gets underway. So far, we know that Allen has been walked in to that courtroom right now. He is sitting, he is wearing a blue jumpsuit, and he is flanked by 2 U.S. Marshals that are on each side of him. We understand that the matter is now unsealed, that according to the judge who's just announced that in court, and the pretrial services are about to begin right now. Kelly O'Donnell joins our coverage now. Kelly, a quick question to you, because the night, Saturday night after this happened, there were some announcements of 2 initial charges. Do we expect to hear those formally today, or will there be additional charges as well, do we expect?
Well, in the appearance today, when they say the matter is unsealed, they are...
Will Miniker post on a surprise commenter on the shooting? Exclusive, John Hinckley, the man who shot then-President Ronald Reagan in 1981, says the Washington Hilton Hotel should stop holding big events because it's not secure. He's in the group chat. I love when he weighs in on the situation. He's done it a few times. He's like, I should know. That's crazy, by the way. John Hinckley weighing in on the situation. He's like, I should know. It's not a secure area for presidents, okay? You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of like when they have like former mafia boss reacts to, or former jewel heist thief reacts to famous jewelry theft. You know, it's like Variety reports, we brought in an expert, and there are very few experts that could actually unironically weigh in on the subject. He is the subject matter expert on trying to kill presidents at the Washington Hilton Hotel. So, unbelievable moment here. Yeah, Jordan Belfort reacts to Ponzi scheme.
Now unsealing the charges against this 31-year-old California man. So this will be the first time we get a sense of those charges. Saturday night, there were some preliminary expected weapons-related charges.
Oh, shit, he's doing the Shia smirk. Bro, oh, dude, that's crazy. Oh, that's going to do numbers. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Now, this is a man who doesn't seem to be feeling too... This is a man who's excited at the prospect of a ballroom being built, okay? That's what he's looking like. He's looking like, he's like, yep, that ballroom is getting fucking built, all right?
We think a lot of work has been done in the hours since then, going through the evidence both at the hotel where this event occurred, in his hotel room. He, of course, checked into the Washington Hilton Hotel in advance of the White House Correspondents' Dinner as a part of the alleged planning of this suspect. Also, he traveled from California on a train, a multi-day trip to get to Washington. We know, based on the weapons that were recovered, those were purchased legally. But as they explore his electronic footprint, they conducted searches at his California home and at the hotel. They've been piecing together evidence, and included were some writings he sent to his family that we have been able to review. They were provided to us by a senior White House official, and that describes some of his intention and thought. And that's why the White House has so comfortably labeled this an assassination attempt. We'll have to see if the charges bear that out in the specific details. Clearly, the man was armed, was moving toward the ballroom where the president and many other dignitaries were attending the dinner. 2,600 guests in a very crowded ballroom. Many members of the cabinet, dignitaries, ambassadors from the U.S. and other countries were there. It was a high-profile event, which in and of itself could have been a target. But we understand from what authorities tell us was included in this writing to his family that he had intention talking about members of the Trump administration. He did not name President Trump, but some of what he wrote seemed to indicate.
What did he write that indicated that he was talking about Trump? This part is also brilliant because every time they talk about how he didn't call out Trump by name, but implied that it was Trump, they have to literally say that he called him a rapist pedophile, which is very funny.
He was alluding to President Trump and others who were serving in the administration. We will know much more when these documents are available to us. They have not been available yet. We would expect to see a FBI affidavit.
Ted Cruz brought you up on his podcast today.
Maximum warfare everywhere all the time.
Yeah, I love that they just like pair up Hakeem Jeffries' maximum warfare statement with like whatever the fuck they think I'm actively demanding people do.
Where an FBI agent swears to some of the initial evidence that's been brought before the court that helps to support whatever charges come. These will certainly be felonies. They are at the federal level. But this magistrate appearance today is the most beginning of these kinds of events. He may not enter any kind of a plea. This is simply telling him what the charges are against him. He is at this point supplied by counsel, federal defense counsel that is provided to him, public defender. And so it's an early step. But when we get those charging documents, the specifics of the complaint will have more information. This may ultimately go to a grand jury where still more will come out, but this is a critical first step in what could be a long-time prosecution. In many of these potentially violent or terroristic type attacks, the suspect is, in many instances, is shot and killed or somehow loses his or her life in it. This is a more unusual case where the suspect was not injured. He was subdued at the hotel, and now he has rights and a process that begins. I'm being told 3 counts?
3 counts.
Okay, let's look at those counts to get the specifics here.
Yeah, the attempt to assassinate the president, 3 counts on that, Kelly. The judge, when you...
They were saying Pete had coke jaw. Well, who do you mean they? I was saying it because it's the truth. He did have coke jaw. Did you not see? Or Molly? I mean, he was definitely zooted, like 100%. That's not even a fucking joke. That's not even a question. I mean, look here. It's funny because a lot of these guys who talk shit on the internet are just fucking nerds that have never seen someone zooted before. Look at his jaw. Look at his jaw. Look at his jaw. I don't know what Matt Crispin is posting in the replies, but here, there's more. Snizjaw, my man. He's jawing some premium Peruvian marching powder. In other words, he's obviously high on cocaine. You people are so sheltered and stupid. No wonder you continue to support this gay Israeli scam government.
Reporting said there were several charges here, so this is going to be a little bit till we get everything in. Our team,
yeah, Seth Harper also had a take on it too. He said, "I've been saying this for more than a year that everyone at the top of the U.S. war machine is coked to the gills and also geeked up on modafinil and Dex, but mainstream opinion is still basically unaware of this disturbing reality." I mean, it tracks. Yeah, I mean, this is a great example of this, but like Blitz, drugs in the Third Reich. This is unironically what happened with the Nazis too. They were also fucking crackheads. They were cracked out on methamphetamine. Panzer Schokolade, right? Isn't that what it is? Isn't that what it like they were slamming methamphetamine. There's that famous video of Hitler just like fucking shivering. So that also tracks, you know? That book has no evidence No. No.
Is reporting from inside the courtroom back to me and Kelly. The cameras aren't allowed there. So far, all we know, he's been here comes more. An attempt to assassinate the president of the United States. It looks like 3 counts of that, Kelly, as we know. That, of course, you know, if he is convicted, up to life in prison if he were to be found guilty. We're going to wait some more of this. We also learned he's 31 years old. He has a graduate degree, a master's degree, I should say. He pronounces his name Cole Tomas Allen. And as you said, he has asked the court to appoint him an attorney.
He's an educated suspect, Tom.
He is.
And
Count
so-
2, transportation of a firearm and ammunition through the interstate commerce with intent to commit a felony. You were talking about that train trip. We know that he took a train from California all the way to Washington, Kelly?
That's correct, and that would account for taking firearms across state lines, lawfully purchased firearms, but taking them across state lines with an intent to commit a crime. That's its own kind of felony. So that explains that. The 3 counts of attempted assassination, I'll be curious to see if that ties with discharging his weapon. If he fired his weapon multiple times,
That's
that
count
could
3. It just came in. It
Yes,
just came in.
okay.
That's count 3. Yeah, so you're right about that. That one just came in. He has been fully briefed on these charges, and he says that he is aware of the charges against him.
And
And
that
this
will
is
be a
kinda where
part
we
of
are.
determining
Yeah.
that he is capable of being in this process. We have seen in some instances where the mental acuity of a defendant is at issue. He is saying he understands his rights. He understands the charges against him. That's an important part of the process. At this point, these are very serious charges, of course. And
Oh, he's
it
going.
is against
He's going for the Mangione play. He's like propaganda of the deed, except that doesn't work if you don't actually accomplish the deed, ironically enough. Like he's just staring down the barrel of like life sentence for pretty much nothing. Maybe he'll have a little bit of time on the main stage where he can talk about how everyone should have voted for Kamala Harris and how Israel must be defended. Who knows? Trump pardon? He's going to come out and be like, we should build the ballroom. I was just pen testing. I was pen testing to show America the necessity for why a ballroom must be built.
the backdrop of growing political violence in the country, Tom, something that President Trump has personally experienced with multiple attempts on his life, and many other figures across the political spectrum have had criminal acts against them for being in the political space. This is certainly a very notable case, one that stands out as we're learning more about the specifics here.
And as you mentioned something earlier, it sparked a reminder here. Initially, when this hearing started, the judge had asked him if he had taken any drugs, any medication, or any alcohol in the last 24 hours. He said he had not. And that is, part of the procedure here to make sure he understands the charges against him, Kelly.
And we know from investigators that they spoke to his brother and to his sister in authorities having interviews with investigators. The brother, when he received that emailed message to the family, did alert police in New London, Connecticut. And there was a connection from that local police department forwarding that information sort of across to federal partners and ultimately getting to the command center here in Washington that was dealing with the event at the Washington Hilton Hotel. So the family cooperated in that way. Authorities also tell me that the sister spoke about escalating rhetoric from her brother and that the family was concerned about the way he talked about world events, a variety of world events and national political events. We know from what others describe, he was engaged in a lot of that, had concerns about what was happening, and according to the document that we reviewed, had a sense that he needed to be the one to take action. More of that will play out. We'll have to learn more about the specifics, any mitigating facts that may come forward.
Kelly, we're now learning exactly what he was holding, according to the assistant U.S. attorney who's reading this now to the judge, a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun, a .38 caliber semi-automatic pistol, 3 knives, and, quote, other dangerous paraphernalia. The assistant U.S. attorney now asking the judge and requesting that there be no chance at bond for this suspect as it speaks because of the severity of the crimes. And speaking to that this was premeditated. It was planned before he got on that train from California to Washington, D.C., and that his intended target was to assassinate the President of the United States.
And that will be a case they will have to outline with specific information as they learn more from his writings, his social media profile, interviews they conduct with family members, those who know him, some of the facts on the scene. There's ballistic evidence that is being processed. There were bullet holes in a wall at the hotel. And a reminder to our audience, this suspect did not get to the ballroom level where those 2,600 guests were assembled, including the president, vice president, first lady, and many dignitaries. He was on a floor above that.
What are the chances that he got radicalized by ChatGPT? I don't think so. I don't think he got... I don't think this is a ChatGPT radicalization. I think he is. I think he's just the regular ass dude. He's just a regular fucking liberal with no outlet. And you know, like I think he was a radical liberal who lost his dang mind a little bit and had no real outlet whatsoever for all of his anger, and thinks that Donald Trump is not merely a symptom of the disease, but wholeheartedly the main problem, and his cabinet too. What is this? Former U.S. Deputy Secretary. Oh, dude, they're coming after Clash Report too, which is a separate issue that I find really funny because Clash Report is like Turkish, I think. He was radicalized by right-wing and leftist movements, peeling away all the people around him. He was trapped in a dying ideological rot movement and saw no way forward. Neoliberalism does this to people. Very sad. I mean, I don't know if that's the case. I think he just doesn't. He had no productive outlet. Hasan, in your opinion, has all the violence come from the center? That's really funny. No, I don't. You guys are trying to get me to say things that are favorable to my ideological position, but I always am going to give you what my honest opinion is, okay? Yes, he is a radical liberal centrist. This is true. He hated Donald Trump. He despised Donald Trump. I'm not entirely certain as to what like totally triggered this, this final act of violence that he tried to engage in and failed to do so. I think like Epstein probably played a big role in it. I think beyond Epstein, what also most likely played a big role in it is the Trump Christianity, like the Antichrist shit. Was he for sure pro-Israel? Yes, he was abso-fucking-lutely pro-Israel. We know that for a fact now. I didn't initially assume this, if you recall yesterday. Oh, also, update. Another thing that I have to apologize for. I was wrong. I said he's an atheist. Initially, when I read not the manifesto, but I read like the initial assessment, I said he might be a Reddit style atheist. I was wrong. Part of the reason why I didn't get a full understanding of what his worldview looked like was because I can't read the fucking manifesto when I'm live on Twitch, and unfortunately his manifesto had just come out, and so I apologize for that. It turns out he's a Christian. He isn't, as far as I understand, he's not an atheist at all, and that came from a lot of these news outlets summarizing his manifesto by claiming he was anti-Christian only because he actually was saying Trump is not a real Christian. Which is a really fucked up way to report on what was going on, but you know, I'll do my redaction. Agenda Free's been showing the manifesto on Twitch all stream. Weird enough. Not saying you should. Just weird he doesn't get banned. I don't think anyone should get banned for showing manifestos. You guys know what my position is on this. How do we know he's pro-Israel? His retweets on Twitter. People found his Blue Sky account, and then people found his archived tweets as well on his now deleted Twitter account. And his now deleted Twitter account and the prolific retweets that he engaged in reveal a very different reality about his position on Israel specifically. Newly resurfaced tweets from Cole Allen reveal he hated Hasan Piker, the far left and pro-Palestine protesters. Reposted by Cole Force. No opinion. The Palestine protesters are functionally speaking Republicans. I find far-right and far-leftist dipshits who say, I just want the war to stop offensive. Do you think Ukrainians don't want the war to stop? My position on Gaza, retweeting, Cold Force retweeting Brianna Wu, calling Gaza protesters the KKK. Retweeting one of my number one ops, Troubleman90. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to just give up the last 85 years of civil rights and put my voting rights in jeopardy because 1% of the population of Michigan is upset over a decades-long conflict on the other side of the world that has nothing to do with me or my community. Literally all my ops. All of my ops that spent the last 2 months every single day claiming that I was violent, I was a radical, I was trying to get this exact thing that happened to happen. Turns out the guy was a fan of theirs. Okay? The usual suspects are scoffing at those, saying they're barely hate tweets, but they're just outing themselves as psychopaths. Yeah. Why is he mad at Trump? There are plenty of people who are liberal, radical liberals, radical centrist liberals who are pro-Israel too, that hate Donald Trump, but also hate the extreme left. Sometimes they hate the extreme left more than they hate Donald Trump. Given the fact that this guy didn't like me, but, you know, wanted to kill Donald Trump instead of me, I assume he's in the camp where he hates Donald Trump more than he hates me. There are others who I personally believe would rather kill me before they would kill Trump. Let's be real.
In a public space that had been used as part of the general reception for all of those guests. Yes. And there were...
Yes, guys like this fall into the I hate Hasan and I hate the left more than I hate the Republicans camp. He doesn't have a real constituency and therefore is utterly irrelevant and should not be paid attention to, but we're doing it anyway, regardless. But yeah, this guy is in that camp of people who are unbelievably and frustratingly dense. You'd rather ally with Ben Shapiro than a communist? Unironically, yes, because unlike the people further to the right of Ben, like Jack Posobiec or Libs of TikTok or any ride or die Trump dick suck, Shapiro is not nearly as toxic as any communist or anarchist or tanky or left populist or whatever. This was, of course, in response to me telling Ben Shapiro a literal terrorist credited Ben Shapiro for his radicalization in a court case where he went to prison for the mosque shootings that he engaged in Quebec. Shapiro incited a shooting. What? You didn't know that? Here it is. Quebec City mosque shooter scoured Twitter for Trump right-wing figures before attack. He openly stated, Bizanet, checked in on the Twitter account of Ben Shapiro, editor-in-chief of the conservative news site Daily Wire, 93 times in the month leading up to the shooting. This was a guy who straight up openly admitted that Ben Shapiro radicalized him, by the way. Just so you understand. Yeah, Rand Paul is doing it. Ben is full-blown obsessed with you. Nowadays, he's washed beyond comprehension. Yes, because if someone is pro-Israel, okay, if someone is Israel first in any way, shape, or form, they will never stop chirping about me. Anyway, this fucking dipshit, though, on the other hand, the recent Trump shooter was a Hassanoid, lies about the shooter who was a hater of mine, and then continues to defend Ben Shapiro. Bro, the liberals think they're going to be spared? Certified Babela moment? Yeah. Yeah, no, they do. They do. History has obviously taught us that liberals will not be spared. Apparently, the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter frequently reposted radical centrist Canadian ex-Bush speechwriter David Frum. Maybe it's time for the media to pay more attention to this violent ideology. I asked Claude AI to compare the Hasan Piker audience to the cringe wine moms at MS Now. On a normal night, MS Now's primetime audience of roughly 900,000 is about 25 times. Yeah, David Frum is a hater of mine as well. Another person that the shooter retweeted.
Layers of barricades and metal detectors and those kinds of steps. He was seen on video running through one of those metal detectors. After the event had begun and all other guests were assembled inside, he was subdued by a variety of officers there. There was a discharge of weapons. I'm told he fired his...
My brother told me he's interacted with this guy in a Discord. Apparently, he was active in the SoCal Smash Bros. Community and mains me brawler. He was in the Captain Falcon Smash Discord arguing about whose move was better or something. That makes total sense.
Weapon, and that there was return fire from law enforcement. And that is when the Uniform Division Secret Service officer was struck in the vest by some projectile. And he thankfully was not injured. He certainly took the full force of...
Wait, asking AI is not a news story? Yeah, dog, I know. You should tell that to Jewish Insider, who actually did write an entire news story on David Frum asking Claude AI if I had motion or not. I agree, though. It's not a news story.
Of that, but he was only briefly at the hospital and then released. So no injuries here. The suspect was not injured. The president was safe as well.
And Kelly, I understand now from the notes that we're getting in court, there's going to be a detention hearing now at 11 a.m. this Thursday. His public defender has said that Mr. Allen has no prior arrests or convictions. And of course, he would say this as his attorney. He is presumed innocent at the time. It sounds like they will have this detention hearing on Thursday as long as the judge signs off on it. So it sounds, at least in this case, things are moving pretty quickly in this case.
Exactly. And that's what we expected. This type of hearing, this...
Even the shooter is more of a gamer than you? Calm down, dude. It turns out being a gamer is bad, by the way. Hello? This man is a criminal! Is that what you think of me? You want me to be a criminal who does crimes like this criminal gamer?
First appearance is very brief. No entrance of plea. The discussion of detention would come next. There would be a discussion, is there bail, is there not bail? The government will present its request for no bail opportunity. His defense counsel will have a chance to respond. He will now be in the custody of the U.S. Marshals. Prior to this, he'd been held by Washington Metropolitan Police prior to being charged as a federal defendant. They were able to hold him for a period of time simply on the suspicion of what happened Saturday night. There will be many steps to come and so much more to learn, Tom.
I want to bring in Tom Winter now, who covers law enforcement for us. Tom, there is so much evidence, at least from what federal investigators and Secret Service and our own reporting show against this man right now. Talk to us about some of the key pieces we have. There's been talk of this manifesto. There's the surveillance video of him sprinting across that initial security checkpoint, and then him, of course, on the ground in handcuffs there at the scene with weapons allegedly on him.
You know, that's right, Tom, and that evidence is pretty strong, as it's been shared with us so far. It's 3 counts total here. So the key one is the attempt to assassinate the President of the United States. That does carry a life sentence if he's convicted to that, up to a life sentence. There's also count 3 there, that discharge of a firearm. That's a mandatory minimum if he's convicted of that. What they seem to have extrapolated is some intent. From that note that we've been reporting on, that's very clear, as you mentioned, a manifesto detailing the exact reasons why he was there. There's little room for interpretation. He specifically references the Trump administration and
specifically Donald Trump, who he wanted to assassinate because he said he wanted to kill the rapist pedophile. And I guess we all know who he's referencing when he says that Trump, every time he gets low approval ratings,
FIB special agent, I got this covered. Detain this man. Fuck you, I should detain you. I just took a bullet for my country.
Why do you listen to mainstream media? I guess because you need content source for Twitch. What do you mean, dude? Your parents are listening to mainstream media. These guys still have some capacity to lead discourse.
his whole game plan for how he was going to carry this out and his reasons for doing so. You've got this video that you're looking at right now, which we're going to start to see be played out shortly, where he will come running in from the left, going past the checkpoint. Here he is coming right now. You can see him dressed in all dark clothing, presumably holding a rifle there, just the way that he looks. That was as they were kind of breaking down the magnetometer and the checkpoint. Here he is lying on the ground shortly thereafter, after he's taken into custody and stripped to make sure he's got no other explosive devices on him. He is going to be held until that hearing. And one of the things that we'll get, Tom, in the coming couple of days, and presumably a lot of detail in today's complaint, once that is publicly filed to the docket, we will know more about that. But they will also file a detention memo from federal prosecutors where they can lay out some additional evidence that goes just beyond the basic requirements to bring these charges against him. And sometimes we can get a lot more information out of those filings. I will note, and some folks might point out, that there's a preliminary hearing scheduled for May 11th. That will almost assuredly not.
He was so uniform in having bad takes, plays new gen trash smash instead of melee, endorses decrepit zombified political theories like neoliberalism over the ascendant leftist populism, loves Israel and thinks pro-Palestinians are bad people, brain rot takes all the way down. Yeah. Couldn't even... Bro was on a fucking, 10-plus hour train ride, even longer than that, 24-hour train ride, and he didn't even do the dignity of reading the goddamn New York Times paper, the New York Times article that I was featured in, or even watch the New York Times podcast that I was featured in, before fucking quote retweeting slams, calling me a social maladaptive actor who is engaging in the moral rot that is at the core of American politics, because he thought that I was actually endorsing the concept of micro-looting. Ironic, because he was on his way to assassinate the fucking president, which in his mind, I guess, is less antisocial behavior. Okay? But if he had actually read the New York Times article or watched the New York Times podcast, instead of quote retweeting snide remarks, he would have seen my assessment on adventurism, Luigi Mangione, and how adventurism doesn't get the results that many actors who believe in decentralized forms of violence think it gets. If he had read the fucking New York Times article that I was featured in instead of doing the thing that every dumb fuck, stupid ass, centrist, right-wing, radical liberal does, which is, oh, this guy's stupid. He would have known that adventurism doesn't work. And he wouldn't have tried and failed to do this thing. I'm just saying. Some union guy at Damage Mag wrote some bullshit story about you too. Third way's on your ass, man. A union guy? What the fuck? A pro-Israel union guy? Earlier this week, left-wing Twitch celebrity, of course, despite the guest's airy defense of petty theft, the conversation has plenty of hedging. After arguing that there was nothing wrong with stealing a car, insisting they would do it himself and get away with it, Piker admitted that he has yet to steal so much as a candy bar. I wonder if you misunderstood the point that I was making, or perhaps I'm wrong. I like that so much of the discourse is always, I didn't understand the point you were making, so I'm going to make it everybody else's problem. And now we do it professionally. Lol, I went on the New York Times podcast to discuss the subject, crime is good and some people are disingenuous about my take. How could this happen? Hey, jackass, do you think I have any fucking control over what the editorial seasoning looks like on a New York Times podcast? They asked me, do you want to talk about micro-looting, or not even micro-looting? They wanted to talk about the concept of theft. I made it very clear that I don't give a shit about a random poor person stealing a loaf of bread or something to survive. I don't really give a shit about theft all that much either. And that the far more consequential type of theft that I wanted to talk about was the invisible version of theft, which is wage theft. Systematic looting that takes place in the hands of the wealthy oligarchs that steal from the working class individuals. Okay? It's not my fucking fault that people are incapable of reading, incapable of comprehending nuanced thoughts, and easily go for quick slam dunks. Socialist loves theft. Once again, it's not my fucking fault. What am I supposed to do? I know, dude. They think they set you up to look bad. No, I don't think so. I quite literally clarify in the conversation. No one has seen it, of course. They've only talked about it. They've talked over it. That petty theft is not a revolutionary act. And the very fact that people actually feel like it's a revolutionary act is probably because they have no actual productive outlet to make the systemic changes necessary for the real systemic harm that they're experiencing. A lack of political education, a lack of political analysis. These were the concepts I talked about. At some point, we have to say, look, man, if people are refusing to understand nuance, it can't be, it can't be my issue. What am I supposed to do? They're being purposely obtuse.
Happen. He will likely be indicted by a federal grand jury well before that date, but because he's being arrested on what we call a complaint, they have to enter that date for there to be a hearing to see whether or not the evidence, weigh the evidence rather, on this complaint. But the most serious charge is the first one, the attempted assassination of the President of the United States. This is now officially the third attempted assassination against the President, Donald J. Trump. 2 attempts, of course, while he was a candidate for office. A third one now that he is in office that apparently occurred or allegedly occurred, according to the Justice Department, on Saturday night. Those 2 previous ones, one in Butler, Pennsylvania, Thomas Matthew Crooks, and then a second one near his golf course in Florida with Ryan Routh, who was convicted several months ago as a result of his federal trial there. Crooks, of course, was killed by a U.S. Secret Service counter-sniper that was up on the roof at that incident. Unlike that first incident involving Crooks in Butler, Pennsylvania, we now have, Tom, to your point earlier, just a tremendous tremendous amount of evidence because we have a note. With Crooks, we didn't have really any social media profile, no writings, nothing really left behind. Crooks is very clear here, as I mentioned before, and also discussed the security at the hotel. We see him there flanked by officers, this image being put out by the president on Saturday evening after he arrived back at the White House. But this is just a very different case than that, and obviously they will continue their investigation, presumably continue to get surveillance video. Some, according to our colleagues, including Kelly O'Donnell, contains him going in through the stairwell to get down there so he's not detected in the elevators. Much more to come, Tom, I'm sure, as we continue to get these charges in.
And as we look back on those 3 assassinations attempts, this one marks the 3rd one. Tom, there's also that Pakistani man that is on trial. I believe he's still on trial, saying that Iran had hired him to kill President Trump and other administration officials as well. So there have been both plots and assassination attempts against the president's life. Tom, in that manifesto, do we know if it was just an MO, if you will, right, his modus operandi, or was there also a plan of attack in there as well? Did he lay out what he wanted to do? Because I've seen some reporting out there about, you know, administration officials were the targets in sort of an order of importance.
That's exactly right. I mean, I think he understood, based, if you read this note, that this, in his eyes, was the best opportunity because he thought he could get closest to the president. That's what he says in the note. He also talks about the fact that he wanted to go after administration officials. I think he knew by the time he would get too close to where Trump was, he would have been confronted by law enforcement, but certainly was up for any sort of top officials. Interestingly, we don't know why he says that he was not going to go after the FBI director, Kash Patel, but he definitely seemed to go after administration officials. And that, you know, big picture here, Tom, you know, you referenced the charges against that Pakistani individual. We're not even talking about the threats that are investigated by the Secret Service.
Why are they not talking about the Mar-a-Lago one?
Prosecuted.
The Mar-a-Lago pads the stats against Trump's overarching argument and against the right's overarching argument. That all of this violence is coming from the left, the radical left. And then it's not actually former Trump fans. You should check out Kyle's compilation of the shooting events.
Hope everybody out there.
Oh my God, he's doing a false flag. Oh, he's doing it. Oh, Dark Woke Commander, he's going the distance. He's going the distance. I don't think he's gonna lean into this being a fucking. Incredible things are happening on Israeli Twitter. Oh, I know this. I know. This is the average. This was the average Ashkenazi take in 1948. Yeah. This Israeli Ashkenazi Jew is doing Mizrahi hatred the old-fashioned way, okay? I know. This actually led me down a very funny rabbit hole where I found a Mizrahi Jew in Israel that was talking about how he hates Israel because the Mizrahis were actually the elite in Arab countries, and then they went to Israel and they got treated like fucking shit, and they lost all of their wealth. And if Israel never existed, that they'd still be dominating the Arabs. It's very funny. I want to see if I can find that other account. I was reading their tweets. They were so stupid. Pioneers of Dark Woke. Yeah, this was basically the speech Shimon Peres gave in Beit Shemesh in 1981. We'll get to that in a second. Hold on. I want to do... I want to finish this and I want to look at my king, my Dark Woke king.
Let alone plots. And so now if you have individuals that think, you know what, maybe I can't get to Donald Trump, maybe I can get to other members of the Trump administration, the headache, not just for the Secret Service, but for the diplomatic security service that covers the State Department, or for the military, for the Secretary of War, just the security posture that we now have to be in. And oh, by the way, we're in the middle of a war. It's a really complex picture here going forward.
I want to bring in Danny Savalos. Danny, there's going to be a detention here, and we know this week. Do you see any scenario where this man is released from federal custody?
Zero. This is what you call a presumption case, and that even came up during the hearing, the very brief hearing today. Normally, the Bail Reform Act says that people have a presumption of bail when they appear before the magistrate, but there are certain cases in which there's a presumption that no set of circumstances or conditions will keep the public safe or ensure the defendant's appearance at trial. So this is what we call a presumption case. You've got guns. Those are usually presumptions. He will remain in custody no matter what happens in 3 days at the bail hearing.
All right, Danny Savalos, we thank you. I want to get quickly to Gabe Gutierrez, who's covering this from the White House. Gabe, the White House has come out today to highlight what happened on Saturday night.
Is there a reason why the first one to be escorted safely instead of Trump was J.D. Vance? I don't know. Maybe because Trump is too fat. Perhaps that could be the reason. He's like harder to move around. I've been thinking about that a lot. I'm like, is there a deeper, darker plot here? Would they kind of want Trump to be killed so that J.D. Vance becomes the competent heir to the throne? Especially considering that J.D. Vance most likely is not going to be able to hold the MAGA base together anyway because he's a charisma suck. I did think about that a little bit. Trump's body man looked a little older than JD's. Yeah, I mean, those things are maybe deliberate, you know? You never know. I love conspiracy theories, and I will be entertaining them in a second with my dark woke king, Kyle Kulinski.
Talk about security and steps going forward. And it's really unclear how this event changes the president's schedule going forward in the events he holds, whether they be indoors or outdoors.
Yes, that's right, Tom. Look, the president has said that he wants to redo this dinner within the next 30 days or so. Right now, it's very unclear exactly how.
I know we've been covering this wall to wall, but I don't think the average person gives a single solitary shit about the failed assassination attempt on the awful American president that everybody fucking hates, whose approval rating is currently lower than like 30%.
That will happen, what venue it would happen at. The White House is using this opportunity to try and make the case for why the president wants that massive ballroom that has been very controversial and has been tied up in the courts right now. That ballroom proposed to be 90,000 square feet. And
my speculation here, pre-watch Piker, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. My pre-watch Piker on this issue is that this ballroom shit is going to annoy people even further. Because, like, most people, I don't think, give a shit that the president was very far away from being assassinated. Let's be real. This dude had no fucking motion whatsoever. And that the more he talks about the fucking ballroom, the more liberals go, oh, my God, this is literally a secret plot to build a ballroom. What's in the ballroom? Ain't nobody knows, okay? I've heard some liberals speculate that there's like a data center underneath the ballroom. I don't know why that would be a thing that'd be beneficial for the admin. Obviously, Trump thinks that there's military usage or the military really wants this ballroom, which once again is inviting additional speculation that there's something weird afoot or like a bunker. And not only that, but also the more people talk about how like this necessitates the building of a ballroom from, you know, John Hinckley all the way to John Fetterman, all the Johns are covered here. It's going to probably annoy people in the margins that it's like that this is what we're focused on. Can we be fucking serious? Gas prices are unbelievable at the pump, and you're fucking talking about the ballroom. Who gives a shit? Fuck you and your ballroom is probably what's going to be the reaction. So keep it up is what I say to the right for continuing on this pro ballroom narrative.
The president saying private donations would cover it. It would only hold about 1,000 people, though. And as you heard earlier, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, more than 2,000 people at that event. Now, just a short time ago, we heard from Caroline Leavitt. She says this week, Secret Service, DHS, and the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, will hold a meeting to discuss security moving forward, Tom.
Gabe Gutierrez, first I want to thank Gabe and Danny and Tom and Kelly for their coverage. This is going to conclude this NBC News special report.
Bro, they got Rand Paul on the ballroom. He's supposed to be a libertarian. Rand Paul is like, oh my God, $1 is going to poor people. Shut down the fucking government. That Rand Paul is like, yeah, we should spend unlimited billions of dollars. We should spend all the money on the ballroom. It's insane. Even fucking Rand Paul's like, we got to get the ballroom going.
Having a great day. I have an awesome show lined up for you. It is a juicy show. It is a spicy show. You don't want to miss this one. So in just a second, we're going to talk about it. Was the White House Trump era? I wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding. We'll also get to that. We also have Trump crashing out at Norah O'Donnell because she read the shooter's manifesto to his face, and we get some all-time quotes coming from the big guy. Like, this is, I'm telling you, this is going to go in the history books. The shit he said is going to go in the history books, and not in a good way, okay? So we'll dive into that as well. And then later on, Iran keeps humiliating Trump over and over, and he doesn't know what to do about it. And Russell Brand barbecues whatever the hell remained of his credibility to the channel. Episodes. Huge event was happening. Bizarre, weird, I know. But the first time he decides to go to this thing as president, there's an alleged attempted shooting. Now, first let me show you the initial video that went viral. What you're going to see here is this is at the beginning of the event. People are beginning to eat and stuff. Trump is, sitting at the front of the room, and you're going to hear some shots ring out, but it's like kind of distant. And then take note of how long it takes for people to react after hearing the shots. Watch this.
No, this isn't the Mizrahi one. Kyle is counting down the seconds until Trump is escorted out of the room once the shots are fired.
32 seconds until you hear the shots and they grab Trump and pick him up to move him. 32 seconds. Now, people in the audience were reacting, going under tables and whatnot. But before they moved the president, it was 32 seconds. Okay. Very bizarre, very strange. More. So here we have a video of Trump on his way out. He fell right in his fucking face. And the funny thing is he came out and denied this. But like, bro, we literally have it on video. I think they tried to like explain it away by saying Melania was crawling out and Trump tried to grab Melania and pull her back up. But no, you're about to see the video here and it looks pretty clear to me. And down. Yeah, he fell.
Oh, he's such a fucking fat ass, dude. It's awesome. Oh, that's so funny. Come on, dude. That's amazing. Yeah, Diva down. I feel like the data center under the White House is a Palantir Peter Thiel initiative, which would make the push for the ballroom make a lot more sense. But like, what utility do you get out of having a fucking data center under the White House? Do you see what I'm saying? Like what? This guy on drop site looks like your long lost brother. Yeah, his name is also Hasan, ironically enough. Yeah, his name is Hasan Ahmadian. He's a professor at Tehran University.
Yeah, he fell. He definitely fell there. And by the way, his health is obviously failing him. Between him falling here when they're trying to move him out, not even like super fast, just like at a slightly sped up pace, falls on his face. But also, you'll see this event they did, this speech he gave after this. He looks like death. I mean, his eyes are 90% closed. He can barely get through a sentence. It's hard to watch. Okay, Washington Post says, breaking news. The Trump administration provided a lower level of security for the White House Correspondents' Dinner than it has for other gatherings of high-ranking officials, according to officials familiar with the plan. So, understand something. In the room, we had like the top 5 people in the line of presidential succession, right? Maybe even the top 6. I forget exactly, but like the whole cabinet was there. And they had, let me repeat it, a lower level of security than it had for other gatherings of high-ranking officials. So if everybody in that room was taken out, you know who would have became president? 92-year-old Chuck Grassley, who doesn't know where he is and doesn't know how to write English. I wish I
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. He's a prolific poster. Kyle, you're disrespecting the GOAT. You're disrespecting the GOAT. He knows where he is. That's why he's posting like a madman all the time.
Just kidding. I'm not kidding. So just a thought there, but insane that you have this high level of a gathering and it's just such a mess and so low level security that something like this could happen. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's literally State of the Union level of administration officials.
More. This is the same hotel outside of which John Hinckley Jr. tried to assassinate President Ronald Reagan in 1981. That is a bizarre fact right there. Okay, this was kind of blew my mind, but there's this guy on Twitter by the name of Chili Dog, and he said, note the date here, April 13th. He said, Trump is going to go for a staged assassination attempt again. Blame it on Iran. I will put a 25% chance on this play. Trump has lost all global respect, such that he had. Allies and enemies alike are laughing at him. So as I pointed out, he said this 12 days before the alleged attempted shooting. That's when this guy said this. That is absolutely bonkers. Okay, so here we have Wolf Blitzer, who got like a front row seat to all this. He got up to go to the bathroom, and then when he was leaving the bathroom, all this mayhem unfolded. So he's going to tell you what he saw. Listen to this.
After they served the appetizers, I walked out to simply go to the men's room, but you have to walk up these stairs and walk out, and which I was doing. And as I was walking back towards the door to get back into the big area where the event was taking place, all of a sudden, I start hearing gunshots in the hall right near me. And the next thing I knew, a police officer threw me to the ground and was on top of me, and I was listening and watching what was going on, and apparently they got the gunman who had a major weapon there, but it was so worrisome, the noise was so loud in a small area, and all of a sudden I'm seeing gunshots, and then they grab me, the police officers, and they take me back into the men's room where I was safe, and there were about 15 other men who are stuck in there and they won't let them out, and that's what happened, and then after a while they let me out, and I'm out now. I'm not back in the ballroom, but everything is apparently closing down. Very scary incident. All of a sudden, a guy with a weapon, and it was a very, very serious weapon, he starts shooting, and I happened to have been a few feet away from him as he was shooting. And of course, the first thing that went through my mind is he trying to shoot me. And I don't think he was trying to shoot me, but I was very close to him as the gunshots were fired. And it was very, very scary, but I'm okay now.
So one of the stories here is
he
that
lost
the guy
his
Cole
shoe.
Allen, who allegedly did the shooting, right? That he was staying in the hotel, he ran down 10 flights of stairs and exited on the same level that the ballroom was where they were having the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and that's when there were shots fired. Now, he didn't fire the shots. It was Secret Service that fired the shots, but none of them hit him, and they ended up just being able to arrest him somehow. Again, I don't know how that all happened, but that's allegedly how it all unfolded. That's one story.
Dude, that's awesome. He's just straight up saying, nope.
The other
You
story
don't
is
believe it.
he reportedly didn't even get to the same floor as the ballroom where they were having the White House Correspondents' Dinner, that they were able to apprehend him before he even got to the proper floor. So I've seen contradictory stories here. One saying he ran down 10 flights of stairs and got to the proper level. Another one that he didn't get to the proper level. But either way, the shots that were heard were not fired from him. They were fired from Secret Service, and somehow they didn't hit him, but they ended up being able to arrest the guy. Okay, this is what we've seen to this.
Are you covering the fact that he's a time traveler? What is he, Dan Bongino? Is he young Dan Bongino?
Point. So kind of weird that you still have contradictory stories when, you know, there was enough people there where this should not be that hard to determine exactly what went down. Okay, so this is kind of crazy, but I'm gonna show you, this is a zoomed in version of what we just watched at the beginning here, where apparently some guy's doing like fucking party tricks or magic tricks for Melania Trump and Donald Trump here. This is the guy standing above them and holding something. So let me just play a little bit of this for you so you can see real quick. But he's doing some sort of trick. He's showing, you know, a card that has something written on it. Okay, here's a crazy fact. Ready? The person showing Trump and Melania a magic trick when the attempted assassin was shot is the same guy, Oz Perlman, who hauntingly guessed Joe Rogan's ATM pin while they were live on air.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What does it mean? What does it mean?
The latter felt like a veiled threat at the time. Maybe it's nothing, but it's weird. That is kind of weird, okay? Now here is, you can see this, you know, this screenshot here, this picture here. I don't know if Melania's face is reacting like that because the trick blew her mind, which is possible, or if it's because they already heard the gunshots. But the fact that the magician himself is also making a sort of a scared face leads me to believe this is after the shots ring out. And look at Trump's face and look at Melania's face, okay? Trump's face is literally like that meme of James Franco where he looks at the person next to him and they're about to get hanged and he says, first time? Like, Trump's face looks like that. like he's calm, like he's relaxed, like he's soaking this in. Melania looks terrified. Trump looks perfectly at ease. Okay? Very, very bizarre. Okay, more. So here we have, this is kind of crazy, but you can see this is outside the ballroom in like a little press gathering here. You can see fucking the FBI, the Secret Service, police, the National Guard. You can see them like scrambling. Watch this video. What the
Left, downstairs. Where's it coming from? Where's it coming from? The crossfire! Look out! Bro, somebody go. Everybody stay down. We got one down. What the Oh my God. Stay down, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, stay down. Where's that at? He's inside. He's not inside. Nobody comes in here.
That was literally like the village people of law enforcement, one after the other, running in different directions, chaos seemingly, okay? Here is J.D. Vance getting dragged off stage. And what's interesting is he gets dragged off stage and it's still a little bit before they even grab the president. So yet again, so-called protocol here completely and utterly out the window. Watch this. They grab J.D., drag him. Trump is still sitting there. Look at this.
Or is it the protocol?
Look at this. And that's where he falls. And then he goes on later to insist that he definitely, positively, without a doubt, did not fall. Okay, this video is kind of wild because there were multiple examples of like different cabinet officials, Stephen Miller, RFK Jr., they end up being dragged out at one point or another. But you're going to see Stephen Miller's like using his wife as a human shield. Okay, RFK Jr. is dragged by his Secret Service agents, and his wife, Cheryl Hines, is like 5 feet behind, trying to keep up desperately. And look, RFK's going, wait, do I have a wife? I don't even know if I have a wife. I don't know what you're talking about. I was too busy felching with Olivia Nuzzi to give a shit about my wife. Wait, my wife is with me now? Oh, I didn't even realize that. Watch, you'll see. Watch this. So there's RFK, there's the Secret Service agents, there's Stephen Miller using his wife. Look, Cheryl Hines way behind. Bro. It's too perfect that in these moments, stuff like this happens. These people are exactly who the fuck you think they are, dog. They are exactly who you think they are. Now, here is one of Trump's top goons, Dan Scavino, I think like one of his social media guys, and he's about to find out that all their goofy, like, fight stuff and USA chants, that only works at fucking Trump rallies with a bunch of sheep around you, okay? Here you have a room full of people going, what the fuck? You're doing fake patriotism shit as there's like a threat to our lives? What the fuck is wrong with you? Watch this.
USA!
By the way, that's a little too on the nose because, yes, this is something that can only happen in the USA. The country that has a shooting like every other day, a new shooting. USA. Perhaps that's not something to be proud of. I love the person who tried to get a USA chant going and then it just like tails off, sadly, because we're like, we're not doing that shit right now, okay? This is not a fucking Trump rally, you dipshit. Okay, ready for this? This is kind of crazy. Please tell me this is not the same worthless agent from Butler, Pennsylvania. So here's one picture, a little bit from a distance here, but clearly a Secret Service agent. And then boom, here's this one from Butler. So one more time.
I mean, that part is not that crazy. I saw this too. I didn't cover it. When I was covering all the conspiracies, because that one is like the most explainable. Like even if it's the same person, that still wouldn't be. There's a likelihood that it's not the same person, but even if it was, it wouldn't be that strange. Like she's a part of the president's Secret Service security detail.
Here's one. Here's another. Now, it's possible it's not the same person because the second one here looks a little like they weigh less, but it's also possible this person just gained a little bit of weight. But either way, kind of bizarre. All right, now here's Dana White, the CEO of the UFC, and he made some eyebrow-raising comments, y'all, that you're about to see right here that made a bunch of people go, huh. All right, watch this.
Inside, they started up. All of a sudden, it just started getting noisy. Tables getting flipped over, guys running in with guns. and they were screaming, "Get down!" I didn't get down. It was awesome. I literally took every minute of it in, and it was a pretty crazy, unique experience.
So you were on the aisle. What exactly did you see?
We were sitting right in front of the table.
Okay.
Right in front of where the president was.
Yeah. So what exactly happened? So someone got tackled or like what?
Nobody got tackled, but guys came in looking for shooters, and they came toward our table. I thought the shooter was over by us or something.
I didn't get down. It was fucking awesome, he said, about what's supposed to be an alleged attempted assassination of the President of the United States of America, his friend. Okay, here's Erica Kirk. Now, Erica Kirk, for those of you who don't remember, there were so many instances after her husband got murked on live TV. There were so many instances where it's like, I think she's supposed to be emotional, and she definitely isn't, right? Why is she acting this weird? Why is she acting this bizarre? Why'd she do this thing? Why'd she do that thing? Why'd she wear those fucking leather pants? Why is she snuggling up to J.D. Vance? Like, why is she snuggling up to Jesse Waters? So many instances of like, wow, you're acting pretty strangely here. Well, here she is after this alleged assassination attempt of Trump, which, by the way, according to some stories, the guy didn't even get to the same floor as where they were having the event, okay? Like, they got his ass, right? Here's Erica Kirk's reaction. Watch the waterworks go.
I just want to go find Suzanne.
Did she just say, I just want to go home while crying?
I just want to go find Suzanne.
Bitch, you ain't been home since Charlie got killed. Your kids don't even recognize you anymore. Well, every time I blink, I see you at a new fucking massive event with the fireworks and the WWE WrestleMania entrance and shit, going to give a speech. Like, I see you all the time running, the fucking TPUSA organization. But
that's
you
crazy.
should be home. Get back home. Like, your kids are going, Mommy, where are you? We miss you. Oh my God. Oh my word. I can't with these people, bro. I can't. This person says, the most performative woman who ever lived. Yes, I think that's fair to say. Okay, how about this one, y'all? Ready? I'm one of the small number of journalists traveling with the White House press pool tonight. We were in a hall just outside the ballroom when the commotion first rang out. Several things happened in quick succession. Tuxedoed agents pulled out guns and began running toward the ballroom. White-jacketed caterers screamed and bolted for stairwells. Pandemonium reigned as top cabinet officials were evacuated. Robert Kennedy Jr. and his wife, Cheryl Hines, came out and were ushered into an elevator. Then Janine Pirro emerged. The FBI director, Kash Patel, came tearing across the hallway with two men in tow. His girlfriend was hiding in a room with another man who was holding her hand. Bro got cucked at the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. Bruh. Reporters are about to be taken back into the ballroom. The show will go on, apparently. Now, that last part is not true because the show didn't go on, but all the reports were Trump was demanding that the show go on. Kind of strange, kind of weird that yet another supposed attempt on your life. You're like, anyway, let's go back out there, bro. I'm ready to stand in front of a room of people where we just had a breach. Like, what the fuck, bro? What the fuck? But Kash Patel, dude, I know they're about to fire your ass, but you might have to just resign after this. Like, this dude must have a public humiliation kink, right? He's got to have that fetish because it just had day after day after day. Now, this was eye-opening. Carolyn Levitt to Fox News before the White House Correspondents' Dinner event. This is before the event. Listen to her language here. This is crazy.
It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
There will be some shots fired tonight in the... Do not tell me that's not spooky as hell. Do not tell me that is not spooky as hell. You are a fucking gaslighter and a half. If you listen to this, you go, oh yeah,
I mean, no, I don't. If you guys want my honest take on this, I don't think it's like, I don't think Caroline Leavitt was like straight up implying that like actual, gunshots were going to be fired. I think what's even weirder than that, the only thing that's weirder than the Caroline Leavitt thing is Caroline Leavitt's husband, which I'm sure Kyle will get to in a second. Caroline Leavitt's husband telling someone that's in the crowd, be careful. And then Fox News basically shutting off that interview and then never having them back on again. That was weird. None of the other stuff that he's brought up so far is all that strange. It's just funny.
That was, this normal. It's normal to say something like that in a scenario. Bro, come on, man. We're not done yet either. I have more spooky clips for you in just a little bit, by the way. Okay? Now, after this, when Trump goes and gives his, he gives a little speech afterwards, right? Which, by the way, they cut off the fucking playoff game for this, which was annoying. I was watching the NBA playoffs. They cut it off for Trump to babble about how the Dow's doing great with his eyes 90% shut. Just horrible. And then they dragged on and on and on. They switched the game to ESPN eventually from ABC to ESPN, but they didn't tell anybody. So, like, by the time I realized it was on ESPN, there was like 5 minutes left in the game. Super annoying. And I saw a lot of people on Twitter were like furious. Like, I don't want to fucking listen to this guy babble. The guy didn't even get to the same floor as him. The guy, nobody laid a finger on him. He's fucking fine. And we're on attempt number, 6th? It's just another day that ends in Y, okay? When you're committing war crime after war crime after war crime, at some point you got to kind of expect, like, I don't know, maybe I am sort of inviting this into my life, right? So Trump and the White House officials were all smiles and appeared in good spirits at the press conference following the White House Correspondents' Dinner incident. So look at this. All of them smiling as Trump delivers his, fucking sleepy-eyed stand-up routine over here. He barely knows where he is, but he's trying to babble through it. okay? The only person not smiling is Marco Rubio. Everybody else here is seemingly smiling. All right, here's another one. Smiles all around, baby. Smiles all around. Here's another one. Smiley and giggly. Exactly how I would react if somebody just tried to murder me, okay? Here's the Secretary of War Crimes.
Wait. Does Kyle not realize that the most damning, most compelling thing that he could point to was not Caroline Leavitt, but Caroline Leavitt's husband? Because he skipped past that. Caroline Leavitt's husband telling someone from Fox News right there, right before the shooting happens, like, oh, it's you have to be careful, and then Fox News basically shutting off the clip. Oh, he does after this? Okay.
Smiling. A candid shot here where he's smiling. Very strange. Now, within fucking minutes of this alleged attempted shooting, all of the sycophantic MAGA influencer accounts were out there saying the same goddamn thing, y'all. Look at this. Andrew Colvett, this is why President Trump needs to build the White House ballroom. Libs of TikTok, this is why we need Trump's ballroom. Jack Posobiec, thank God President Trump's building a ballroom at the White House. And wokeness, now you know why the left is suing to block Trump's privately funded White House ballroom. Wall Street Mav, we need the White House ballroom. Meghan McCain, I don't want to hear one more fucking criticism of Trump's new ballroom at the White House. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. By the way, this isn't even a comprehensive list. More MAGA influencers than this came out and said it. Why? Because they're all in a fucking group chat, okay? So Matt Royer says, Ashley St. Clair, former MAGA person, confirmed the White House runs group chats telling these accounts what to post. Within minutes of shots fired tonight, before there was any news of casualties, and before the president said this exact talking point, this was the chat in real time. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're supposed to believe that within minutes of shots being fired, that, it's a perfectly normal and reasonable reaction to immediately use this to try to shoehorn in the issue you care most about, Trump cares most about, which is building that ballroom, that illegal ballroom, by the way, which he got no approval for whatsoever, and it's a massive fucking, pay-to-play corruption scheme with the Epstein class and the billionaires, right? But, like, literally within minutes of that happening, that's weird, bro. That's strange, bro. That's not something a normal person does, okay? All right, more. So, also, very soon after the attempted shooting, Trump posts a picture of the guy. He posts this picture. With that fucking active investigation going on, he posts this picture of the guy on the carpet. This is Cole Allen, the alleged attempted shooter. Okay, let me give you more. Stephen Nelson says, I received a copy of Cole.
This also is unique because you're not supposed to reveal this information. It's only prosecutors that are supposed to reveal this information when there's an active case. You know what I mean? Like, there's not... Like, in Butler, Pennsylvania, you could say it. Trump could reveal everything about Butler, Pennsylvania, because the guy was dead. But in this case, the suspect is alive. Oh, never mind. Which is what my own father and other people told me recently. He was expressing this concern for my safety. I was going to say before I lost my signal. Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Sure. Yeah, that's convenient.
Allen's anti-Trump manifesto, which a U.S. official says he sent his family members about 10 minutes before the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting last night. So we're supposed to believe 10 minutes before he sprints through security with a shotgun, or tries to do that, okay? That's when he sent his manifesto, okay? By the way, in the manifesto as well, it also says, like, if you're reading this, I'm probably in the hospital right now, or like something to that effect. You're telling me he was trying to go assassinate the president, and he knew somehow, oh, I'm going to survive this, and they're going to take me to the hospital? Guys, again, like, if it was one of these things, or two of these things, or even three of these things, I understand people being like, well, Occam's razor, it's, the shit happened, but some wacky stuff occurred too. But as you're going to see here, it's one thing after the next, after the next, after the next. All right, more. Here we go. Here we have the Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Kegsbreath, and take a good look at his face here, his jaw here as he walks by. Watch. Look at the jaw. Look at it. One more time. Here we go. Look at the jaw. Ready? Look at that. Look at that. Okay. So Hasan says, holy shit, look at his jaw. The man is zooted, okay? Seth Harp, who wrote this great book called The Fort Bragg Cartel, which you should definitely check out, is about how special ops are basically like all in a criminal gang. It's all a criminal cartel. Seth Harp says, I have been saying for more than a year that everyone at the top of the U.S. war machine is coked to the gills and also geeked up on modafinil, which is another upper, and Dex. But mainstream opinion is still basically unaware of this disturbing reality. So the Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Kegsbreath, also along with Kash Patel, right? Also along with Trump, with old videos of him sniffing, just like Kash Patel, Sniffing. That's a sign of snorting an upper, ladies and gentlemen. That's a sign. When you move your jaw like that, that's a sign of cocaine use or meth use or Adderall use. Honestly, it's probably stronger than Adderall when you're jawing that aggressively, right? But they are high as balls, dog. They are. This is a group of fucking degenerates and freaks is what it is. All right, more. Soon after the attempted shooting, Trump somehow gets the security footage and posts it. Again, in the middle of an active investigation, as Adam Cochran says. So the Secret Service and FBI just happened to release the footage to the president during an active investigation, and he felt the need to post it because. So here's the super grainy footage of what appears to be here, him trying to sprint through security. Watch this. Standing around. Look at this. Look at this Acme ass, Looney Tunes ass shit. No shot. You got all these guys standing around. It's almost like it's the stereotype of like, a fat cop eating a donut, right? Standing there. And then fucking this guy comes sprinting through like Usain Bolt. Look at this. Then they grab the gun. They fire. By the way, again, they take so many shots. None of them hit him, but they still apprehend him somehow. Okay. Okay. Now, the MAGA influencers were also spreading an AI image of this incident, okay? They used AI to try to juice up the image. And as you're about to see here, this is goofy in so many ways. See how this agent is wearing a hat? He's going to turn to shoot, and he's going to no longer have a hat. I also like how the text on the back of this jacket of this law enforcement official says, E-L-I-D? E-Lied? Oh, no shot. By the way, this is what they want to take your job, too, by the way. They want AI to steal everybody's job, and this is what AI delivers for you. Ready? Watch this. Here we go. So guy comes sprinted through, not even holding a shotgun, by the way. This guy turns, and the hat becomes his normal hair, firing. Like, what the fuck, bro? What is this? Okay, bizarre. Yet again, very bizarre. Now, notice, here was Stephen Miller basically like hiding behind his wife, right? The little Nazi Stephen Miller. Look in the background here very closely. Look in the background here. Who's this? Who's this back here, backstage? That's Trump. Trump is staring out. Very strange. Very strange. Trump lurking in the distance in the background there. Okay, how about this one? So here we have somebody calls into Fox and apparently tells a story here about how Caroline Levitt's husband basically says like, hey, you better be careful. It's a dangerous place here tonight. And they said this before the shooting. Listen to this. And then watch what happens next too, by the way. Here we go.
I want to just quickly tell you, I was sitting next to Caroline Levitt, the press secretary's husband. He was one of our guests. He was seated right next to me. And, right as the dinner was starting, the national anthem happened. And then he kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV. You do a great job. You need to be very safe.
Why the fuck would you say that? You need to be very safe? Why would you say that? What a weird thing to say at a White House Correspondents' Dinner event. What the fuck?
Watch you on TV, you do a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was just very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some...
I love this clip. This one's the best one. Okay, this one is the best one.
Call drop, bro. The call dropped. Oh, then he looked around the room and he said, there are some, and boom, the call fucking dropped. Are you fucking kidding me? Now watch the Fox News person try to cover it up.
Sounds like we lost Aisha's phone there. And this happens, by the way.
No shot. This happens all the time. Somebody says that somebody whispered to them that there was something violent about to happen and there was an attempted shooting. They knew in advance. We don't know how they knew in advance. They're in the middle of telling that story and then the call drops out of nowhere. Bro, this is totally normal, bro.
Phone there. And this happens, by the way, especially when you have so many people attempting to utilize the same cell service at the same time. I did want to add this while we have...
Oh, my word. Who are they kidding, bro? Who are they kidding? Okay. So then Trump, afterwards, after this happens, all of a sudden he puts on the serious person hat and he says, in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our differences peacefully. Trump is saying, everybody calm down out there. We need to be peaceful. We need to resolve stuff peacefully. The same guy who just the other week said, an entire civilization will die tonight. An entire civilization will die. Sounding like a fucking comic book ass villain. Now he's going to lecture us about resolving our differences peacefully. The guy...
Dude, he's fucking... Kyle is so dope, dude. He is like... I don't mean he's becoming Alex Jones in a negative way. I'm not saying... Well, this video, he is leaning into the conspiracy a little bit. But I mean, as far as his, on-camera presence, which I have tremendous respect for Alex Jones for. This is the one thing that I think Alex Jones is brilliant at, is, being an incredible entertainer. Kyle is officially, becoming that guy. Not even awesome. I'm not even talking about conspiracy theories or a dangerous force or anything like that. I just mean as far as being able to deliver an entertaining story about ongoing events in a way that's convincing, but more importantly, entertaining. He's on that. He's on that tip.
Who massacred this precious little boy in Iran. This precious little boy was murdered by Donald Trump. We're supposed to listen to him lecture us about resolving our differences peacefully. A guy who triple tapped a little girl's elementary school and bombed hospitals and bombed bridges and bombed power plants and went after civilian infrastructure left and right. We're supposed to listen to a lecture from him about resolving our differences peacefully. Go fuck yourself, son. Go fuck yourself. Okay, now here's Trump. Here's the little speech he gave, which cut off the playoff game, which I'm still furious about. And listen to, he can't help himself. Listen to who he compares himself to here.
Why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look.
Dude, I fucking love that, man. That was such a... Trump was on a different level that night and the day after. He had some really great Trump quotes that you haven't really heard in a minute. Like, no new Trump quotes have actually entered the ether in a while because his brain is so doo-doo. I've studied assassinations is fucking awesome. That is prime Trump. I've studied assassinations. People only want to kill people that are impactful. You're the president, man. What are you saying? It's just such a dumb guy thing to say, and I love that.
The people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them.
Oh, my word. Yeah, you know, like Abraham.
You see, if Abraham Lincoln had a ballroom, he would not have been killed.
Abraham Lincoln. He freed the slaves. I'm in the Epstein files. You know, Abraham Lincoln. You know, he's basically the greatest American, one of the greatest, if not the greatest American president of all time. I'm the most corrupt person to ever sit in the White House. Yeah, we're very similar. We're very similar. I triple tap girls' schools. You know, I'm humanitarian like that. Bro, I can. And also, again, why are your eyes 90% closed? By the way, here is what happened when Kash Patel delivered his commentary. Watch what happens. Look at Trump's face here.
Those that were there, and if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to the law enforcement of the FBI's Metropolitan Police Department.
Bro, he's out. Look at him. Look at him. He's out.
Thoroughly. That process has already started.
He can barely keep his eyes open.
We're going to ensure that he was either a lone
Look at this. Bro's hitting REM sleep.
Or anyone else.
To be fair, he's probably thinking about how he was holding Kash Patel's girlfriend's hand. That's probably what he was doing. That was a delayed thaw.
That was responsible. We will analyze
my word. Look at
those
this.
that were there.
Look at, and now, meanwhile, he'll be up at fucking 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. angry tweeting about fucking Bette Midler or Whoopi Goldberg, right? He'll do that. But then during the day, during important meetings, he'll be out, right? And here he is, falling asleep on his feet. On his feet. Okay, here's another. Look at what he looked like when he gave his speech. Bro, he looks like if Miss Doubtfire was a narcoleptic. That's what he looks like here. What on earth am I looking at? His face looks like fucking silly putty or some shit. What is this? Or Play-Doh. He's got Play-Doh on his face. What is this? I can't, man. All right, the next day after this, immediately goes out there and starts, the ballroom. What happened last night is exactly the reason that our great military, Secret Service, law enforcement, and for different reasons, every president for the last 150 years have been demanding that a large, safe, and secure ballroom be built on the grounds of the White House. Again, using it to try to get this ballroom. So strange, so bizarre, so extreme, so weird that every MAG influencer right after the shooting was immediately out there saying we need that ballroom. Also, by the way, take note, he admitted in the past, it's not just about the ballroom. It's about building a nuclear bunker underneath, a state-of-the-art nuclear bunker underneath, which is very weird that Trump and his entire cabinet are living on fucking military bases because they don't want the public to be able to get to them. And Trump is now trying to build a nuclear bunker. It's almost like they're telling you, yeah, we are planning Armageddon. We are planning nuclear annihilation. And our asses are going to go hide, and we're going to protect ourselves from you. That's what's going on here. Okay, how about this? So as I said, a bunch of shots. They did a bunch of shots at the shooter. And the shooter got no shots off, by the way. And like none of the shots hit the shooter. Very weird. Very, very bizarre. Well, the same thing happened previously. A Secret Service agent also missed all 6 shots he fired at Ryan Ruth from point-blank range. So this is the guy who tried to kill Trump at one of his golf courses in Florida, right? Remember this guy, Ryan Ruth? Well, they tried to shoot him too and missed, all from point-blank range. Same thing that happened here in this scenario. Okay, more. So here is a video.
I'm not going to lie. Virtually all of these, like here, do you want to know, in order of priority, what are some of the more inexplicable things? Okay, in order of priority, because like a lot of the stuff, even when he puts it together, I'm actually looking at it right now as like a full package, and it's like, it doesn't do it for me. But as far as the things that are unbelievable and inexplicable, I would go so far as to say the lack of security, especially considering that this was such a high-profile event in the Washington fucking the Washington Hilton, right? Like that's unbelievable. The fact that this dude was able to bum rush Also unbelievable. But as far as like the Secret Service agents like shooting and failing to actually apprehend or failing to shoot and kill the runner, that's believable. They're incompetent. Just like with Ryan Ruth. So that was strange for sure. The ballroom push could be Republicans actively trying to make the most of a situation, never let a crisis go to waste, or it could be a coordinated effort. I mean, it was a coordinated effort, but I'm saying like, or it lends itself to the whole, this was a fake plot, conspiracy. But overall, by and large, I think it's just a radical centrist, liberal guy who fucking got so mad at Trump for being a shithead, who thinks if you kill Trump, you all of a sudden like fix American politics or something. Because he's a liberal. Security is crazy. We are at war with the stated #1 state sponsor of terror. Yeah. I don't know. Look where the mentalist was born. Yeah, I know he was born in Israel. I know. We already went through this where chatters were saying he's a agent of Mossad, and I got mad at them and threatened them that I would do an anti-Semitism sensitivity seminar if they kept saying everyone that's born in Israel that like lived in Israel for 2 years or whatever, or 7 years, however long he lived there, is a Mossad agent, is getting a little anti-Semitic for my taste, sweetie. Oh shit, you're in the Chapo episode? Yes, I am. Damn, chatter, you got the Patreon notification just now? Yes, I am.
Of the shooter, Cole Allen. And they say people thought like, oh, Usha Vance is also in this video. She's not. It's not Usha Vance. She was like literally living in a different state. She had nothing to do with Caltech. So that's incorrect. But very strange. This guy went to Caltech. Very bright person, like very intelligent person. And he's going to walk you through here. This is the kind of stuff he was doing. He was like working on devices to help old people with medical problems. Watch this.
College student Cole Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this is to prevent it from moving at all.
Recent Aging into the Future conference held by St. Barnabas Senior Services and the Eisner Foundation offered a test run on products that have the potential to enrich the lives of seniors.
See, people thought this was Usha Vance. It's not Usha Vance.
14 different tech startups got to present to over 350 people in the hopes of getting their projects into some sort of senior health facilities.
So this was a brilliant kid. This was somebody who was working on like scientific problems. It's very strange to have somebody like that end up doing something like this. Okay, Roy Jones Jr. says, Cole Allen, the alleged shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, is seen here in the image for Caltech's mechanical engineering major page. Thomas Crooks was featured in a BlackRock video ad while he was a student. Both handpicked directly from
Okay, this doesn't, okay.
CIA Central Casting. All right, look at this. So there you have him right here. There you have him right here. Caltech, mechanical and civil engineering. He's right there. Okay. And then here was Thomas Crooks in that BlackRock ad. This one is kind of crazy. According to Cole.
None of these are crazy. These are gimmick accounts. Accounts write different names, like random names and random dates on Twitter. They do it all the time. Random predictions. And then they delete everything else. Like, I feel like even if this account didn't do that, like Cole Allen is an unbelievably common name. You just not ready, dude? Okay, so I'm going to stop ruining the fun. I mean, I said this the night of. I feel like it's just not. No fun. Okay. It's real. It's a real. They got Cole Allen. They spread the clues all around like this one fucking Groyper account. They spread all the clues around so that we can all fucking figure it out. There's probably an inside guy who was like, oh no, there's going to be another attempted assassination that was foiled years later. So I should just put this government agent who we tapped into 4 years ago. Let's just put his name out there on this random anonymous Groiper profile.
Thomas Allen's LinkedIn. He interned at NASA in 2014. In 2014, NASA published a paper, and Henry Martinez was an author. An ex-user named Henry Martinez, made in 2023, made only a single post on December 21st, 2023. The post simply said, Cole Allen. So here's Henry Martinez, and here's the post that says Cole Allen from December of 2023. And a lot of people are pointing out that this Pepe holding the champagne looks like that picture of Trump, where he's sitting there like looking at Melania as Melania's face is scared. You know, Trump's in his tuxedo, looking at the, like kind of looking in that direction. It kind of looks like this Pepe picture. Very weird, man. Very weird. And then we don't even need to get into this, but then you also have, do you see the banner for this Twitter thing here? Apparently, if you take this and you adjust it in one of the editing programs, it looks like sort of like a modern art piece, but it really is a picture of the Trump shooting. If you change it in editing software, like the core of it is the picture of the Trump shooting.
What?
And you're going, hold on, wait a second. The timeline here doesn't.
Yeah, that's new. That wasn't the case. That wasn't the case. That's a new. They probably added that after the fact or something. If that's even real at all, I don't think that was the. I don't even think that was the actual banner when we looked at Henry Martinez's account.
Match up. How the fuck does he have that in it? Very strange, very bizarre stuff. I don't know what to make of it. What I do know is it's all very weird, y'all. It's all very weird. And the fact of the matter is, I think we're at a point now where, sort of like with the JFK assassination, the majority of Americans think that it wasn't the official story, right? It wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald was the lone shooter. There's elements of that we don't know, and Americans know there's elements of that we don't know. Whether it's the mafia being involved, or the Soviet Union being involved, or the CIA being involved, or Lyndon Johnson being involved. There's all these different conspiracies. People know that the official story is not real. By the same token, we're now at that place when it comes to the Butler, Pennsylvania shooting. We're now, even conservative Republicans are kind of leading the charge and going, yeah, that doesn't make much sense. That doesn't fucking add up. That doesn't add up at all, bro. And so, Tim Dillon went on a rant the other day about how, hey, there's a lot of questions there that are weird, that are bizarre, that don't make sense. Like, why was Joe Kent came out and said, I was blocked from investigating that. That's weird. Why was I blocked from investigating that? Why does that video go super viral all the time of them moving the photographers into place as the shooting's happening? They lower the flag, and Trump gets up and puts his hands up and says, fight, 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 which you would never do if you're Secret Service. You're going to try to cover him completely to make sure the shots don't continue to potentially hit him, right? There's no fucking scar there. Like, don't even get me started, right? But now I think the majority position is going to be skeptical of what happened in Butler. And then this one here, look, at a time when his approval rating is fucking 33%. He knows everybody hates him. He knows Republicans are barbecue chicken for the midterms. Like, do I put it by them to fucking lie about this? Do I put it by them to fucking, create something like this? I absolutely do not. Now, I don't know what the fuck happened, but I know that there's a lot of unanswered questions, and I think everybody knows that there's a lot of unanswered questions about this. So tell me what you guys think in the comment section below, but this is some wild stuff, man. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like.
Cause on his Candace shit. I mean, have fun. Have fun with it. I think it's good to have fun. My attitude on this stuff.
All right, guys. So I don't know if you
is live and let live. Now, the reason why I say this is because the Republicans have trafficked in dangerous conspiracy theories, hateful conspiracy theories that immediately put the blame randomly on trans people, Antifa, the left, broadly, over and over again in the aftermath of shootings that have taken place. Sometimes shootings that are conducted by members of the right. Famously, in the case of the Minneapolis, Minnesota shooter that ended up killing the Democratic state legislators, right? Republicans straight up turned around and were like, oh, no, this is a Tim Walz fan. Ridiculous. Tim Walz was actually on the target list, right? So it is really silly for me to sit here and actually get in the way of a faucet of conspiracy coming from the liberal side. If you ask me what my opinion is, I'll always tell you the truth. But on the other hand, because conspiracy theories are so effective in undermining whatever conspiracy the right is trying to put together, trying to do first to market misinformation, low-key, I've decided to tactically step out of the way when liberals engage in this kind of stuff. I saw this with Candace Owens. I saw this with Candace Owens and the Israel conspiracy with Charlie Kirk's assassination. Republicans were much more organized and demonstrated adequate messaging discipline in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination. They were very quick to say, oh, this is transgender Antifa. They only had to dial it back a little bit when they found out that the shooter, alleged shooter, Tyler Robinson, was a white boy from a Mormon family, a good family, right? At which point they started saying, oh, pray for the shooter, right? I mean, or pray for his soul, whatever. However, if it wasn't for Candace Owens coming out and just dropping that Israel bomb, I think we would probably be in a different media environment right now. She came in with that. She came in with that nuclear bomb, turning around and saying it was Israel. And my God, it shocked the world. I mean, it got Benjamin Netanyahu to respond to it, which made it only worse. There was already so much anti-Israel energy in the space, even amongst Republicans. And it totally destroyed whatever narrative building campaign that the Republicans had in mind, whatever goal they had in mind to turn Charlie Kirk into a martyr and maybe even punish the left for it. They did not play their hands correctly there. Going after Jimmy Kimmel was a mistake, liberal icon, but more so because it was a very clear-cut, dare I say, desperate act of censorship against someone who hadn't said anything that crazy about Charlie Kirk. They basically blew their load. And nowadays, I'm watching that happen over and over again. I'm watching it happen in real time. That's precisely what happened last night. Republicans wanted to come after me. Republicans wanted to come after everyone on the left, saying, oh, if you say something mean about our big, beautiful president, that means you want him dead. You're actively, we should treat every criticism of the president as incitement. But liberals had a very different mentality. They came in hot and they said, nope, this is a staged assassination. Yet again, there goes the unpopular president staging a fake assassination attempt so that he can desperately stop his hemorrhaging approval ratings and, dare I say, use this as an opportunity to build a ballroom. That cut away at all the Republican mania. So what am I supposed to do? I mean, I cover misinformation. I go through it with a fine-tooth comb, and I try to correct the record to the best of my ability. But sometimes, if the people are giving you a gift, you just got to let it happen. So that's the way I treat a lot of these conspiracy theories coming from the liberal side. I still worry that we have no consensus reality. I worry about what that will do to American civilization, our society in general. But also at the same time, I'm not going to be super aggressive in correcting the record. Whenever I hear liberals say it's fake, I'll probably entertain it a little bit. Be like, yeah, I'll egg it on. That's my unbelievably transparent and honest assessment. There's more Kyle Kulinski now.
You've noticed this, but the Republican Party and MAGA have now officially made Hasan Piker public enemy number one. And they think that they're freaking it here because they think, oh, he's so extreme, he's so crazy, it's going to get normies on our side. In reality, they're just shooting themselves in the dick. Because the more people listen to Hasan, the more they realize, actually, he's not all that radical. He seems to be the one with common sense, and you idiots seem to be the ones who've lost your goddamn minds. And so it's kind of crazy watching them hyper-focus on him. I will say, and I texted him this too, I'm kind of jealous. I'm jealous because for the love of God, Ben Shapiro, why don't you come after me? Mark Levin, why don't you come after me? You know, all you fucking freaks on the right, for the love of God, target me. I want the smoke. I want all the smoke. You pudgy lard-ass bitch, okay? Hit me with your best shot. Give me everything you got, and I'll dismantle that shit easy, okay? And he's having fun with this as well. But it is so crazy watching him be public enemy number one. So here we go. This is Mark Levin talking to a literal, by the way, this is medically proven, a gremlin by the name of Rick Scott. Who did
medically proven. He said Rick Scott is a medically proven gremlin.
The largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history at the time. Okay, listen to the conversation that they have. Here we go.
You got Bernie Sanders doing it every minute of the day. He lives to trash our country.
Bernie Sanders lives to trash our country. Really? I kind of thought he lived to do free healthcare for everybody and free education. I thought he lived to tax the wealthy and redistribute that and give people a decent chance at the American dream. That's what I thought he lived for. I thought he lived to stop your stupid fucking war with Iran. That's what I thought. No, apparently he lives to hate this country. God, these people are so stupid. Who can be a right-winger? I mean that sincerely. Like, who can actually be a right-winger when you watch this? You're not embarrassed? You're not humiliated that these are the people on your fucking team? These are the people on your fucking team? Jesus Christ.
You've got people in the House who admire some of the worst mass murders on the face of the earth. And I want to ask you about one person individual, this guy, Hasan Piker, who is a radical Islamist, if not jihadist.
He called Hasan an Islamic jihadist. Bro, that's Islamophobia on steroids right there, dog. That's like, oh, his name is Hasan. I assume he's like Osama bin Laden or something. Jesus Christ. Oh, my days. He went from 0 to 100.
Like, between me, Mark Levin, and Rick Scott, who do you think is closer to a religious fundamentalist in our worldview, in the things that we advocate for? Mark Levin is a Jewish supremacist. Rick Scott is a right-wing Republican Christian nationalist. I'm woke. This kind of shit doesn't work. This is why it's like always ridiculous when they say this about Ilhan Omar. It's like, oh, she's hijabi, right? So they'll be like, oh, she's an Islamist fundamentalist. She's a Islamic jihadist. It's like, the fuck are you talking about? Ilhan Omar is one of the wokest congresspersons in the country. She's fucking pro-trans. Like, shut the fuck up.
That escalated quickly. That radical, like, we're not radicals, but like I can understand a stretch of an argument, say, oh, theoretically you're on the left, you could be radicals or what. I get that, but a fucking Islamist or jihadist, oh my word, they're so sloppy and so lazy with their propaganda. Oh my goodness, it's so hard to take seriously.
He celebrates 9/11. He says he has no patriotic connection to the United States.
They're living large off that one quote of the America Deserved 9/11 thing. Hey, jackass, he's talking about the CIA concept of blowback. That's what he's talking about, which, you know, people, intelligent, serious people all know it's real, and the biggest dumbasses in the world pretend it's not. But the whole idea is, hey, go read Osama bin Laden's fucking reasons for doing what he did. Some of it is psycho-religious stuff, of course, but a lot of it is just geopolitical shit, where he's like, you did this to us, so that's why I'm doing this shit back to you. That's what's called blowback. If the CIA can acknowledge it, your fucking lard ass can acknowledge it. But he can't, because he's trying to get a quick own on Hasan, so he pretends like he actually loves 9/11. He wants to do another 9/11 because his name is Hasan.
October 7th, he was okay with all the raping and the murdering and the mayhem.
Oh, come on, son. He was okay with the raping and the murdering. Oh, my word. I don't even know why I even do these segments, bro. What's the point? There's no point of connection with these people. Like, why am I doing this? Why am I torturing myself? I can't, man. I mean, by the way, has Mark Levin said a single fucking thing about the much more well-documented shit of the IDF raping Palestinian prisoners? It was literally on camera. We saw the video. And then they opened an investigation, and then the public had a massive backlash. They were protesting for the right to rape, the right of IDF goons and thugs and gangsters and criminals and terrorists to rape Palestinians. That's a fact. How about that story that came out where the IDF trains dogs to rape Palestinians, and some of them have been raped to death? How about that? That's much more well documented than October 7th rapes. There certainly was no systemic rape on October 7th. That's a lie. That's a fucking Zionist lie, which was used as atrocity propaganda to get us to do a genocide after October 7th. He fucking falls for hook, line, and sinker. He still pushes the fucking propaganda, but he's got nothing to say about the well-documented rapes committed by the IDF. I can't take these people seriously. I just can't. He said nothing about any... He supports the genocide, period, full stop. He supports it, full stop. So any sort of smug lecture... You're not even moral. Like, how about you shut the fuck upsville because you're basically like a new Nazi. That's what you are.
The Democrat Party embraces this guy. You got people like Ro Kahana who go on a show and they're proud of it. And
he can't even...
Ro Kahana, like Meyer Kahana.
Pronounce his name. Ro Kahana?
Yeah, if his name was Ro Kahana, you'd be fucking glazing his ass.
Go back. You've got Democrats campaigning with this guy.
Beast.
And he urged people, I think, to harm you, as a matter of fact. What do you make of that?
No.
Well, yeah, he wants people to murder me.
He loves it. Rick Scott loves this attention. He's like, finally, someone took the bait. Yeah, he wants to murder me. Mark is like 3 seconds away from being like, yeah, well, maybe he's not wrong about that, Rick. Everywhere he goes with this story, people just look at him and go, yeah, I don't care. Or, no, that didn't happen. Or the third option, which is the worst, which is, yeah, you kind of deserve it, don't you? Like, which, again, not my point at all. He is just bringing this about. He's just bringing this on himself for no reason whatsoever. Rick Scott posts about me every day, by the way. Now, what's funny about this is, of course, Republicans keep saying I'm toxic. Toxic to the Democratic Party brand. What's interesting about that is you're Republicans. The fuck do you mean? You don't want Democrats to win. If I'm so toxic to the Democratic Party brand, why don't you let it happen? Why are you so worried? Why are you so worried that Democrats might finally, for once, lean into the left populist sentiment that exists in their base? Something to consider.
He said we deserve 9/11. He hates Israel. He hates Jews. He's anti-Semitic.
Oh, they're such liars. So what he's referring to is the clip that they all take out of context and lie about. They're lying. They are lying when they do this. They are lying about it. They say, oh, he wants to kill it. He doesn't want to fucking kill Rick Scott. He was saying Republicans care so much about fraud, right? They pretend to care so much about fraud. They go after Somalis in Minnesota for the fraud. They don't care about fraud. If they actually cared about fraud, they would kill Rick Scott. And he says that because this guy did the largest Medicare fraud in the history of this fucking country. That's what he was referring to. What they do is they cut out like a 3-second or 7-second clip of him saying, you should kill Rick Scott. And they lie and act like he's instructing people to kill Rick Scott. That wasn't what he was doing. He was saying Republicans claim to care about fraud. If they cared about fraud, they would kill Rick Scott. All this talk about the Somali immigrants who commit fraud, Rick Scott did the worst fraud. They would kill him if they actually cared about it. That's what he was saying. It wasn't like an instruction, you fucking lying, gremlin, weasel, fucking freak. Why do you look like you're not human, Rick Scott? I don't understand. Like, you look like you're an alien and you put on a skin suit. Why are you so bizarre looking? And why are you such a disgusting liar? And by the way, they're on a crusade now to ban Hasan from like giving any speeches on college campuses and shit. So the people who 7 seconds ago were sucking themselves off like, we're the free speech people, we believe in the Constitution. Now all of a sudden, oh my God, big bad Hasan, he say mean naughty words, don't allow him on. Like, fuck you. These are the same people who also want to destroy free speech and the First Amendment because they want to deport all fucking like pro-Palestinian people in this country, all anti-genocide immigrants in this country. They want to deport all them. So multiple different ways. They're destroying the First Amendment. They're destroying free speech. They're lying about Hasan and they're crashing out and losing it. And they think they got a winning thing here. You don't. Believe me, you don't. Because what happens is if people listen to you and they decide, oh yeah, let me go see what this guy's about. And they start listening to him, they'll go, oh, so people just been lying about him shamelessly the entire time. They just lie over and over and over and over. And anybody who actually decides to go listen will totally have their mind changed and realize that these people are fucking disgusting little demons, okay? But we're not done yet because we also have this. So, MAGA influencers started blaming Hasan for the White House Correspondents' Dinner alleged attempted shooting. Ready for this? Is this a good time to mention that Democrats' new darling Hasan Piker said he wanted the blood of his political opponents to run the streets and recently justified the murder of an innocent father because he ran a health insurance company. Reminder that Hasan Piker publicly advocated for President Trump's assassination. Perhaps one of his lunatic followers decided to give it a shot. Laura Loomer says, shooter is a brown, light-skinned black Democrat from California who's also a teacher. How much do you want to bet he's a Hasan Piker fan? And Wokeness says, Hasan Piker, quote, kill the motherfuckers, let the streaks soak in their red capitalist blood. 3 days ago, the New York Times promoted him. Drew Pavlou, I've seen enough, arrest Hasan Piker. Stephen L. Miller, anyone know where Hasan Piker is right now? So they immediately come out and say, blame Hasan, blame Hasan, blame Hasan. This is somehow his fault. This is somehow, something he's responsible for. Ready for this? HasanAbi Productions points out. So it turns out the alleged White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter was not only completely unaffiliated from Hasan Piker, he actually hated Hasan and reposted hate tweets on his Blue Sky account. Oops. In fact, not to, throw any shade at this guy, but there's a list of tweets that he liked the most. And the number one account that he liked the most tweets from was fucking Will Stancil. So sort of like radical centrist liberal type. Now, again, no shade to him. In fact, I think he's done some good work in terms of trying to fight back against ICE. But that's who this guy was. He was like a...
Putting HasanAbi Productions on the map, dude.
Radical centrist kind of liberal type, but very anti-Trump. And he ended up doing this. And by the way, very, very high IQ, very intelligent.
The Hollywood Reporter just wrote an article about you, and based on previous articles, I'd say they didn't used to hate you this much. That's crazy. The Hollywood Reporter's editor-in-chief is was a fan of mine. Invited me to a Hollywood Reporter dinner and shit. I guess they got the boss call as well. I don't know. But I'd argue eye-rolling at another MAGA attempt. Who's writing this? Steven Zeitchik? What both Democrats and Republicans miss on Hollywood? Oh, this guy is trying to say, don't cancel Jimmy Kimmel, cancel Hasan Piker. Violence coded provocation is just right-wing thing. Wait, what? Yeah, this person is literally saying it's dumb to cancel Jimmy Kimmel. You should cancel. It's dumb to cancel Jimmy Kimmel. You should cancel Hasan Piker instead. That's what this person is saying. This is just like a throwaway article. Who gives a fuck?
Went to Caltech, literally worked on inventions for medical devices and shit like that. And there's also questions about I don't know, this thing doesn't really add up in the same way that the Butler thing doesn't add up. So who knows if this is all legitimate and on the up and up anyway, right? There's questions as to how real this whole thing is, if you really want to have that conversation. But yeah, no, he was absolutely by no stretch of the imagination a fan of fucking Hasan Piker. And multiple tweets are going after Hasan, subtweeting Hasan. So here's just one example. Cold Forces, the guy who did the shooting or tried to do the shooting. That's the name of his Blue Sky account. And somebody posted, the rich don't play by the rules, so why should I? Why petty theft might be the new political protest. So this is, the New York Times interview with Hasan where he says something to that effect, right? And somebody says, I think that we should simply run on prosecuting the rich for their crimes instead of creating a low-trust society that will sow the seeds for further fascism. Now, by the way, I agree with that point. But here's the thing. Hasan agrees with that point, too. He wasn't I saw the clip everybody was talking about. He's not, seriously arguing for these things. He's, sort of trolling. Right? And everybody fucking fell for it total jackasses and idiots. But anyway, the alleged shooter retweets this. I spent a lot of time in countries where graft and grifting are the norm, and I assure you it is worth a truly immense cost to prevent that from taking hold in our society. You do not want to live in that kind of a society. So this guy reposted it. So reposting some anti-Hasan thing. Of all the list of all the likes and shit, there were no Hasan posts there. I don't even know if Hasan is on Blue Sky. I'm on Blue Sky. I didn't even know if he's on Blue Sky. Follow me on Blue Sky, by the way. I mean, it's so desperate. It's so pathetic. They think the right thinks they have a slam dunk, they have an easy win here by going after Hasan. They actually believe that. But honestly, the thing that it reminds me of the most is what was called the Pied Piper strategy, when the Hillary people did this with Trump. What they did is they boosted up Trump and sort of downplayed the other Republican candidates because they thought, oh, we can definitely easily beat him. So pump him up, act like we're most scared of him, and then we run against him and we win. Well, oops, what happened? It backfired, right? It backfired because it turns out he was probably the hardest one to beat. And so you fucked yourself there. Well, by the same token, they think, oh, we prop up Hasan, we argue against Hasan, and everybody thinks the left is just Hasan and they're all extreme. Oops, it turns out, well, what has Hasan done recently? Been on the campaign trail and doing, events with Abdul El Sayed, who now is just surged and might even be leading in some polls. He was down like 10 or 15 points, and now all of a sudden he's tied or leading. So it turns out, by trying to tar Hasan and by extension Abdul, you just let actual Democratic voters know, oh, that's the one I want to vote for. That's the one I support. By the same token, smearing this guy, they're going to go, oh, this guy must be saying some real shit if the worst people in the world are fucking going after him. So by all means, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Do all your smears, all your lies, all your bullshit. At the end of the day, it's only going to backfire colossally. Because for the first time in a long time, the Democratic base is radicalized in the best sense of the word, and they're going, we need real fighters. We need people who are actually going to fucking hold MAGA accountable. We need people who are actually going to deliver on universal health care and free college and a living wage and ending the wars and a Green New Deal and ending the corruption and taxing the rich and all these great things. And that's what we're laser focused on like a motherfucker right now. So you can try all your smears and your pathetic attempts to like do the boogeyman game here. I promise you, it is not going to fucking work. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
Yep. He wasn't, but so what if you were? We lose the conversation just by engaging hundreds of Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Joe Rogan, Charlie Kirk, and so on inspired mass shooters later. It would be crazy hypocritical to blame the left on a gunman, even if he had Hasan's tiny head tattooed on his pecs. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Anyway, we already saw the charges.
It's quite a night in Washington Saturday night. We're just glad no one was hurt. Major, you were there.
I was there.
We're going to talk about
we watched the 60 Minutes interview already.
There are new questions this morning about how the gunman got so close to the ballroom. Agents pinned the man down to the floor after he sprinted past security. Chief Correspondent Matt Gutman began documenting the chaos as it unfolded. He has the details on the suspect, the alleged plot, and a potential motive. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Nate. Sources tell us that the suspect used the size of that hotel behind us to his advantage, going down one of the back stairwells to evade security, carrying a bag full of weapons. You mentioned those writings. He expressed deep anger at the administration and said he was targeting administration officials from the highest ranking to the lowest. It was just after 8:30 p.m. Saturday when a sudden commotion...
No, CBS, say the truth with one exception. One important exception. Crash Out Patel. He did not want to kill Crash Out Patel. He said, Crash Out Patel, he with us.
From the back of the White House Correspondents' Dinner sent us scrambling, many ducking under tables as Secret Service rushed the president and other Trump cabinet members from the room.
It's absolute mayhem inside. Reports of some sort of shots. I was sitting 3 rows up from the president.
Less than 2 hours later, President Trump posted surveillance footage of the suspect racing through a Secret Service checkpoint toward the ballroom. And these images of him shirtless and handcuffed on the floor. Law enforcement sources tell CBS News the suspect is 31-year-old Cole Allen, a teacher from Southern California who was awarded Teacher of the Month at a college prep academy in December of 2024. He left for Washington from Los Angeles by train last Tuesday, checking into the Washington Hilton on Friday, just a day before the dinner.
Multiple sources have told CBS News that the suspect stayed somewhere here at the end of the corridor on the 10th floor of this hotel. But there's something I want you to see. Just steps away from these rooms is this stairwell, and that leads directly down the stairs to that terrace level where he allegedly opened fire.
He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives.
Police said the suspect exchanged fire with law enforcement. He was not hit, but a Secret Service officer was. Officials told us by shotgun pellets that hit his bulletproof vest.
So right there at the dais where you see that flag, that's where President Trump was sitting. In this area here is where C-SPAN was, and it was up the stairs here. just over that landing where the gunman sprinted about 20 yards from where I'm standing. There's a black drape hanging over one of the glass panels that was shot out here. And that's where he was taken down, right over there.
According to law enforcement sources, just minutes before the shooting, he posted what they described as a manifesto, writing that he was targeting Trump administration officials, quote, from highest ranking to lowest. He also appeared shocked by the security protocol, writing in part, quote, I expected security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got is nothing. He also wrote, apparently no one thought about what happens if someone checks in the day before. Still, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche framed the response to the suspect's attack as a security success.
So we were all safe inside, and that's a testament to the Secret Service doing their job.
Guys, I want to show you something. This ticket, this is all you needed in order to enter the ballroom, go through the magnetometers. Nowhere in the hotel was an ID necessary. Now, the Secret Service says there's no way they could have checked every room in the 1,100-room hotel, and they insist that the ballroom itself was secure, which is why they say they kept the president there.
I mean, one thing that I have noticed that no one is talking about is they're not wrong. Like, this attempt, albeit silly, was successfully subdued. So why is there any need for a fucking ballroom when, like, clearly even the goddamn Washington Hilton, they were able to successfully stop an attempted shooter without like any damage whatsoever. I mean, one guy got a couple pellets on his chest, on his vest, but that's pretty much it. I'm just saying, like, low key, the Secret Service did kind of do his job. But what would happen if 20 people did what he did together? Wait, what? Dude, do you know how difficult it is to get 20 organized people together to conduct an operation like that? Are you out of your fucking mind? Like, half of the reason why he was able to do this is because it came out of fucking nowhere. You can't, like, 20 people means you're an organized entity. Yeah, but like Russia or whatever had a trained team. Okay. The more people that are involved in an operation like this, there are more points of failure. You think Russia is capable of sending Spetsnaz, special forces, into the United States of America? Like, these guys are well-seasoned Russian vets that all suspiciously come in to the United States of America without the Department of Homeland Security figuring it out. And then they purchase weapons on U.S. soil, all of them, or somehow acquire weapons on U.S. soil. It's 20 different people. Again, numerous points of failure. One of the 20 people is going to be purchasing a weapon from an ATF guy, right? Like, eventually, there's going to be someone that gets dinged. The problem with a lone wolf incident like this is that no one expects it because it's just some fucking random guy.
Now, the suspect is due to be arraigned in court here in Washington later this afternoon. It's very possible he will face additional charges, but a silver lining here. That Secret Service officer who was hit, he was released from the hospital yesterday. He's going to be just fine. Major.
Matt Gutman, thank you.
There have been at least 3 attempts to take Donald Trump's life.
all in the space of 2 years.
Why do you think this keeps happening to you?
The people that do the...
I love that question. That was such a funny question. It's like, Mr. President, do you feel like there's something fucked with your vibes? That hella people keep trying to kill you?
Most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after.
Let's take a look at each attempted assassination and the people who tried to kill the US president. The most dramatic was this one in July 2024, when an election rally in Butler, Pennsylvania turned violent. Around 8 minutes into his speech, shots fired.
Take a look at what happened.
President Trump was hit in the ear, the Secret Service rushing the stage to protect him.
Fake.
Moments later, he re-emerged, raising his fist.
Fake. Fake. It's fake.
This became the iconic image of his campaign for re-election. The gunman, 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, was shot dead by snipers. He lived an hour from the scene and was described as an outcast who regularly wore hunting outfits to school. Investigators later said bomb-making material was found in a vehicle at his home. Crucially, a member of the public was also killed at the rally, and 2 others seriously injured. There were so many questions. How did someone get that close to Donald Trump with that kind of weapon?
Because it was
2 months
fake.
later, another threat, this time on a golf course. A man armed with an assault-style rifle lay hidden in bushes near where Trump was playing.
Okay, so Ryan Ruth, former Trump voter, former Trump supporter, Ukraine defender. The other guy, Thomas Crooks, gave money to the Republicans. Seemingly was more of equal opportunity violence enjoyer. Another radical centrist, but center-right, let's say. Ryan Ruth, former right-winger, center-left liberal, and now this Allen guy. Center-left, NATO enjoyer. I feel like we have a real problem with radical centrists in this country, and I am here to tell you, I am not afraid of saying the truth. I am unafraid to tell you the truth. I am valiant, I'm brave, I'm courageous. We have to figure out what the hell's going on in the radical center. Okay? Why are they behaving like this? What the hell is wrong with them?
The suspect, 58-year-old Ryan Ruth, fled in a black Nissan SUV, but was captured when police stopped the vehicle. This was the moment they arrested him. Ruth had a long criminal and civil court history, including a conviction for possessing a machine gun. He was later sentenced to life in prison. And then the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Secret Service agents bundled President Trump off stage after gunshots were heard outside the room. Cole Allen, a 31-year-old from California, was detained before he reached the president. Trump later posted these CCTV pictures showing the suspect exchanging fire with officers as he breached the cordon. He had no previous record, but had sent a 1,000-word anti-Trump document to family members minutes earlier. The United States has a long history of gun violence and politics. Gunmen assassinated Presidents Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy. Ronald Reagan survived a shooting outside the hotel where Donald Trump was whisked to safety on Saturday night. In America, the present is never far from the past.
Do you think the assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was staged?
No,
Haley, do you?
100%.
What leads you to that conclusion, Haley?
First of all, I'm sorry. This is the President of the United States at a public venue, and you're telling me that we have not secured, checked the entire building, perimeter, etc. He has like the best security in the entire country. Am I wrong? Also, the footage is like laughable. The demeanor of everybody. So they're at a table and there's a clip of they take JD Vance away before they even address Donald Trump. He's just a sitting duck. Like that can't be real. And you see all these photos of like some Charlie's Angels poses like out in the hallway, like there's a camera crew there just ready for it. Also, a black man trying to assassinate Donald Trump and he's not killed. That's a lie. That's simply a lie. They're not shooting this man to kill after you've heard a gunshot and he's running through a hotel lobby while there's the president on the other side of the door. It's a lie. I think it's all staged. And then immediately following, we get the, see, I need my bunker. I told you so. It's all bullshit.
I love it.
The first assassination attempt is bullshit. This is bullshit. He even touted it as like a badge of honor. Like, I'm proud to be a president with his assassination attempt. Like, you're insane. This was all staged.
Did you not watch when it did occur? And there was a camera that did have a pretty close up of the First Lady, Trump. Then there was a lady on the right. I don't know who it was.
You mean Melania going like this? That? Give me a break.
And how?
Cooking. Dude, it's so much fun. Do not click. Why not? It's so much fucking fun. What the hell? Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? What the hell is this, man? It's Kimberly Guilfoyle, but my head on Kimberly Guilfoyle's body.
How they took Vance out so fast. Then when they went back for Trump.
Okay, you even saw that. So they take JD Vance first.
But they were on that side of it, I guess. But then when they went down to Trump, he was knocked down on the ground.
Just listen to what you're saying. The president of the United States is sitting in the middle of this table, and his Secret Service is taking the vice president first. You don't think that's a little sus?
Leanne, you were there. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, I was right across the table.
Boo, liberals are poo-pooing conspiracy
There are
theories.
Americans in this country that believe that what happened Saturday night was staged. How does this White House tackle that with social media companies out there, whether it's X, Facebook, Instagram? How do they work with these companies to make sure that doesn't get out of control?
It's certainly a good question, Aisha. I don't have tangible answers for you on what we're doing with social media companies, if anything at all. What I will say is it's very important to us that we get the truth and the facts about this case and any case out there as quickly as possible to dispel some of that crazy nonsense that you do see running rampant online. And I think the Department of Justice and the FBI thus far have done a good job of disseminating the truth and the facts about this alleged attempted assassin, the perpetrator in this case. So as far as we're concerned, just providing maximum
Chopped Caroline. Oh my God, bruh.
transparency, and hopefully people will believe the truth rather than the lies and the conspiracy.
Yeah, you don't like it? Do you guys not like it when you try to come out with a bullshit conspiracy? When you guys come out with the official narrative and nobody cares? Oh no, people come up with their own conclusions. Well, should have thought about that before you said tonight shots will be fired, okay?
Mr. Leader, I know you said you stand by your comments. At the same time, you have been the subject of threats as well. So with respect to this comment about maximum warfare, even if it's about redistricting, why not tone down the language here in this moment?
I think that what's interesting to me, as you pointed out, is that the so-called White House press secretary, who's a disgrace, she's a stone-cold liar, had the nerve to stand up there and read talking points being critical of statements all taken out of context that Democrats have made and didn't have a word to say about anything that MAGA extremists have said or done, including providing aid and comfort to violent insurrectionists here at this Capitol.
God, he's so fucking hot. Oh my God, dude. I'm sorry for doing this, guys. I know shit makes you nut super hard like you've never nutted before in your whole damn life. When you see the Sex Panther himself come out and just fucking whisper sweet nothings into your ear like this. I can't stop, dude. When I hear him get angry, ooh, I'm bricked.
On January 6th, who brutally beat police officers.
Now we know why you're in New York? Yeah. I'm going to throw it back for Hakeem Jeffries, dude.
The president then pardoned those violent rioters, many of whom have gone back into communities across the country to reoffend. And as you pointed out, one of whom threatened to kill me. He said, kill the terrorist. Where did that language come from? What Republicans use that language? Why did that pardon MAGA extremists, violent insurrectionists, choose to use the language of terrorism directed at me when he threatened to kill me at an event? And so how can we take them seriously when they raise these partisan attacks and completely ignore the fact that a lot of folks, including Governor Shapiro, his home was attacked by an arsonist when he and his kids and wife were there. And this so-called White House press secretary wants to lecture America and lecture us about civility.
Hakeem Jeffries? True.
We all are relieved that no one...
The fuck happened to his... Was he victim of a political attack too? What is this? Justin, Chuck Schumer condemns political violence in all of its forms. Thank God, dude. Thank God Democrats are at it. This may be not safe for work. Oh, nut. Oh, my God.
Was seriously injured in the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner over the weekend. No matter the perpetrator, no matter the motive, political violence endangers our democracy. I denounce political violence in all its forms, as I always have and always will.
Yes, guys, the rumors are true. Chuck Schumer converted to Islam, and he's hiding the fact that he's been praying so much that he has that forehead thing that only the most pious Muslims have. Yes, Chuck Schumer has received the light of Allah. This is right. This is correct. Donald Trump was not wrong when he said Chuck Schumer is a Palestinian. Okay? He's hiding. What is it called? The Talaka mark? Is that what it is? When you pray so much, when you pray 5 times a day, so much that your forehead gets like a dark spot? Yeah. It's called a Zabiba. I feel like you guys are just making it up. Prayer callus seems more apt.
I commend law enforcement's swift response to apprehend the gunman, which undoubtedly saved many lives, and that includes the Secret Service.
But given the attempted assassination of the president and, quote,
oh yeah, Jimmy Kimmel, they're after Jimmy Kimmel again.
Top Trump administration officials, as the depraved shooter noted in his manifesto at the White House Correspondents Association dinner on Saturday evening, I felt it was prudent to be here today to answer your questions and inform the American people about how the administration is responding to yet another attempt on President Trump's life. Saturday was supposed to be a joyful evening, celebrating free speech and the First Amendment with all of you, members of the...
As you know, we love celebrating the First Amendment with all of you pieces of shit, you enemies of the American people who lie so viciously about our big, beautiful president all the time.
Press. Instead, the night was hijacked by a crazed anti-Trump individual who traveled across the country to assassinate the president and as many administration officials as possible. This is the third major assassination attempt against President Trump in 2 years. No other president in history has faced such repeated, serious attempts on his life. First and foremost, the president, the first lady, and everyone in this White House are extraordinarily grateful to the brave law enforcement professionals who sprang into action to apprehend the would-be assassin and keep all of us safe. The president would especially like to express his gratitude to the men and women of the United States Secret Service who acted with the utmost professionalism, courage, and sense of duty. This includes the heroic agent who took a bullet to the chest. Thankfully, he was saved by his bulletproof vest. Minutes after returning here to the White House to the Oval Office, despite fighting Secret Service to try to stay and keep the dinner going on Saturday, ahead of addressing you here in the briefing room, President Trump was intent on speaking to this brave agent to ensure he was okay, and the agent assured the president that he was. As you know, I was seated next to President Trump and the First Lady when the shots were fired before Secret Service swiftly moved us to safety backstage. The president's calm in the face of chaos, while yet another individual was trying to take his life, was really remarkable to witness, and it's something I will never forget.
Oh my God.
President Trump is fearless because he loves this country, and he is willing to put his own life on the line to deliver on the promises that he made to the American public who elected him here into the highest office in the land. And while we are blessed to have a fearless president, we should not live in a country where such constant fear of political violence permeates our society every single day.
Except for the president, who doesn't fear anything.
We should have fierce disagreement in this country. As you all know, we disagree often.
Except if you do, that means you're actually issuing a death threat to our big, beautiful president and should go to prison.
Myself in this role and all of you in the news media, but those disagreements must remain peaceful. Debating, peaceful protesting, and voting are how we need to settle disagreements, not bullets. Nobody in recent years has faced more bullets and more violence than President Trump. This political violence
except our beautiful kindergartners
stems from a systemic demonization of him and his supporters by commentators, yes, by elected members.
Yeah, she went from we value free speech and we value discourse and we will disagree and that's fine, to literally people are constantly shitting on the president, and that's basically a rallying call to do violence to the president. Also, I saw this. These guys are so insane, dude. American Australian, okay, another like unhinged HasanAbi bot hater. The walls are truly closing in on you, you fucking anti-American rat. Nobody fucking likes you on the left or the right, as you're nothing but a grifter freak, fake-ass, self-projecting, anti-American, terrorist-supporting, pedophile, piece of animal-abusing shit. And then he posted this, arrest the clock. And I genuinely think these guys have, one, obviously decided that I'm like the greatest evil of all time. We know that, right? But I think we could just convince them that I went to jail because they hallucinate an alternative reality. If enough of these like drama slop tubers basically decided like Hasan went to prison, it's over. Okay. I think we could believe them. We could get them to believe this. Like, we could convince them. One view, dog? No, it was in my replies I saw. One view and it's you. Oh my God.
Of the Democrat Party and even some in the media.
Yes, dumbasses. It's a reply to my fucking tweet that I saw in my notifications. And I saw the image.
This hateful and constant and violent rhetoric directed at President Trump day after day after day for 11 years has helped to legitimize this violence and bring us to this dark moment. Those who constantly falsely label and slander the president as a fascist, as a threat to democracy, and compare him to Hitler to score political points are fueling this kind of violence. The left-wing cult of hatred against the president and all of those who support him and work for him has gotten multiple people hurt and killed, and it almost did so again this weekend. When you read the manifesto of this shooter, ask yourselves, how different is the rhetoric from this almost assassin than what you read on social media and hear in various forums every single day? The answer, if you're being honest with yourself, is that there is no difference at all. Much of the manifesto of the would-be assassin is indistinguishable from the words that we hear daily from so many. For example, as the First Lady of the United States pointed out this morning, just 2 days prior to the shooting, ABC's late-night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow. Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband? And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night.
Dude, this is just a press release about how mad you are. You know, even Democrats didn't fucking do this shit, right? Like, it's kind of unbelievable. Like, people would literally say Barack Obama is not an American. Donald Trump, who's now the president twice, unironically came on to the discourse cycle before he launched his presidential candidacy, before he launched his campaign, which he won, by claiming that Barack Obama was actually a Kenyan Muslim, not an American at all, an illegal immigrant who had to show his birth certificate, which, by the way, Barack Obama did end up showing his birth certificate. That's how racist this fucking dumbass country is sometimes. Okay? I can't believe it. Like these guys are mad that Jimmy Kimmel, a fucking comedian, made jokes about how much Melania Trump objectively despises being around her own damn husband. Okay? It's unbelievable. It's just straight up a cry fest. What are we doing? What is this? You had to do a press release to be like, I'm really mad about this joke? Get the fuck out of here.
I can tell you that she was anything but that. This kind of rhetoric about the president, the First Lady, and his supporters is completely different.
They did this with Drewski too. They did this with Drewski as well. They're like, wow, I can't believe it. Maybe Erica Kirk should sue Drewski for what? Making fucking jokes? Like literally, legalized comedy, unironically. What the fuck?
Ranged, and it's unbelievable that the American people are consuming it night after night after night. As President Trump said on Saturday night at this podium, we as Americans must recommit ourselves to resolving our differences peacefully and uniting around the shared values that make our country great. The deranged lies and smears against the president, his family, his supporters have led crazy people to believe crazy things, and they are inspired to commit violence because of those words. It has to stop.
And of course, our First Lady Melania is here.
I'm not going to lie to you. That shit kind of went hard. This is, what the fuck? This is actually good. When did Jimmy Kimmel decide to no longer be bad at comedy? Oh my God. I only saw the Melania joke that like she got really mad at, but this is actually funny.
You, Madam First Lady, on your huge accomplishment, the world's first motionless picture.
Where's the one that she got mad at though? She was like,
breaking news right now.
Melania Trump calls on ABC to take a stand on Kimmel. He said like, he said she, what the fuck? All right, we got to see the full roast now. Never mind. I spoke too soon. Some of them are mid. But you can't have them. You can't have them all be bangers, you know? Also, I can't believe he just like kind of set up a fake White House Correspondents' Dinner with like a fake. That was what really, that is the bar. You have a glow like an expectant widow is bars. I'm afraid to report that is actually bars.
His birthday is
getting roasted. No, dude. What the fuck? You can't tell that like it's clearly from they clearly took footage from like different State of the Unions and stuff like that. Like, but obviously Donald Trump got real fucking mad about it. He said, "Wow, Jimmy Kimmel, who is in no way funny as attested to by his terrible television ratings, made a statement on a show that is really shocking. He showed a fake video of the First Lady Melania and our son Barron, like they were actually sitting in his studio." I love that I just dunked on a chatter for being dumb. A little bit, like slightly dunked on a chatter, being like, no, obviously he's not in the fucking studio. And it turns out President Donald Trump also got mad for the same reason. He was like, well, how are you allowed to do that? Why? I wasn't in the studio. Why would you make me look like I'm in the studio with my wife? Wow. Didn't know it was allowed. This must be illegal. Which they weren't and never would be, he then stated. Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. A day later, a lunatic tried entering the ballroom of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, loaded up with a shotgun, handgun, and many knives. He was there for a very obvious and sinister reason. I appreciate that so many people are incensed by Kimmel's despicable call to violence and normally would not be responsive to anything that he said, but this is something far beyond the pale. Jimmy Kimmel should be immediately fired by Disney and ABC. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Bro, you're the president, man. You're the fucking president. You're the motherfucking president. What are you doing? What is this? Like, he's making a joke about how your wife hates you. Do we have to do a national, like, autism awareness segment every day now? Where I break down, as an autist myself, I break down autistically what jokes are supposed to make you laugh. Like, how a joke is crafted, like what the intended effect of a joke is. The joke in no way, shape, or form is a call to assassinate the president. The joke there is that your wife hates you. Okay? That's the joke. Just like when I was talking about Republicans not giving a fuck about Medicare fraud and lying about caring about Medicare fraud in response to Mike Johnson's claims that they were cutting $800 billion off of Medicare and Medicaid, claiming that they were cutting Medicare fraud. I said, if you Republicans actually cared about Medicare fraud, you would bleep Rick Scott, because Rick Scott is the largest award-winning medical fraudster in the United States of America, responsible for $1.7 billion worth of Medicare fraud. That statement, in and of itself, is not a call to kill Rick Scott. That statement is about the hypocrisy of the Republican Party, specifically about their claims around giving a shit about Medicare fraud when they clearly don't. FP says you're wrong. I thought I was autistic. I was wrong. I was 30 in 2019. Oh my God, stop. I read this. In any case, this is so fucking annoying, okay? This is so unbelievably annoying. I hate this shit so much. I hope this really pisses off liberals, though, because they clearly see attacks on Jimmy Kimmel as like an attack on truth, justice, and free speech. It's the only time liberals seemingly care about free speech, so that's good. Yeah, White House also posted this shit this morning. Enough is enough. I do think that the hate speech of the Democrats is very dangerous. I really think it's dangerous for the country. Anyway, on that note, I'm very tired, everybody. Are you siring a filter? Your head looks so big. Yes. That's all I got for tonight. Okay. Tomorrow is a busy day, as always. Love you guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sticking with me. And I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. You already know. All right, peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
Introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in. Also, people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving greetings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streams, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll to jet vice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait.